Women, I'm attractive to my haters, outlast them. Passport stamped it, getting funny work on consignment. Come on, now that's a backflip. Principles you stand on, wasted talent, sad song. Beach house 1.5, but the car dad said 260. God, obedience, Jesus, repentance. The marathon continues, and I'm strong to the finish.
Are you feeling sorry? When it get real, all of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the buy. Are we going now? Are you feeling sorry? When it get real, all of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the buy. Are we going now?
FYF, okay. No one measure, remember them 3 letters come with pressure. Okay. We be steppers, man, can't stop, won't let up. Real debate.
Places in Portland, we get distorted. Less can afford it, entertaining or boring. Whatever the topic, we act accordingly. Break it down, piece by piece. Been at this for too long. No elder but Rufus, so you want he on. Lace better stay gone. We get them all done. We get them all done. Yeah, we get them all done. Are you feeling sorry? When it get real, all of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the ones who do it for the buy. Are we going now? Are you feeling sorry? When it get real, all of them fakes, so they ain't ready now. It be too hard, we getting lit, cause we speaking now. Fuck all the clowns, yeah, the
What's good, everybody? FYF Sports in conjunction with, hey, y'all know Chill Good Gaming. We got Skap Attack here, y'all, man. If you're watching it from No Chill Guild channel, look, y'all, this is that was just the FYF intro. That's how we do things over there, right? We got to get the people in. I know it's a little different when Guild go live itself, but it is what it is. The 2 people that have been part of this viral talking point, man, this narrative around it, the Kobe debate. I know the last time we had the debate, it got a little messy over on Michael Jordan Fans Are the Best page. And I don't really think either side got their points off, right? We've seen Skap Attack's most recent video on it, right? Gil's talked about it every now and then on his channel. But now we got both these guys here on FYF Sports Debates to do exactly that, man, to hash it out, man, to talk about it, man. We're going to start it out with, because I think the person that can explain this best is Skap Attack, his contention with Gil on this particular take with Kobe. We're going to let Skap kind of break down his contention and what he disagrees with Gil. And then we're just going to allow these guys to kind of go back and forth and rebuttal each their talking points. And at the end of the day, man, it's on you guys in the chat, via super chat, via your comments, right? Via the polls that we put up to determine, I mean, who do you think came out ahead? We seen, I guess Kwame Brown did his reaction to it, however credible you want to say that is. But now we have both these guys here in the flesh, man. They can now speak for themselves as opposed to speaking through somebody else's reaction. You know what I'm saying? So look, man, Skap Attack, man, we're gonna put you on the big screen because that's what we do here at FYF Sports. We're gonna put you on the big screen. You got to talk to the people, man. What's your contention with Gil on this take, man?
Well, first of all, Lamont, FYF, thank you very much for having me. Gil, many thanks to you for being here and having the discussion with me here live, just me and you one-on-one. I appreciate both of you guys for making this happen. So what is my contention? Well, for me and Gil, it goes back to around July when he showed up on MJFB. That was my first day ever being on that show. And lo and behold, Gil arrives, and I didn't really get a chance to hash things out in totality with Gil that day. And then I've seen him in the last couple months that have ensued since July on his platform, Gilbert Arenas, talking more about the Kobe LeBron head-to-head. Now, this is pretty much the thing that blew up was the Kwame reaction video. And there was some back and forth with Gil and I today in the comments of that. But my overall premise, which this is one of the worst narratives in my estimation in all of sports, definitely in the NBA, that Kobe was somehow carried to 3 rings by Shaquille O'Neal, that he was some kind of a sidekick or a Robin figure in his first 3 NBA titles runs. This is a pervasive narrative that has been percolating around the sports world basically for the last 2 decades, and it is unequivocally utilized only for whatever reason when the LeBron-Kobe conversation comes up. That is when it came up in July when I was debating Gil on MJFB, and that was what my video that Kwame reviewed last night was all about. It's about Gil's premise and every other Kobe-hating LeBron stan out there that Kobe's 3 rings are somehow delegitimized because he was playing alongside Shaq, while LeBron has these 4 virtuous rings that definitely all 4 of those count. So Kobe essentially has only 2 and LeBron has 4. And I've seen Gil do it over and over again recently in his video about who's the best killer. He asks his panel on Gil's Arena to rank them, Kobe, Bron, and Jordan. And he starts talking about, well, you have only 2 as the main guy, and you're not even the assassin for the other 3. So whatever he wants to try to define the parameters of this conversation at now, I'm setting it forth first. And my conversation is really with Gil that he is disparaging those 3 rings, and it's outright absurd when he and anyone else does it in the mainstream media.
Okay. So you're saying a 21-year-old wasn't carried by the league MVP? Like, I'm trying to figure out what's the actual debate and the problem here. Is it the wording that I used to say he was a sidekick? Right? I'm trying to figure out what the real problem is.
Gil, yeah.
We're talking about rings. You can't use rings as a defining moment in someone's legacy, right? Because if you're going to do that, then you have to put them in order of how they were obtained. So just like a track and field meet, there's a gold, there's a silver, there's a bronze, right? Whoever option 1 was is gold. Whoever option 2 is silver. Whoever option 3 was is silver. And I know you don't like that standard, but that's actually how it's being used. That's why there's some people with a certain amount of rings that are not even in discussion because how they were gotten. So if you're Derek Fisher and you have 5 rings, but you was the 5th option on all 5, you're not even in this conversation. So when I said, if you're gonna use rings, if this is the conversation you're going to use, then you need to use what the player was when he got those rings. The first 3 rings, Kobe was option 2. He was not option 1. So he has 3 silver rings. The 2 rings that he got later on, he was option 1. LeBron has been option 1 on all 4 of his rings. If you want to use him as some example, Jordan, obviously 6 of his rings was gold, and Scottie Pippen's was silver, right? Those were the point of the conversation. Those 3 rings and who those men were at that moment in time. Shaquille O'Neal, 2000 MVP. He was ranked number 1 in the league, which means anyone that comes after him is a sidekick. 2001, he was ranked number 1 in the NBA. Whoever comes after has to be sidekick. Ranked in 2002, he was ranked number 1, so he was the best player in the league all 3 years, even though he has 1 MVP. The NBA ranked him 1, 1, and 1, which means whoever was on the team with him was the second option. If you don't like the wording, second option, I understand. If you want to use 1B, that's number 2. 1A will be 1, 1B will be 2. So no matter how you word it, second option. And if you can't change the facts of it. I'm sorry, but that is what it was.
Gil, I don't want to interrupt you. So When we were going back and forth today on the comment chain, I conceded that Shaq was definitely the top guy in 2000, the first title run. But Kobe was not the second. He was not a second option. He was not a Robin figure in 2001, 2002. If you want to look at just 2001, Gil, what metric was he ranked number one? Shaq wasn't ranked number one in anything in 2001. Actually, Kobe led the NBA playoffs in win share in 2001, the middle of the two titles, not Shaquille O'Neal. Kobe Bryant was third in value over replacement in the NBA playoffs. Shaquille O'Neal was fourth in VORP in those playoffs. Kobe Bryant led the NBA playoffs in fourth quarter scoring. He led the Lakers in fourth quarter scoring, in clutch scoring. If you would, Gil, be so kind as to enlighten me on who the other lead dogs are. Just let's even leave out. Actually, no. Who in the 1980s was Magic Johnson the lead dog on all of those titles?
I wouldn't think so.
You would. Well, which ones was he and which ones wasn't he?
I was born in '82, so
Gil, you're older than I am.
But I can.
I know all of So was Kareem the lead dog or was Magic the lead dog in the 1980s?
They both shared the responsibility. So at some point, probably 84, 85, it switched and became Magic's team, and Kareem had to take a back seat because he was older.
Gil, what if I were to tell you that Magic Johnson never led an NBA postseason in scoring for the Los Angeles Lakers in any of his title runs?
He wasn't a scorer, so I would imagine that.
But you're just talking about all scoring in this matchup with Shaq and Kobe. You're not taking into account the pivotal nature that he played in the offense as a whole, in the fact that he was playing the best player on the other side from a perimeter defensive standpoint. You're not taking into account that Kobe was the go-to guy in the fourth quarter, Gil. Let me ask you this.
Yeah,
How can Shaquille O'Neal be the 1A option, the number one option, when he's never the number one option in the fourth quarters? And I'll concede to you 2000. But in 2001 and 2002, Gilbert, Kobe Bryant led the Lakers in clutch time scoring, however you want to define it. The last 5 minutes of a game within 5 points or less, Kobe Bryant led. If you want to look in the last 2 minutes of a one-score game, 3 points or less, Kobe Bryant led. He led the Lakers substantially over Shaq. It goes beyond, hold on, Gil, and I'll turn it back over to you. It goes beyond clutch time scoring, though, Gilbert. Look at just the fourth quarters as a totality in the playoffs, the entire postseason runs in 2001 and 2002. Kobe Bryant led the Lakers in just fourth quarter scoring. He outscored Shaq 128-100 in the fourth quarter scoring through the 2001 playoffs.
Okay.
All right. He outscored Shaq 145-114 in the fourth quarter of the 2002 playoffs. So literally any level you look to in the fourth quarter, the entirety of the game, in close games, Kobe Bryant is the guy with the ball in his hands. He's the one that had the responsibility to take and make those shots and get the Lakers over the finish line. In any other scenario that you want to paint, and I dare you, in fact, it would make me giddy to see it. Please find me another 1A option on a dynastic team at any point in time in the 2000s or before that was not the guy that had the bulk of the responsibility in winning time, because it was Kobe in spades over Shaq. It's not close, Gilbert, in the last two rings. So please find me someone. Was it Kevin Durant in 2017-18? Was it Steph Curry in the two off ones? Was it, I don't know, LeBron James? Find me someone that didn't do that and was considered, a sidekick or a Robin. Go ahead.
Okay, this game is 48 minutes, not the last 5 minutes. Usually the last 5 minutes goes to your guy who can create his own shot, which at that point was Kobe Bryant. Shaquille couldn't shoot free throws, which hurt them in the last 5 minutes because everyone doubled and triple teamed Shaquille O'Neal, or, the rule hack-a-Shaq was created to keep the ball out of Shaq's hands. So therefore the guard, which was Kobe, took advantage of that. That's why he has those clutch points, because you couldn't go to Shaquille O'Neal at the end of the game. The reason he has a lot of fourth quarter points is because everyone doubled Shaq and he got the ball. So that's one metric. Just like LeBron James, when Kyrie got the ball the last 5 minutes, because he wasn't the go-to guy. So an option 2 turns into an option 1. So the first 43 minutes of a game, it's Shaquille O'Neal, but because he couldn't shoot free throws, it became Kobe in the last 5 minutes. That's why you have to narrow it down to the last 5 minutes. Most big guys who dominated, that shot the ball, they shot free throws, they dominated all the way through. So like a Jokic, you can go to him in the fourth quarter because he can shoot free throws. You can go to Dirk in the fourth quarter because he can shoot free throws. Duncan still had Ginobili, who ran most of the offense in the last 5 minutes. He was the fucking fourth, fifth option. But because he knew and had the ability to score the ball and create his own shots away from double teams, because no one was doubling Ginobili, just like nobody in 2000, 2001, 2002 was not doubling Kobe Bryant. He played one-on-one. Do you know I played, right?
Yes,
During
Gilbert.
that time, I played him 4 times. I can even tell you this. All them defensive shares you want to use, can you tell me who the second best shooting guard was in the NBA?
Well, Allen Iverson was an elite.
How many times did he play him, sir?
What they played in the finals in 2001.
Did he guard him? No.
Gilbert, we're talking about the whole playoff run, not the NBA finals.
Perfect. Glad you said that. Okay, so now I have the playoff run. Let's look at Kobe Bryant's matchups. Okay, his first championship, he guarded Nick Anderson against Sacramento. He guarded Penny Hardaway. Penny Hardaway averaged 16 points in the regular season, averaged 21 points in the playoffs against Kobe. The best players on the team was Jason Kidd. Penny was second. He played the Blazers. Steve Smith, who averaged 15 points in regular season, averaged 18 against Kobe. Wallace Smith was second on the team. Then the best player, he played his whole career in those, not his whole career, those first 3 rings, Reggie fucking Miller. Okay, so Reggie was an all-star, not an all-NBA player. He averaged 18 points in the regular season, 23 against Kobe. And I took out the game where Kobe got hurt and Reggie Miller had 33 and 35, and he still bust his ass. Okay, now year 2. Chip 2, Steve Smith again. Doug Christie. Antonio motherfucking Daniels. Antonio averaged 9 points in the regular season. He averaged 19 against Kobe. And then against Allen Iverson, he didn't guard Allen Iverson. He guarded Aaron fucking McKee. Okay, now our third year, Chip 3, Bonzi Wells, Bruce Bowen, Doug Christie, Kerry Kittles. Right? So when we say the great defense, who challenged him defensively? No one.
Gilbert, in the 2001 playoffs, which was the middle year, NBA league-wide scoring averages that year was 93.6 points per game. Okay? I'm well aware that you played and you watch the game and cover it right now. League scoring in the regular season this year is 113 points per game right now. It was 93.6 in those playoffs, in the 2001 playoffs, all right? They played 450-plus win opponents in those playoffs. If you look at the record, the win-loss record of 4 opponents in a postseason run, that 2001 run was the second most challenging run in NBA history. If you look at SRS, which is simple rating system, it's the second hardest run in NBA playoff history. And yet in those 2001 playoffs, Gil, the Lakers lost 1 game. It was an overtime game in game 1 at Staples in the NBA Final Series. That's it, 1 game. And their differential in those playoffs was 12.8. That is second best ever. It's the second highest net differential in NBA playoff history. So what I'm telling you, Gil, is the second or first or whatever, a top 3 most difficult run ever. The Lakers had a top 3 most dominant outcome. And that is because Shaq and Kobe were just the 2 best players. It's because Shaq was the best player in the front and Kobe was the best player in the back. And it wasn't a sidekick or a Robin situation. I want to drill more into the 2001. Hold on, Gilbert. Let's drill in more into the 2001 real quick. Kobe averaged 29.4 points per game. That playoffs. Okay. Hold on. Kobe averaged 29.4 points per game in that, right? So part of the thing that really gets me worked up about this whole conversation is because you're delegitimizing the rings in order to prop LeBron up. So let's look at LeBron as the number one option, as you would say, in all 4 of his title runs that he won. He was the number one option, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So in 2001, Kobe scored 29.4 points. The Lakers as a team scored 103.4 in that postseason run. That's 28.5% of the team scoring for that playoff run. 28%. If you look at LeBron's second, third, and fourth title runs, that would be 2013 with Miami. He scored roughly 26 of the 97 points for the Heat. So less points per game, and it's roughly 26 points of the output for the Heat in those playoffs. So Kobe scored more per game and accounted for more total offense than LeBron James did in LeBron's second title run, 2013 Miami. Please fact check these. Both of you, anyone on the chat, anyone watching, please feel free to fact check this. Okay. 2016, the Cavaliers run, you know, the 3-1 comeback that made LeBron the GOAT. He averaged 25.9 points per game. The Cavaliers as a team in that postseason scored 105. That's roughly 25% of the team's output. Let's move on to the 2020 bubble championship, where, by the way, Anthony Davis led that postseason in both points and win share in the 2020. But anyway, LeBron averaged, notice I'm not looking any of this up, by the way, but please fact check me. 27.6 points per game for LeBron in the 2020 run, and that was of the 113 points per game that the Lakers scored. So again, that's like 24%. So Gil, what I'm telling you here is 22-year-old Kobe Bryant, who you are asserting to me was a second option and a Robin, averaged more points per game than 3 of LeBron's 4 title runs, and it was a higher percentage of the team's output than 3 of LeBron's 4 title runs. So maybe you do need to redefine second option or Robin. Maybe it's you. Maybe you have to think up a better word to utilize, because if that's the second option, if a 22-year-old Kobe Bryant playing harder competition than LeBron, scoring more than LeBron, while averaging a higher percentage of the points than LeBron did, I think we really need to reevaluate the way you're terming a second option in Kobe Bryant's case. And again, Gil, this is while he led the team in assists all of those years and led the team in scoring in the fourth quarter and in clutch time.
Okay, lucky for me.
Help me, Gil, help me.
Okay, so I wanted to ask the people who played against him. So I asked Kenyon Martin, what was your scouting report? Double Shaq, get the ball out of his hands. Okay. How about Kobe? Man to man. Okay. Mike Bibby. Double Shaq, make him see 3 people. Okay. I asked Bonzi Wells, double Shaq, guard Kobe man, push him left. Hold on, let me see. What is it? Antonio Daniels, double Shaq, get the ball out of his hands. So when you say someone averaged 29, there is a reason they averaged 29. Now, here's a clip. So you can see it for yourself. So that's Shaquille O'Neal. Now, okay. Now, I don't give a fuck who you pass the ball to. You're by yourself. Okay? You see, there's 3 people here. That means whoever he passes the ball to, that is a wide open shot, right? Doesn't matter.
Are you asking me a question or still going?
No, I'm telling you, that's a wide open shot. Here we go. Kobe is on this. This is Kobe's man. Oh, so hold on. So
Gil, you literally, I said a lot.
No, because when you say
I said a lot, Gil, and you show me 2 or 3 clips of plays. That's it. You want to answer anything I said though?
Yes.
Chances every time Ori has given or a different
So we know this is Kobe right here, right?
look. At some point, though, Ori's going to have to start playing a little bit more straight up and just say, what kind of game do you
Okay, that's
really have?
okay. So that is Shaquille, right? Being double teamed.
Here's the double on O'Neal.
Wide open. Wide open.
Shot clock down to 7. Fisher picked up on the switch. Bryant.
Right? So when you say someone averaged 29, you have to look at the scouting report. The scouting report on Sacramento, he averaged 30 points in that series. So this is the year he averaged 29 because I knew that was the year you were going to use. So it was easy for me. So I asked Mike Bibby, what was your scouting report then? I asked the players then. It was to triple team him to get the ball out of Shaquille O'Neal's hand, which means Kobe gets to eat that series. The second series, Spurs, where he averaged 33 points a game.
Wait, Gil. Can we hear what Shaq and Tim Duncan averaged in that series?
Shaq averaged the Spurs.
The Spurs one. The Western Conference Finals, Gil, that was the real NBA Finals that year.
Shaq averaged 13, 7, and 1.2 blocks. Kobe averaged 33, 9, and 5.
And Tim Duncan too. What about him?
I didn't look up Tim Duncan because he wasn't guarding Tim Duncan. He was guarding Bruce Bowen.
Like 23. It was like 23, 12, and 4 and 4 for Duncan. Kobe was easily the best player in that San Antonio Spurs series in 2001.
He's the best.
I'll tell you what. You can laugh. You can laugh.
Think about why, if the scouting report is to get the ball out of Shaq's hands, that means option 2 gets to eat because he's not the focal point of the defense in that series. He wasn't the focal point in none of the series. The ball was to the game plan in every single series. Double Shaquille, the Matrix wrote double Shaq on the catch or on his dribble. Man-to-man Kobe. So if you're saying someone was the best player and he averaged 29, he's playing swing offense while the main attraction is being double teamed. You have to put it in context on why he was the best player in that series.
Gil.
Look at the number and say, oh, boom, he averaged 29. Why? Because Shaq was getting quadruple teamed. Just you want to see it again?
Skap, do you just so we can get clarity, right?
This is how Shaquille O'Neal was being played. If he was being played man-to-man in any series, he will average fucking 50 points. We couldn't stop him. If you look at the rosters back then, every team averaged about 3.5 to 4 centers because we couldn't stop that guy right there. Everybody else was playing man-to-man against the rest of the team.
Gil, you want to know what? I said a lot about LeBron versus Kobe in this context, okay? But it's not just LeBron. If you want to look at every guy you would ordain the lead option from, like every elite player from 2000, from this century to now, who would it be? It would be LeBron, Tim Duncan, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at 4 of the 5 rings where Duncan was the lead guy, if you look at 2 of the rings where Durant was the lead guy, 2 of the rings where Curry was the lead guy, like I said, 3 of the 4 LeBron rings, none of them, not a single one of them, ever averaged more than Kobe Bryant's 29.4 in the 2001 playoff run. None of them. And none of them ever eclipsed 28.4 points per game of offensive production for his team. No one, Gil. So, and you're all hold on. I just want to understand what you're saying. You're discounting all of that by showing me 3 clips of highlights and saying Shaq had 4 people on him, so Kobe had 1 guy on him. That's your answer.
You can watch every game. It's the same thing. Every game. So it don't matter what game you want to pull up, sir. That's why I went to the game. We can watch the game if you want to. They're going to play Kobe man-to-man. They're going to quadruple that dude right there. So when you say he averaged 29, yes, he got to eat because they was focusing on him. So when you ask, his production was better than these guys' number ones, yes, it was. That's not the argument here. Yes, his production of 29 points a game was better than today's options number ones, but you're forgetting the option number one on the team production was better also. See,
Gil,
let
me ask you a question.
Kobe, you're not comparing him to LeBron. You're comparing him to who made him the second option.
And that's the very basis of this conversation. It is, in its heart, a LeBron-Kobe conversation, because this all stems from you marginalizing these 3 rings from Kobe and trying to belittle them in some way to hoist LeBron above him. But LeBron took measures into his own hands to alleviate pressure in his own right, Gilbert. Kobe never had an elite third option on a team ever. Not on the Shaq teams, not on the Pau Gasol teams. LeBron James had perennial all-stars and Hall of Famers as his third option in 3 of his 4 title runs. And then in the 4th title, where he only had 1, it was Anthony Davis, but Anthony Davis was a co-lead. He led the playoffs in scoring. He led the playoffs in win share. And he was top 5 in MVP that year. He was first team All-NBA, first team All-NBA defense, finished 2nd in Defensive Player of the Year that year. Anthony Davis was a top 5 player. He anchored the Lakers defense in the 2020 playoffs. So the one time that LeBron did not have an elite perennial all-star third option to win a title was in 2020 when he had the 3rd or 4th best player in the NBA in Anthony Davis. Okay, we're talking at its heart of what the rings mean, how they got them, what kind of help they had to achieve them, and what does that mean overall to their legacies, Kobe versus LeBron. It is your opinion that Kobe's 3 don't count because he had Shaq on his team while all 4 of LeBron's do. And you tiptoe around the Magic Kareem question. You can't even answer it. Basically, I don't know. Some years it was Kareem, some years it was Magic. But you're okay with saying that in their context, but you're not okay in admitting that in the Shaq and Kobe context. Finally, did you watch the 2 Pau Gasol ring titles, Gil? Did you watch those games?
Yes.
Because Kobe was mobbed. He had the 3 or 4 people on him that whole playoff run. So riddle me this, Gilbert. How did Kobe still average 30 points per game in those 2 playoff runs, and Pau Gasol, his second option, averaged like 18 points per game in the entirety of those 2 playoff runs? If Kobe then was taking the lion's share of the totality of the coverages that you are pointing out that Shaq was receiving in those first 3 rings, which accounted for Kobe scoring 30 points per game, how is it that Kobe still scored 30 points per game when he didn't have Shaq and Pau Gasol only scored 18 as the second fiddle there? How is that? Shouldn't Gasol then be scoring 30 points per game with all that space, Gilbert, and all that freedom to roam around because of all the attention going to Kobe? It's weird how that doesn't equal out.
Because they're not the same player, sir.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you know Kobe is very different than Paul Gasol. So when Shaq is being doubled and he's passing it to Kobe fucking Bryant, that output is a lot different than going to Paul Gasol, right? Paul Gasol's numbers went up. He looked a lot better. Shit, he's getting a fucking jersey in the he's getting a jersey in Staples because of what he did from receiving the ball from Kobe when Kobe was being doubled, right? You have to put it in perspective of who the people are and what they were then, right? I asked Derek Fisher, I said, when did Kobe Bryant become the best player on the team? He said, during the same year you're talking about, Kobe felt he was the number 1 option during the playoffs because they were doubling the Shaq and he was getting these points. So he was arguing that he is the number 1 option. So going into the 2002-2003 season, that was his energy. Now, you got to ask yourself, when Kobe became the number 1 option in 2002-2003, they didn't win. When they got Karl Malone and Gary Payton and he was the number 1 option, they still didn't win. When Shaq got booted off the team because Kobe was the man now, do you know where his defensive rating went? See, when you talk about someone's defense, you got to think about the fucking giant back there. See, that's the problem here. There's a giant back there that everyone's scared to drive the ball against until he gets his second foul. So Kobe's defense looked amazing when Shaq was there. He was second team, first team. And then when Shaq left, he wasn't rated in the top 25. He wasn't rated. He was ranked 20.
First team All-NBA for like 6 more years after Shaq left.
Once he got Gasol, once he got somebody who understood.
No, Gilbert, no. In 2005, 2006, when Kobe Bryant was leading the NBA in scoring fact check me, at 35.4 points per game, where he, averaged 40 for a month, dropped 50 in 4 straight, scored 81 in a game, outscored the Mavericks through 3 quarters, and had Kwame Brown and Chris Mim as his principal bigs. Kobe Bryant was first team All-NBA defense, Gilbert. Fact check me. Look it up right now. 2005, 2006, Kobe Bryant was first team All-NBA defense. Was he not?
Yeah. Now we're going to go to who did he guard? Do you know in his position?
Gilbert, he played 80 games that year. Okay, he guarded the whole NBA.
No. Do you know who he guarded during this period in time? You got to put everything in perspective. Where was the power at the shooting guard? Where was the shooting guards? Where was Wade? Where was Iverson? Where was T-Mac? Where was Vince? Where was Ray Allen at the time? Where was Marbury at the time? The best players he played against in the Western Conference was Eddie fucking Jones in Charlotte. That might have been East too. Mano fucking Ginobili coming off the bench as a 6th man. These were the top shooting guards that Kobe had to defend. He only had to guard them 2 times a year. Everybody else, when I told you the playoff run and I said those names, Bonzi Wells, Bruce Bowen, Doug Christie, Kerry King, like those were the people that he defended. But it's easy. It's easy to guard when you have Shaquille O'Neal or Dwight Howard back there. Yeah. As a guard, it's easy to push someone to him or play hard type defense. It's easy then. That's why I always challenge defensive ratings, because you don't factor in what needs to be factored in, right? You got to figure out who is his back line. How great is his back line? Because he can't stop me if Shaq is not there. I don't want to get hit by Shaquille O'Neal and Shaquille O'Neal don't have any fouls. But as long as Shaq has 0 fouls, I'm going to take jump shots, which means you get to play amazing defense because I get to shoot jumpers. If Shaq has his 2 fouls in the first quarter, I'm driving all day. See, so you have to be able to put it in perspective on who he guarded, who guarded him, and what was the game plan at that moment in time. Kobe was 20-21, 21-22. When he became Kobe Bryant that we love, he got rid of Shaq because Shaq was in his way. He wanted to be the number 1 option. And when he got rid of Shaq, he said, Phil must go too, because I don't want no handcuffs on my game so people can see everything he had to offer to the game. And once he did, then he tried to win again. And that's when he started getting Paul Gasol, Metta World Peace.
Pau Gasol is your big answer to this. Let me ask you a secondary question. Hold on, let me ask you another question, Gil. Shaquille O'Neal played with a multitude of not just all-stars, but with legendary Hall of Fame players without Kobe Bryant. When he was in Orlando, when Shaquille O'Neal was in Orlando, he played with Penny Hardaway. Hold on. Just let me finish my point. He played with Penny Hardaway. Those were the 2 years Jordan was out of the NBA. So Penny Hardaway, those 2 years were first team All-NBA. Penny Hardaway was first team All-NBA at the 2. The years that Shaq had the playoff runs with Orlando. He then goes to LA. And guess what? Kobe was 17 years old when Shaq arrived in LA. He was a nobody. He was coming off the bench the first year, the second year primarily as well. But guess what though, Gil? They had all-star guards there in LA for Shaquille O'Neal. He had Nick Van Exel. He had Eddie Jones. Those guys were making all-stars then. Shaquille O'Neal made an all-star one year with Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones. All three of them made an all-star team, and Kobe was just a second consideration on that team. What happened? Oh, Shaq was getting swept every year out of the playoffs is what was happening until Kobe Bryant became Kobe Bryant. Then in a 5-year span, they win 3 NBA titles. After that, Shaq went to Dwayne Wade, a prime ascending Dwayne Wade. Who would take the mantle of first-team All-NBA caliber within those next few years when he was playing with Shaq. That was the only other title Shaq ever won. So he has all these All-Stars before Kobe, can't win shit. He has Dwayne Wade to win 1, but what else? He played with MVP LeBron as well. He played with MVP Steve Nash in the Phoenix Suns. He played with the big 3 Boston Celtics. With all of that, Shaq managed to never win more than 1 ring without Kobe Bryant. Kobe got basically trash after Shaq left for 10 years, and yet he still found a way to win more finals. He went to more finals than Shaq went to without Kobe. He won more titles without Shaq than Shaq won without Kobe. And that is despite playing with substantially better players. You're pointing to Pau Gasol. Pau Gasol, before he got to LA, made 1 All-Star, no All-NBA selections in 7 seasons. That's it. He goes to LA and Kobe just rips off 3 straight finals appearances, back-to-back titles against 50-win teams at every round in every series with Pau Gasol and literally nothing else. Pau Gasol is essentially akin to Kevin Love and Chris Bosh from a standpoint of who these players were before and after the join-ups. So basically, Kobe, with the 3rd option for LeBron, ran through a harder gauntlet than LeBron. And this is why it annoys me when people like you try to smugly disparage and dismiss the 3 rings with Shaq, because when you dig into them, he was better than any of the 1 options in this century with Shaq. And then he loses Shaq, gets literally a fringe one-time All-Star, and wins 2 more against an insanely loaded field. And you sit here and try to say, Paul Gasol, he got, and then nobody else you can think of, because there was nobody else on those teams, Gil.
Okay, now
and Kobe was winning defensive. He was making defensive first teams without Shaq.
So you're missing. You're using context, but you're not using it the way you're supposed to use it. Now, when Shaq went to Orlando, were they a playoff contingent championship type of caliber team? No. They got the number 1 pick. They got the number 1 pick and a number 2 pick to get Shaq and Penny, which means they wasn't that fucking good, right? So he only
went to the NBA Finals.
But yeah, they played against a real NBA Finals team.
They beat Gilbert. Hold on. Real quick. I'll turn it back over to you real quick. They beat Jordan. Jordan came back.
They beat Jordan, who just came back in the wearing fucking 45, playing baseball, smoking cigars. That wasn't Michael Jordan.
The Bulls the year before, won like 57 games without Jordan. Should have been in the NBA Finals. They got hosed by officiating. Jordan then comes back the next year, like 17 games before the playoffs began. They had a full team intact. I'm not saying that they didn't catch Jordan less than 100%, but the Orlando Magic beat that team, Gil, in 6. And you're telling me that the Magic weren't supposed to be a contender? They won 60 games that year, and you're making it seem like they weren't a contender.
And who did they lose about? And who did they lose to? A veteran team.
The team.
Yes, they lost to a veteran team because they were young, right? This team was young. They wasn't veterans. Shaq was 21. They were young. See, when Shaq primed up, Kobe was his Robin. When Kobe primed up, Gasol was his Robin, right? You got to think about who the players were during the time that they were winning the chip. When Shaq came to the Lakers, they wasn't ready. They wasn't ready to win. He got him a perfect number. That no number one can win a chip without a perfect number two. When Jordan got Scottie Pippen, when they was losing to Detroit, Scottie Pippen wasn't ready yet. When Scottie Pippen became Scottie Pippen, that's when you couldn't beat them anymore. When Scottie Pippen was young and he was trying to figure out this game, Jordan was still losing. See, you have to put the game in perspective. You can't just throw out, oh, Shaquille O'Neal went to Phoenix Suns at 35, and then he went to Cleveland at fucking 37 and went to Boston at 38. He's useless. We was laughing at that mother, but he was useless. His best years was the first 2 years, and this is a true story. When he got to Miami, Dwayne Wade started turning over his game. When they didn't win and they got Gary Payton, Shaquille O'Neal didn't start that season. Dwayne Wade showed the team that he can carry. When Shaq came back against the Lakers, Dwayne Wade shot all the motherfucking shots. Shaquille O'Neal got mad, and Gary Payton had to sit him down and says, only way we win a championship is if the ball is in Dwayne Wade's hands. So you're going to have to be Robin to Dwayne Wade. And he accepted it, and they won. He was a shell of himself. You can't use the back end of someone's career, because if we want to do that, what happened to Kobe after he won his 2 chips? He's still Kobe Bryant, but then obviously you look at the rest of the fucking team, they became trash, right? A number one needs a perfect number two to win at any level in this game. If you go with anybody and you say who is the number one option, Jokic is the best motherfucker in the NBA. Who takes the fucking shots at the end of the game? Who takes all the big shots? Murray. No one's fucking ball.
You want to compare their clutch time scoring this year, Murray and Jokic?
Skap, you got to concede to that one. That is true, though.
Because he hits a couple big shots in playoff games. Was Robert Horry the big closer for the Lakers? He just hit some big shots. They design action for Jamal Murray, and he hits big shots.
No, he takes big shots because he's creating the offense, right? He is in the last 5 minutes of the game, he becomes the main focal point with Jokic. Jokic carries the team 43 minutes, and then him and Murray kind of switches.
Murray gets the bulk of his action in late game situations because Jokic is creating it for him, which is the same case as, look, you're treating Kobe Bryant. Hold on, you're treating Kobe Bryant like he's John Paxson or Robert Horry, like or Ray Allen in the corner for LeBron. That's not what Kobe was. Kobe was in isolation, creating shots, and he was leading the way down the stretch in those clutch moments in the first 3 title runs. It's not the same.
Do you want to watch some games? Because Jokic making passes. Right?
How are we diverting to Jokic from Kobe?
What I'm saying is, if Jokic is making passes, and that's how Murray's getting his points, and Shaquille O'Neal is getting triple team, and he's making passes out of the triple team, he's actually creating points for everybody else, because those are the open men.
Explain to me this. How did LeBron James create the last shot for Kyrie Irving in the 2016 finals in Game 7? How did LeBron create that shot for Kyrie Irving?
Did he?
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
He just literally dribbled the ball up in isolation and shot the ball. Yeah. There's differences between catch and shoot or whatever, or being off action versus isolation in those kinds of situations. Kobe Bryant was an ISO scorer through and through his whole career.
Then, sir, he was not doing that. That ball went to Shaquille O'Neal, and then they played out of that.
Let me.
How about this? Can I ask you a question? If Kobe Bryant was the number one option in your mind, then why would he then want to use his leverage in 04 to get rid of him?
Because he was tired of people like you back then presenting a ridiculous narrative that he can't win without Shaq. That's true. Kobe, look, you're bringing up, Gil, you bring up people you text, people that say this, whatever. Kobe Bryant was on the record saying, I never cared when people were saying that I couldn't do it without Shaq. But when Shaq started thinking that too, is when it really started to get to me, because in his mind, they were just co-best players. And hold on, one more thing.
There's no such thing as cold. There's always.
You just said earlier when we started this conversation, you said Kareem and Magic were. You said it.
But I don't know.
Go back and look at it.
No career.
You said, "Oh, I don't know. Sometimes it was Kareem. Sometimes it was Magic."
Depending on the years, I don't know. But I don't know their careers like that. I was in the moment. I was in the league. I had the game plan for these guys. I was in the Western Conference. I played them 4 times. I know what the game plan was, right? I talked to the guys in the Western. I know what the game plan was.
Okay, Gil, let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Since you know the game plan so much because you talk to these guys like off the record in these secret text chats, can you tell me what Bruce Bowen says about Kobe Bryant? Because I'm going to make a video and I'm going to put up exactly what Bruce Bowen said about Kobe Bryant. And just for those of you
in 2000, 2001, and 2002,
for the listeners out there who don't know who Bruce Bowen is, he was a perennial Defensive Player of the Year finalist for the dynastic mid-2000s Spurs. So a guy that was defending the wing on the perimeter, who was a Defensive Player of the Year finalist for like 5 or 6 years. He played in the late 90s against Jordan. He played in the early and mid 2000s against Kobe.
They know who, Bill. They know who he is.
Played against LeBron. And go find it. We can please look it up. Just Google, all of you, Bruce Bowen's comments on Kobe Bryant. He says that Kobe is the second greatest player in NBA history behind only Jordan. It's Jordan and then it's Kobe. So that is what this whole conversation to me boils down to, why I'm defending the veracity of these 3 rings, because I think that they do not delegitimize Kobe taking the place as the number 2 greatest player of all time, whereas you, Gil, and a whole lot of other Kobe haters out there like to say, oh, no, he can't. We just have to dismiss Kobe as a case for number 2. We have to dismiss Kobe over LeBron because of Shaq, because he had Shaq on the 3.
Can I ask you one question, Skap?
Insane.
Skap, let me ask you one question, because
yeah, go.
Let me ask him one question, because this is always very interesting to me. I think even they've been saying it in the chat, so I appreciate everybody in the chat chiming in, and we're gonna get to some of y'all comments in a minute. And you've talked a lot about Kobe's scoring prowess, and you've talked about his clutch scoring, and you've hinged Kobe not being what most people would define as a number 2 option, because he scores more than most number 2 options. So by your definition of a number 2 option, for example, I think the greatest number 2 option in NBA history was Scottie Pippen. If Scottie Pippen was just a little bit better scorer, and instead of averaging 20 points per game, let's say he averaged 26 or 27 points per game, closer to the number that Jordan averaged, would that then by default change Pippen's role from a number 2 option to a number 1 option because he scored a few more points? Or with Scottie Pippen with the 6 championships, very key role, if he scores a few more points, does that make you a 1B? Is it all embedded in the scoring for you?
First of all, I'm not the hold on, Gil, the question was to me. First of all, I'm not the one diminishing this to scoring. I'm saying that Kobe brought other elements to the table outside of scoring, but Gil is the one that, perhaps not in this conversation, but the thing that I made the video on about who is the best killer. Gil, I've seen Gil discuss that Kobe didn't score as much as Shaq, therefore he couldn't have been considered the 1 option. But when you're taking your Scottie Pippen example,
to be fair,
taking your Scottie Pippen example, Jordan was scoring like 30, 31 points per game, and Pippen was scoring like 19, 18, 19. It's like 13, 14 points per game difference. Kobe was scoring like 1 or 2 points less than Shaq. And who was the go-to guy in the clutch time? Who was the go-to guy in the last shot? Who was the guy in the you're shaking your head.
My question, no, but Skap, Skap, my question.
Hold on, we can go relive the stats. The points. 2001 Kobe, 128
Skap,
fourth quarter points.
hold on, Skap,
200
you're getting away from
Shaq.
the question.
145 to 114 Kobe over Shaq in the fourth quarter in 2002.
Skap,
So
Skap.
was
Can we
that
get to
Pippen
the
though?
question?
Bro, was Pippen that guy for Jordan?
No, Skap. But you're just talking about scoring.
He didn't need to be that guy for Jordan.
Kobe led the Lakers in assists every year he played in the NBA, and he was a first.
Shaquille O'Neal, Jesus Christ. We get that. We know who, like, if I get to pass the ball to Shaquille O'Neal, I get all my assists from Shaquille O'Neal. Of course, I'm an average. It's Shaquille O'Neal down there. Come on. Let's just be honest here. Now, I seen your video. My comment was the 3 rings, which was 57 games. 57 games is the 3-ring years where Shaq averaged 30, 14, 2.4 rebounds. 2.4 blocks. Kobe averaged 25, 5, and 5. Right? Now, you knew that. And you didn't want to use all of the playoff metrics because obviously Kobe's early years, right? It kind of messes up the argument. So what you did was you wanted to add in 02, 03, 03, 04, where Kobe, where I agreed, became the number 1 option, which puts his points higher and Shaq points lower. So you can say, hey, Shaq averaged 27 and Kobe averaged 26. But during the championship run, it was 30 points per game versus 25. It was 14 rebounds a game versus 5. Now, in your world, there's a 1B. In reality, that's not a real thing. There's not a trophy on this green God's earth that has 1A and 1B. And if it did, whoever 1B is 2. It's still 2. I don't care how you word it. It's 2. There's 1A, then there's 1B. When we finish the finish line, if I finish at 10.1 and you finish at 10.1.5, you're second place still. It don't matter. You can compare yourself to all the number 2s. You're the best number 2 option alive. Cool. But you're still the number 2 option to that man. If LeBron played with Shaq then, he would have been the number 2 option too. If Dwayne Wade was Kobe first, he would have been the number 2 option too. Everybody would have been the number 2 option to the person they call the most dominant. There's a reason that they say it that way. The most dominant ever. Because he was so dominating that, like, I didn't even notice. I had to have a general manager explain the defensive rule. They said that zone defense was in a long time ago, which I don't, because something happened in 2001. They used to use the real zone where we can put somebody in front of Shaq and behind Shaq, because once they seen that he was winning championships, we couldn't stop him. So we want to put somebody in front and in back in a real zone type of coverage, because once he got the ball, we couldn't stop him. So everybody looked better than they really were. But Kobe was still Kobe. Yes, he was who he was. He was gonna beat God no matter what. But unfortunately, there was a demigod on the team. Period. You can't take that away, right? Who gives a shit if he's better than the rest of the number 2s? Okay, he finished the game. He finished when he was the number 2.
Better than all the number 1s.
Today's game, cool.
No, during his time.
But he wasn't better than the number 1 that made him number 2.
If he's better than every number 1 since 2000, I'm saying since the first Lakers title, 99-2000, if he's better in 2001 than every single number 1 option since then until right now today, practically, other than maybe Nikola Jokic and Giannis Antetokounmpo, other than maybe those 2, which I didn't run their numbers. Other than those 2, every number 1 option that's won a title, Kobe was better than them in 2001. So whatever you want to call him, my point to you is, how are we taking points and crediting off for him winning those 3 rings, Gil? I think that's what it boils down to. Why do you get to say that those 3 rings don't count while all of LeBron's 4 count, all of Magic's 5 count, but not all of Kobe's. That's my overall issue and question. I don't give a damn what you want to call it. Second, Robin, whatever. What I'm saying is he's got 5 rings, and those, at least 2 of the 5 are every bit as good as any number one's ring this century, period. So he has, at the very least, 4 legitimate rings, and 2 of those rings are the best 2 we've seen this century. That's why I put him up at number 2 all time. But people like you will say, oh, he can't be because he had Shaq, because LeBron didn't have Shaq. But LeBron had 2 perennial All-Stars and Hall of Famers on 3 of his 4 title runs.
That helped him get 4 rings, right? So you discredit.
And Anthony Davis.
But what I'm saying is you discredit his 4, but you want to. So if you're going to discredit, you got to do it across the board. Is the thing that I do. You have to do it across the board. Have you seen he teamed up for the 75? See, there's a reason that. See, I don't. Because this is how they vote, they do put a point system on rings and how you attain them. That's not my opinion. That's a fact. Right? So
only you people that want to disparage Kobe and take a dump on his legacy are the people that want to talk about how he got those first 3 rings and say that they do. Look, you say whatever, second option, Robin. People say carried. It's a ludicrous commentary, Gil. It's ludicrous.
So wait, so your TV spits out the information that our defense is telling us? I don't think so. So you're telling me that Mike Bibby is wrong, Sean Marion's wrong, Duncan wrong, Derek Fisher's wrong, Bonzi Wells, Kenyon Martin is wrong on the game plan when they played the Lakers.
I don't know, Gil. I'd have to see what you're talking. I'd have to see them on record. I'd have to hear what they're telling me. You want me to you just want me to believe what you're saying on the text message?
Not really. I can just show you the text message.
Can we look at what? Go ahead and find out what Bruce Bowen is saying about Kobe being the second greatest player ever.
But
what about that?
But was he the second? See, was he the second greatest player ever in 2000, 2001, 2002? See, you're using all of his career when I'm talking about just 3 years.
So, but is it your opinion then that Kobe can be the second best player ever, having the 3 rings with Shaq the way he has them? Yes or no?
I have him as the third best player ever. The third best player ever, and he's my favorite player of all time. He's my favorite player of all time. You
keep saying that, but then you keep having these discussions about
because it's sports. I'm not biased. I got married on 12/12/24. 24, 12 and 12 is 24. And so Kobe. I got married on that date for a reason. I'm a Kobe fan, but I'm just not I love greatness overall. I just love greatness. I like how it thinks. I like how it moves. Right? If I have to pick one in a one-on-one battle, I'm taking Kobe all day. This is not about, but you still have careers. Kobe didn't get to finish his career. He started off his career slow, right? And he ended his career on an Achilles. That counts. I'm sorry, that counts. So when you put both careers together, I have him jumping. I have LeBron jumping him. I have LeBron at 2. I have Kobe at 3.
Based on what, though?
Based on me.
Based on just longevity stats.
Just everything. Just the game itself, how I played, how we had to guard them. Yes.
So you're okay with hearing Kobe over LeBron, though? At the
end, I don't mind. But think about it. We're both wrong, because when they do a top 75 list, it is considered expert. People who put in all of the information, not just the biased information that we want to use. They put in all of the information of someone's legacy, the good, the bad, right? Those are peers, just like court, right? Just like you go to the court, it's a jury of your peers that's judging you. So they put all these people together. These people vote on the list. Now they have Kobe at 10. So our list don't agree with their list, which means if ours don't agree with the ones they call to professionals, then it's just our opinion at that point. It's not a fact. What we're doing, what we're saying, Kobe's 2, you have him 2, I have him 3. That's our opinion at that moment in time. But there is a top 75 list that ranked everybody.
But Gil, I saw you in comments today saying Shaq is better than Kobe. Like Shaq is considered better than Kobe.
In 2000, 2001, 2000.
No, for his career, from a career standpoint.
No, I'm only talking about that time. I know who became the god, right? I know that. I'm talking about in this moment in time, who was the number one option. I was being an asshole because because Nick is a Kobe fan, Rashad is a Kobe fan. So instead of me saying 1B, I just turned 1B into sidekick, right? Just like the Jokic thing, right? When I said 3-time MVP is the worst, instead of ranking him 5th, I just used the word worse because it makes people mad. Knowing if we didn't add all the people, Jordan, Magic, Bird, LeBron, and Jokic, he's going to rank at this moment in time 5th. When I said it 2 years ago, 5th, right? I just used the word worse, right? It's 5th, right? No matter how we slice it and dice it, right now Jokic is 5th, and he's going to eventually move up. And most likely, if he wins another MVP, people will be arguing that he's better than Bird or Magic. And then you can move him to 4th. Then I got to say Magic is the worst or Bird is the worst. I'll figure out how to word it. But it's trigger words that I use to irritate people because that's entertainment.
So you're admitting to intentionally just trying to aggravate people by utilizing these intentionally, I'm just going to say insulting words like, second option or bus rider or carried or Robin. Like you're doing that intentionally just to trigger people.
No, facts. No, because I know if I told you Kobe was 1B, you're going to accept that because we accept you put 1B instead of 2, right? So I know that's how that works, right? Nobody wants to be 2. So, hey, I'm 1A, I'm 1B, right? But I know, okay, well, 1B is still number 2. You just don't want to use the word number 2. So
I would present it like this. The way many people try to paint Kobe and Shaq's pairing is in a Jordan and Pippen type conversation. I look at Kobe and Shaq the same way I look at Kareem and Magic. They're just 2 all-time great elite lead players. Period. And those are the only 2 in NBA history. Pippen was significantly beneath Jordan. Like look at any other example you can come up with. Kobe is not significantly below Shaquille O'Neal, just like Kareem or Magic was not significantly below the other player. Therefore, I view them in a Kareem Magic kind of a setting, not in a Jordan Pippen setting. But that's the way Kobe, for some reason, I'm not saying you're not doing that, but many people do paint Kobe as like a Pippen figure, which is outrageous to me.
No, he wasn't like but see, that's what I'm saying. You're thinking about Kobe's totality, not the 20-year-old who's still trying to find his way. Like we're talking about that guy. We're not talking about 03 to 2016. We're not talking about that guy. We know who that man was, right? We're talking about the 96 to the 02. We see the glimpses. We see the spurts, then we seen, okay, he can take over. And then we're going to be like, okay, shit. After the 2000 championship, we're like, well, he might be number 1 now, right? But you got to remember, at some point before he goes to number 1, he has to be number 2. I know no one wants to accept it. But
he was number 2 in 96, 97, 98, 99, 2000. And then in the middle title, he ascended. And to me, he transcended being called a number 2 option or a Robin or a sidekick. He just did. He got to because you can't differentiate Kareem and Magic. You just think of them both as 2 lead guys. That's how I think of Shaq and Kobe after the first title.
But that's just an opinion. Just like when we talk about Steph Curry and KD, right? Both elite. But they were both prime at the time where wasn't a guy where one was priming and one was getting into his own. They both was prime at the same time, but there was a number one option and there was a number two option, right? No one's going to argue that Steph took a back seat when KD got there. You can argue it, right? It's going to be our opinion at that point, but KD was the go-to guy when he got there, and Curry took a back seat to KD. For
many would fundamentally reject that premise that Curry intentionally played a different way to make the team dynamic work, and that his on-off metrics and whenever he was out of games for a stretch versus KD, that they suffered much more without Curry than without KD. But the difference there though is KD was outscoring Curry like through every stage of the playoffs. And KD was the go-to guy in the fourth quarters. He was the closer. That's more of a murky, to me, it's a fairly murky situation, just like the Kobe Shaq situation. And in hindsight, retroactively looking at KD's career, he hasn't won shit without Curry. Like, he too has had a lot of good teams. He too has had a lot of good supporting casts around him, and he hasn't won a damn thing outside of Steph Curry. Steph Curry has. He's got two without KD.
Because it's the perfect number two option, and that's just how the game is meant. When you see someone that's dominant, they can't win without another dominant second option. I'm sorry, because I guess second option kind of really gets to you, right? So another 1B, right? There's levels of this. That's when it comes to the options too.
There's only been two though, ever.
There's levels to these guys. They fluctuate. Like when KG went to Boston, Paul Pierce needed a KG, but Paul Pierce was still the number one option. Then he had KG, who was more of the Pippen style, where he controlled everything else. Defense, passing, doubles, understood every assignment, but he was the second option on that team, right? Certain number one guys can't get it without the number two. That's just the way it is. But during that moment in time, that's who Kobe was. He was just more advanced than everybody else's number twos. He was so advanced that he was the number, like even in NBA ranking. Even in NBA ranking, he was 2000. He wasn't ranked in 2000. Top 10. Yeah, he wasn't ranked in top 10. No, he wasn't. 2000, he came in at 11th.
Ranked. What are these rankings?
So
some media bestowed award of some sort.
Yeah, you know how the NBA ranks the players.
The NBA rank.
Beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. The one where LeBron was fourth preseason this year. That's what you're referring to?
Which one?
The one where LeBron was ranked fourth preseason this year in the NBA. Yeah. I put a lot of credibility in those rankings.
No. I'm just saying I don't put no credit into it either. Look, I fight at it too because I want to know all the metrics on how some of these things are done, right? But there is a metrics. There is a group that finalizes first team, second team, and third team. And when we see the list, when we argue, remember, we're arguing something that's already a fact. We don't like that fact. So then we use our opinion. And then we start pulling out the stats on what, like right now, top 75, they have LeBron second. All the people who don't like that, they're going to pull out the stats that defutes that. But when all the facts are done, no matter how great your argument was, he's still number two on that list. No matter if you like it or not, it's on the list. He's still two. So you can win your argument against this person, but at the end of the day, the person wins because whoever is close to this list as possible is technically the winner of it. See, when we have these debates, most of these debates are just fucking air because we can't prove them. Right? If Shaq played in today's era, he averaged 1,000 points. No, how the fuck are we supposed to prove that? We can't. Right? We can pull out all the metrics we want. But this argument that we're having, It's already sketched in stone. The debate happened then already. He was an MVP. Shaquille was the MVP. He ranked the best player in the league all those 3 years. He was the most dominant player. He was first team, all this. He was defensive second player, runner-up defensive player of the year. He was finals MVP all 3 years. That are the hard facts. So whoever is on the team with him is option 2. Now, is this option 2 better than a lot of option 1s? Fuck yeah, he was. But he wasn't better than that option 1. See, that's the thing, right? He's better than all the other options because Kobe did rank 4th in the league and 5th in the league during that time. But he's not in front of 1. That's where the argument is won. He is better than everybody you want to name, but the one guy that I keep saying he's behind. That guy ranked 1, 1, and 1. Finals MVP, finals MVP, finals MVP, and he ranked in MVP voting during the league, top 3 every year. You can't remove that. Yeah, you can compare him to everybody you want, but you can't compare him to who I have him behind during those 3 championship runs.
Yeah, sure. The NBA rank is what we're gonna use to determine that Shaq was the best player. Some arbitrary, ridiculous writer combined list that means absolutely nothing. That literally had LeBron James as the 4th best player this year going into the season. Or you're right, maybe we should just look at Finals MVPs. So James Worthy was the best player on the Lakers for the whatever the 80s, right? Because James Worthy won a Finals MVP. Right? Oh, wait. So Jaylen Brown's the best player on the Celtics because Jaylen Brown won the Finals MVP and the Conference MVP last year. Or Andre Iguodala was the best player on the Warriors in 2014, 2015 because he won Finals MVP. I fundamentally reject. That's another premise that I just reject full-heartedly. Is finals. He won Finals MVP all 3 times. Yes, in those 3 series, but the actual finals were being won and played out in the Western Conference. Everyone that watched it at the time knew it.
Oh, okay, but even in the Western Conference final,
look at the 2001 Western Conference Finals. I guess, and let me set the backdrop for that. Hold on, real fast. Some context. In 1999, 2000. I'm sorry. Go back to 98. The Spurs win the championship. Duncan wins Finals MVP. Phil Jackson says, well, there's an asterisk next to that championship because I wasn't in the league, right? Mm-hmm. Because he had left, he'd been ousted by ownership in Chicago. Yeah. He comes back the next year. The Lakers win the championship that season with Shaq and Kobe. And then Greg Popovich says, well, there's an asterisk next to that championship because Duncan was hurt. He didn't play in the postseason in 99, 2000. Mm-hmm. So that 2001 Western Conference Finals was a juggernaut matchup. And guess what? The Lakers weren't the 1 seed, Gil. The Spurs were the 1 seed in the 2001 postseason. The Lakers headed in as the 2 seed in that West Finals in 2001, and the Lakers absolutely dismantled them. They beat them, they swept them 4-0, beat them by 89 points, which if you break it down per game, it was a 22 point per game win amount for that Laker team. Absolutely obliterated them. And you know the numbers. You got them on your screen. Kobe, 33 points, 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 51.5% shooting from the field. Shaquille O'Neal, I'm paraphrasing here, about 27, 13, and 3 in that series. So if they picked a Western Conference Finals in 2001, it would have been Kobe Bryant.
1,000%. But that wasn't
was the finals.
But that wasn't the finals. There was still one more series. Now, who was the best player on the Spurs?
Tim Duncan.
Who was the second best player on the Spurs?
The Spurs were not very good that year. Okay, however, David Robinson was still on the team.
So David Robinson, which means they're 2 big men on defense. Who were they?
You know, wait, hold on. I think Tony Parker wasn't there yet. He wasn't there yet.
Nope. We came in the following year. Nope. So yeah, the best player was Duncan. Second best player was David Robinson, and their defense came from the 4 and the 5. That's why I'm saying they doubled Kobe Bryant. They doubled Shaquille O'Neal, so Shaquille O'Neal can pass it. They wanted the rest of the team to beat them. Kobe's defensive assignment that series was all of Bruce Bowen. Second best player on the team as a guard, Antonio Daniels. He didn't have a defensive assignment, right? So what he got to do was use all of his energy for scoring. That was the purpose. It's called a series for a reason. Everybody has to do their part. So you can't use that series as he was the best and this was the best team. They didn't have nobody who can compete with Kobe offensively nor defensively.
Who was LeBron beating in the Eastern Conference playoffs on the way to the finals every single year? When he had Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh or Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love, he played nobody. So what's your point? Kobe was still better in that series than Shaquille O'Neal was.
But Dwayne Wade and Kobe are in the same boat here. Right, you know when you guys laugh at LeBron got shut down and they lost the Dallas Mavericks, he was the focal point. So that means who played well? Dwayne Wade, the second option, right? Because they were focusing their whole defense on LeBron, picking him up full court, running these people at him. So Dwayne Wade got to eat a lot, but he wasn't the number one option just in that series.
It's shocking, Gil, that Anthony Davis, right, scores. They both scored about 27 points per game for the entirety of the 2020 run. In the 2016 run, LeBron was at like 26 points per game. Kyrie was at like 25 points per game. Mm-hmm. It's shocking that when Kobe's going to 3 straight titles against literally, he played 11 of the 12 opponents, won 50 plus games in those 3 years that he went to 3 consecutive finals, winning back-to-back with Pau Gasol. It's shocking that Kobe scored like 30, 31 points per game for the playoff runs, and Gasol averaged like 18, 17. Like it's shocking that all these other second options that get to eat because their first options are taking all of the attention. It's crazy that nobody on those Lakers teams got to do that when Kobe got his run. Like, I know, because Pau Gasol was a different player. I know. I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so what series did Kobe get doubled?
Did you watch those? Did you watch the 2008 through 2010 playoffs?
Let me see the double. What did Paul Gasol average? Because you're trying to judge who second options were. Now, see, what's funny is the 2 scenarios you want to use are considered all top 5 players. So Magic and Kareem, right? And then Shaq and Kobe, right? 2 groups of people that are considered in majority top 5 players. So one would be if Kobe is considered a top 5, Shaquille is considered a top 5, Magic was considered a top 5, Kareem was considered a top 5. The second option on the team would be better than the other players in the league. Unfortunately, they're just sitting behind somebody who was in front of them. You know what I mean? If I have a Bugatti and you have what's second to Bugattis, right? I don't know. I don't know what those fucking cars. What's the car name? Let's just say a Lamborghini. Your Lamborghini is still better than everybody else's Ferrari, yes, but you're unfortunately you're behind the Bugatti in the race, unfortunately, right? So when you say Kobe is better than Gasol, I would hope he's ranked. You got him too, right? You have him too. So of course it's going to be overall the majority of these number 1 options. Unfortunately, like I've been saying, he was behind another top 5 player during that run, just like Magic or Kareem. They were on the team with another guy who was considered top 5. There's nothing you can do about it. That's the history is already sketched.
And my overall premise, Gil, the overall point I'm trying to make against you, against the panel, against anyone that might ever possibly watch this, is that Kobe's performance on those 3 title runs with Shaq does not, and the fact that he had Shaq on those teams does not delegitimize those titles in any way. It does not impair or hinder his conversation and his overall hierarchical ranking from an all-time list standpoint. It just doesn't. That is my point. You try to say, oh, well, he had Shaq, so he can't be above LeBron. He can't be number 2 because he had Shaq. My point is, if he is that good, if he's better than several other number 1 options on that team, what does it matter from a semantic standpoint of how you wish to define it? What does it matter? He's better in 3 of his final runs. He's better in 1 of those final runs as a second option than 3 of LeBron's 4 titles. So, and then look at Kobe's 2 titles with Gasol. They're significantly better than LeBron's all 4 of his titles. That is why I put Kobe above LeBron. And all I hear, including from you, is that he had Shaq. That's essentially your only argument.
That was everybody. That's everybody's argument. It's a fact. You don't like the fact, right? No matter what you say, and you say these 3 rings don't matter, it does, because it has him as a ring. With 5 rings, he is ranked on the top 75 list, number 10 for a reason.
I don't care what some arbitrary list of writers ranks someone.
Who is better? Who's a better player? Allen Iverson or Klay Thompson?
Obviously, Allen Iverson.
Okay. James Harden or Klay Thompson?
I would probably Harden's got the league MVP, so I'd have to say Harden.
Okay, so you have one that's sitting with 4 rings. Now, these 4 rings, he was never the lead dog, so they do not value them as real rings. Now, if he was the lead dog during those rings, obviously we wouldn't even be asking this. But because 2 of those rings, he was a silver player, and the other 2, he was a bronze, that doesn't put him in front of no option 1.
See, this is my exact point, Gil. This is my exact point. He was substantially beneath the other guys. He was substantially below Curry, and then he was substantially below both Curry and Durant on 2 of them. Substantially. My whole point and premise of this is that Kobe is not substantially beneath Shaq. He's right there. They're right like this. That's the point. You're bringing up Klay Thompson, who is a significantly below the 1 guy, and then was a 3rd option on 2. It's a joke comparison. My comparison would be Kobe and Kareem. That would be the comparison. Kobe and Kareem.
But what I'm saying is, during that moment in time, it was. It wasn't,
though.
If you use the stats the way you're supposed to, like, do the metrics on their whole playoff career since Kobe came in. It's a big difference on who was number 1, who was number 2. If you do the stats where they just won the championship,
yeah,
there is a difference.
You mean when they were getting swept every year with 2 other all-star guards and Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones? You mean compare those stats? Sure. Yeah, when Shaq had 2 other all-star guards and was getting swept in the playoffs every year. Yeah, okay, you got me, Gil. Kobe's numbers don't look as good then. But when Kobe ascended to become Kobe Bryant, magically Shaq stopped getting swept, and they won 3 consecutive championships, which is only the 3rd three-peat in modern NBA history. Since 1976 merger point, when the ABA and the NBA merged, there's been 3 three-peats. Jordan twice, Shaq and Kobe, that's it. Because Jordan is significantly the GOAT, so he was able to do it twice. And then the reason the Lakers could do it wasn't because Shaq was significantly better than Kobe. It's because the 2 of them were the 2 best players in the NBA for those last 2 rings. Kobe was the best front court player, and Shaq was the best backcourt player. Period. That's what I'm telling you. Shaq and Kobe is Kareem and Magic. It ain't Klay Thompson and Steph Curry, my guy.
Kobe was not the best player in the NBA. He was not.
He was the best front court player in the NBA.
He was not the second best player. There was a Duncan. There was a Duncan in the NBA. Like you can't take away. Like you can put him. Like that's what I'm saying. You're trying to put him in his form, but you're not realizing who it was. 30. Like he averaged 25 for his career during those 3 rings. What did Curry average as the second option? Because we know who the first option was. What was Curry's second?
Do we? Do we?
What?
I mean, you don't think there's a conversation to be had between Steph Curry and Kevin Durant in terms of their level of value and importance to winning those 2 titles?
But one averaged 30, one averaged 20. But you got to think, one averaged 30 and 14. The other averaged 25.
Yo, listen, let's do this. You called me out on the way I utilized the stats because I looked at the 5 playoff runs spanning 91 games from when they won their first title to when they split up and went their separate ways when they lost in 2004 to the Pistons. You didn't like that. You wanted to just use the 3 titles that they actually won. So let's do this, Gil. Let's do this. Gil, let's do this. I'll concede 2000. I started the conversation saying I would concede 2000. So let's look at 2001 and 2002. Kobe, again, was leading the NBA playoffs in clutch times, in fourth quarter scoring. He was an all-league defensive player. He was all-NBA. He was not significantly below anybody. Not even Shaq, not Tim Duncan. I don't know what you want me to say.
I'm saying, but where was Shaquille O'Neal? Like, you can say he was better than everyone else. You can't say he was better than Shaq, though.
Where was Shaquille O'Neal? Shaquille O'Neal was not scoring, was not focused, was not the guy when they actually needed him. That's where he was. He was getting his ass swept out of the playoffs every year before Kobe Bryant. He won 1 title without him.
Before Kobe Bryant turned to Kobe Bryant and before Phil Jackson got there, right? So at the end of the season in 2000, Kobe ranked 12th in MVP voting. And the next year he was 9th in MVP voting. And then the 02 year, he was 5th in MVP voting. Okay? So 12, 9, and 5, which is amazing, right? Of course it is. Now, unfortunately, the number 1 option during that same time was MVP, 3rd, and 3rd. There is a big difference, period. I'm sorry, it is.
The reason, Gil, is because...
Can you find anybody who played in the NBA in 2000 to 2002 during this run that will say Shaq wasn't the number 1 option?
I don't know. I know that Bruce Bowen played in the NBA at that time on those Spurs teams and says that Kobe is the 2nd best player ever.
When did he say it? Did he say it in 2001? Or when he said when Kobe was busting his ass in 2009, 10, 11, and 12? We're talking about a time frame of 2000, 2001, 2002. That is what we're talking about. And there's no way in hell that Bruce Bowen said Kobe Bryant was the best player in the world at that time.
Again, Gil, try to understand my premise and my point. That those 3 rings, the way that Kobe got them, the supporting cast that he had on them, does not in any way, shape, or form invalidate him from ascending above every other player that's ever lived other than Michael Jordan. That is my overall premise and my point. So that is why what Bruce Bowen said is somewhat relevant, because he was on. You're just bringing up guys in your text feed. I'm bringing up a perennial defensive of the year player candidate who was on a team that was the chief rival, the dynastic Spurs, and he's played against all 3 guys, Gil. He played against Kobe he played against Kobe in high leverage playoff games. He played against LeBron in a high leverage playoff game. He saw Michael Jordan in the late 90s. He played against all 3. And Bruce Bowen says that Kobe's the 2nd best player ever. Period. He puts him above Tim Duncan, and he's got Tim Duncan in his top 5.
But did he say this in 01 and 02? See, we're not talking about Kobe's career here. We're talking about 20-year-old Kobe, 21-year-old Kobe, 22. That's what this conversation is about. And there's no way in hell Bruce Bowen said that Kobe Bryant was the best player. I know Kobe Bryant The fall of Kobe Bryant was, I'm talking about those 3 years. My comment was on those 3 years where Bruce Bowen was Bruce Bowen even a starter? Oh, Bruce Bowen was a bench player in 09. He came from Philadelphia. Oh, shit. The motherfucker didn't even play against Kobe Bryant in 99. He came on a team in
Where were you at the time, Gil?
I was Golden State Warriors.
And
Bruce Bowen didn't even play against Bruce Bowen.
I'm saying you're asking all these people through text chains like okay, like
because I didn't play him in the playoff. I played him in the regular season. I can tell you what the game plan was. Now, I'm telling you, so I wanted to text these people who had a game plan during the playoffs for this team. Every single round, I text the player, the same game plan. Get the ball out of that motherfucker's hand. Not one team game plan was to double a 20-year-old. We're going to let the 20-year-old beat us. That was the game plan. We're not going to let Shaquille O'Neal beat us. We're going to let Kobe and the rest of the cast beat us. Can they beat us? Remember, they didn't shoot the ball like that. They wasn't a three-point threat, right? So we're going to double Shaquille O'Neal, get the ball out of his hands, and let that ball swing around. We're not playing Shaquille O'Neal man-to-man. We're guarding Kobe man-to-man. There was no playoff assignment that said double Kobe Bryant and get the ball out of his hands in 2000, 2001, 2002. Now, when you say Bruce Bowen said
he was not true.
He's not talking about
Kobe was first team All-NBA in 2002. What are you talking about?
Shaquille O'Neal.
They were both first team.
Shaquille O'Neal.
They were both first team. What are you talking about? That in 2002, no one said, oh, let's just let Kobe beat us. Might as well funnel the ball to first team All-NBA performer Kobe Bryant. Like, what are you saying? And he was the guy in the fourth quarter. He outscored Shaq by like 40 points in the fourth quarters. What do you mean?
I get the passion, but they have shit. There's the guy who was named Shaquille O'Neal in the job. Everyone's job was to get the ball out of his fucking hand by any means necessary.
Yeah, that is a complete and total cop-out. No other player, no other great player all time is afforded these kinds of excuses.
No one had fucking
Michael Jordan wasn't like, oh well, I guess everyone's concentrating on me defensively. Guess I better let Scottie Pippen score 30 points per game for me. Jordan still scored 30 and Pippen still scored 18.
But no one had this shit. We're talking about a guard premises and a big man. See, guard, we can load up on a guard. When the ball goes into the post, we actually have to do something to get the ball out of that post, right? So it was never double Kobe. The focal point was don't let Shaq get deep. Do not let, when the ball goes to the side, do not let him get the inside position because we can't double. So play behind him, and then when he catches it, run at him. There was no game plan in 2000, 2001, 2002 that had anyone doubling Kobe Bryant with Shaquille O'Neal on the floor.
So Kareem, the greatest big ever. Well, I don't want to go there. Kareem, top 5 big. Kareem, top five probably all time. Kareem was a center, but we look at historically, you consider probably Magic as the guy above Kareem.
When I look at Kareem's stats, I would say no. If I'm looking at his stats, I didn't see the game. But the difference is one is 300 pounds that break rims. Like, are we talking about the same person? We're not talking about a fucking sky.
No, we are talking about the same person that won 3 titles with Kobe and won in like 17 years or whatever, 15 years without Kobe. Yeah, we're talking about the same guy.
We're talking about the guy who weighed 330, 350, 390, whatever his weight.
The guy who got swept 6 times in his NBA career.
Dribbling and breaking rims. That's the guy that we're trying. We're not talking about Mr. fucking Skyhook who weighed all of 110 pounds, fucking JaVale McGee weight. No, we're talking about the guy when he got the ball and he dribbled one time, he's under the rim, and if he fucking dunks it, it's broken. That guy, get the ball out of his fucking hand.
How, Gil, I'm so confused. How he won only 1 title ever without Kobe Bryant, without a dominant Kobe Bryant. If he's that dominant, he got swept 6 times in his career. He played with amazing lineups other than Kobe Bryant. I'm just confused.
Because he got old. He wasn't in shape like that. Like, there's reasons, right? But as long as motherfucking Shaquille O'Neal was on the court, you had to give him the ball.
He was the guy, other than the entire fourth quarter of the last 2 finals runs that Kobe Bryant helped him win. Other than that, he was the guy. The entire fourth quarter for the last 2 rings. Right.
So the 30. So you're telling me the 34 points a game was only in 3 quarters? That lets you know who the fucking number 1 option was right there.
In the last 2 rings, Kobe scored like 1 to 2 points less and substantially led them in the fourth quarter.
How great do you have to be if you can win an NBA or if you can win a finals MVP and you only did the job in 3 quarters? Come on, it tells you something.
Yeah, like Andre Iguodala was the best player on the 2014-2015 Warriors. Copy that.
But he wasn't.
Oh, but he got finals MVP, though.
But Shaq was the best player the 82 games of that season, all 3 years. Do you want me to read out?
Because of some arbitrary ranking in MVP.
No, like, what I'm saying is your argument is just the opinion at this point. The facts are already the facts. There's nothing you can do about that. So when we look back,
the facts are the facts. Kobe scored more points in the fourth quarters in the last 2 titles that they won. He scored like 1 or 2 fewer points. He led the team in assists. He was all caliber defense, first or second team every year. He was the best front court player in the NBA for the last 2 rings that he won with Shaquille O'Neal. He is their relationship. Shaq Kobe is Kareem Magic. You're right. Those are the facts. I agree with you.
I seen how you did that, so I'm gonna ask you the question. You said fourth quarter scoring. So who scored the most out of them 2 in first quarter points, second quarter points, third quarter points?
When are games won, Gil?
I'm asking the question. So when
are games won?
So 3 quarters.
Yes, he scored like 1 point more per game in those last 2. Yeah.
in one series. That's just, you're talking about the Spurs. You're talking about the Spurs series. And
Kobe scored like 6 or 7 more points than Shaq in the Spurs.
But it totaled out to 29 to Shaq's 30.
Yeah,
I told you the game plan in Sacramento. Make sure Shaq sees 3 people. That's Sacramento's, where Kobe averaged 30 points, 8 and 3. The game plan was Shaq sees 3 people, right? So that means 2 motherfuckers on the team nobody was guarding them. And then and then in the Spurs series, 33 points a game, the same thing. Get the ball out of Shaq's hands, right? So even though he averaged 30 and 33, he still was behind Shaquille O'Neal in the whole playoff run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So when you say fourth quarter points, there's 3 other quarters that got to lead up to that quarter.
Right.
And you can't can't use when you use the last 5 minutes and the fourth quarter and when it went to double overtime, that's when you know you're lost.
Yeah, like just like Gil,
82 games.
Just like Magic Johnson, when he won Finals MVP in 81-82 and was the 4th leading scorer in the playoffs for the Lakers. So let's only look at points. Norm Nixon led the Lakers in scoring in 81-82 in the postseason. Kareem scored more than him. Wilkes scored more than him. Literally, Magic Johnson was the 4th leading scorer in 81-82 and won Finals MVP and was perceived as the leader. But yeah, you're right. Like we just have to.
And what did Kareem do?
Magic was the 4th leading scorer
on the team
in the playoffs.
No, I'm talking about on the team. The playoff.
Magic Johnson was the 4th leading scorer on the Lakers during that playoff run.
I think that hurts your argument, Skap.
I'm saying that we can't just look at raw specific stats. Kobe Bryant delivered things outside of just the standard box score, and the standard box score looked pretty tight in the last 2 rings. That's my point.
You still don't want to accept the game plan itself. If the game plan itself,
right? The game plan that some arbitrary list of people texted you, right?
If the triple team Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, why are you not factoring in that they're triple teaming one guy? right? It's a 5-man.
Because I see people get triple and still put up numbers like Kobe Bryant put up 30 to Gasol's 18 getting triple covered.
But he got triple team
Because you want to know why? Because Gasol's not even close to the same stratosphere as Kobe Bryant. That's why.
But this has nothing to do
Why
with
was Steph Curry scoring 28 points to Durant's 29? Because Steph Curry is an elite guy. He's a top tier. He's a 1A and a 1B. That's what it is. Like Kareem, like Magic, like Kobe, and like Shaq. They're all one guys. That's my point. Every other guy that you can find in the course of NBA history, other than basically those guys, were substantially beneath the lead guy or the 1A. That ain't the case with Kobe and Shaq. That's my whole premise.
But it was during those years. You want to use one series.
I would have used 2 seasons, the last 2 seasons.
The last 2 seasons, that year, that playoff run, like even though Shaquille O'Neal
01 and 02.
He was being triple teamed and he still had the numbers, the rebounds, he still had it. Like you're trying to discredit what he did. He got triple. You know what they're saying. He got triple teamed and still won Finals MVP. That lets you know how dominant he must have been. Kobe was played straight up man to man on rotation.
Kobe was triple teamed in the last 2 titles he won, and Gasol was not scoring 30 points per game. He was averaging 18 points per game. It's not adding up.
But there was only a handful of teams that were doubling them, like the Utah Jazz. And when the Utah Jazz did double, Paul Gasol's numbers exponentially went up to like 22 points a game and 14 rebounds. So you can't say that every team was doubling Kobe because there were only a few, like the Utah Jazz. And when you look at Paul Gasol's numbers, when those few teams did double or triple team, Paul Gasol's numbers did extremely elevate across the board, points, rebounds, and assists.
Kobe Bryant averaged over 10 points more per game in all 3 of those playoff runs. If you look at all 3,
Paul Gasol didn't get better. Paul Gasol's numbers went up when teams doubled Kobe and tripled Kobe. If you look at those individual series, because not every team deployed that same strategy. There were a handful of teams that deployed that strategy and it stood out like a sore thumb, like the Utah Jazz. So go look up Paul Gasol's numbers when they played the Utah Jazz. I can't even remember that series, but if you go look at his numbers, I'm almost positive during that stretch that his numbers were like 23 and 14 or 15 rebounds. His numbers went up like skyrocket, but it was only during that one series. And then that next series, when teams stopped doubling and tripling Kobe, they went back down to normal, to 18 that you were talking about. So just like you pointed out one particular series with Kobe, I'm pointing out one particular series where a team doubled and tripled. Okay, so what other teams were doubling and tripling?
Shaq's 30 for the whole playoffs.
But what other teams were doubling and tripling?
Averaged 18 to Kobe's 30 for the whole
playoffs.
It's not close.
You have Kobe second, right? You have Kobe second. Where's Paul?
Because he was so elite for all.
Where is Paul Gasol on your all-time list?
Not close.
Okay.
Just like Klay Thompson, Gil.
Why are you comparing the 2 talents as a second option? If one is that much more talented than the other, he is capable of averaging 28. Like Kobe loved, like you only playing me man to man. Great, I'm gonna whoop your ass. That's when we seen that.
While getting 5 or 6 rebounds a game, while leading the team in assists every year, while being all NBA defense first or second team.
You use assists as if the ball is not going to fucking Shaquille O'Neal. Like, why are you using assists as if there's not fucking Shaquille O'Neal on the team? Who you think he passed it to, Derek Fisher? Where the fuck you think he got his 5 assists from per game? Derek Fisher?
Okay, so
where's he getting his 5 assists from?
It's convenient how you just dismiss literally anything Kobe did to. Oh well, Shaq was just taking all of the. Gil, let me go ahead and ask you this. It's convenient for me how you just sit there and dismiss everything Kobe Bryant did to, oh, well, Shaq was triple covered. So, of course, the scoring was easier. Kobe was just lobbing these assists to Shaq and nobody.
That's what happens in basketball when somebody gets triple teamed.
Let me stipulate this.
That's what happens. That's kind of what happens.
Hold on. Let me stipulate this.
No, but Scott, when you get triple and double team, it makes the job easier to score for everybody else.
Can I finish my point? And then I'll let you go.
It's basketball.
Let me get my point and I'll let you go.
I don't think it's a big deal for him to say that.
Again, this is another riddle. Riddle me this.
Okay.
Why, when Shaq left, the first two, Kobe missed like half the year. He was hurt the one year that they had Rudy Tomjanovich. Why in the first 2 full seasons, since when Shaq left LA, Kobe not only led the NBA in scoring for those first 2 full seasons, he had like arguably the greatest scoring season ever. If you look at it in context of 35.4 points per game in a 96 point per game NBA with insanely low pace of play, like that, if you go per 100 possessions and stack it up, it stacks with Will Chamberlain's seasons. That's how good Kobe Bryant was when he got rid of Shaq. Like maybe Shaq actually depreciated Kobe. Maybe Kobe sacrificed his numbers so that the team could win. You think
that's what a number 2 does,
Kobe, and made all these things easier for Kobe. He was better without Shaq.
But that's what a number.
But that's what number 2s do. They sacrifice. Number 1s don't sacrifice.
And
that's exactly what a number 2
was
option
1
is.
point less, Gil. And leading the
Scap, you said it, not us.
That's
Scap,
in sacrificing.
You said it, Scap, not us.
Wait,
I mean, that's exactly what a number 2 option does. They sacrifice for the number 1 option.
Okay, that was funny. Okay,
that's exactly.
I think Durant. I think Kyrie. To me, Durant was not as attributable to those titles, in my opinion, looking at them now, as Steph Curry was. And it's hard to differentiate. It's hard to differentiate between Curry and Durant, and it's hard to differentiate between Kareem and Magic, and it's hard to differentiate between Kobe and Shaq. That is my point here.
Do y'all mind if I drop the link and I bring people up one at a time for questions if they have questions for y'all?
It's up to you.
It's on Skap.
Whatever you.
And I only bring a few people up. I only probably do 10, 15 people.
We've been going at it for a while here, but I've got more.
No, but look, in all seriousness, like even with me and Derek, because our kids are cousins, right? First cousins. So I asked them, as a fan, I'm like, what happened? Like, what really happened? Why did Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe broke up? Right. And he said the 2001-2002 season, he said, night after night, you can see Kobe coming into his own. And when he started coming into his own, he started rejecting the idea of that's his team. Like, why is that man, the lazy man who's just coming in here, who don't work out, who don't put the time and effort that I do into this game, why is he still the number 1 option? Why are we going through him? He said that was what was happening in 2001. We can see it. And going into 2002, 2003, it really exploded because Shaq didn't start the season off with us. And he said, and by the time Shaq came back, Kobe was not trying to hear nothing Phil was saying about Shaq being the number 1 option. And he said, this is his team. And that's how he went. He said, so we seen it at the end of 01-02, the playoff run that you're talking about, that was the next year. He, the 2000-2001 is what you're talking about at 29. He said they seen the emerge of Kobe in the 01-02, and that's where the problem started, and it spilled over into the 02-03, 03-04, and then Kobe said, "Hey, look, either me or him. It's either me or him," and they said, "We're gonna go with you," and that's why he got removed.
That's what happens when you have 2 1s, Gil. It's tough. When you have 2 1s on one team, it's tough. It's tough to coexist.
But you got to think about what you're saying. They didn't start off as 2 number 1s. One emerged
into a number 1 in the second title run,
and that's when they lost in 03.
They lost.
Like when he
emerged to a number 1 in the 2000-2001 playoffs.
No, when he forced his way into trying to be a number 1 and he really tried to take that role, they clashed and they lost epically to the Pistons. Then they knew they had to split that up.
No, they lost because Karl Malone got hurt and Slava Medvedenko played the look at the next look. Can you tell me? Hey, Lamont, can you tell me who was the third leading scorer for the Lakers in that Pistons series? Can you tell me?
That was the fact. That was the fact. Because Malone wasn't on the court, they couldn't spread the floor just a little bit, right? When you're talking about who they had on the team, they didn't really have outside shooting, and Karl Malone did give them another element. So without Karl Malone, it kind of shrunk the floor for them. So I talked to Rashid about how they won that series, and he said because they didn't have but he said we did beat them during the regular season, so we felt comfortable with how they played because they couldn't spread the floor. They were, they had Devin George, you had
I'll tell you right now, Derek Fisher was the third leading scorer in that series. 6 points per game on like 29% shooting for the series. That was their third. That was their third leading scorer.
We got Twin Man up here. Twin Man, you got a question for Gil or Skap Attack? Go ahead and talk to him, man.
So I think this is a ridiculous argument at this point. Like, it was very easy to see through your entire argument, Skap Attack. I'm just going to be honest. We're talking about 3 specific years.
That's what the conversation was.
You tried to use all 5 championship runs to try to compare, and even in that comparison, it's still ridiculously close. But if we're breaking this down to the 3 years, it's not even a conversation. You literally
2001 and 2002 are conversations.
I'm not done. You have an NBA player up here telling you what the scouting reports were, and you're sitting here saying, I'll just take these arbitrary scouting reports from just these random people. No, these former NBA players are telling you, and anyone with common sense and eyes who watched the NBA in that time period understood you had to double team Shaq or he was going to give you 50 a night. That's not even an argument. My question to you is why are you so hell-bent on trying to make Kobe Bryant something he wasn't in that time frame? Because he just wasn't that in that time frame. So why are you so hell-bent on overlooking all of the evidence presented to you just to sit here and say Kobe Bryant was not a number 2? There's nothing wrong with being a number 2 to Shaq.
I mean, it's Shaq.
Are you done with your question? Do you want me to answer that?
I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm
okay.
done.
All right. I'll go ahead and answer. I'm hell-bent on defending the legacy of Kobe Bryant because the revisionist narrative that is percolating around his legacy now is absolutely absurd and pathetic. Gil highlighted the insane NBA rank that has him at 10th all time. It is disgusting and just outright disrespectful to Kobe Bryant. And the tool that many of you utilize to discredit is the Shaq narrative, the Shaq carried sidekick Kobe narrative. That's why I'm rejecting it. You're right. We do have an NBA player up here. You want to know who else we have? Kevin Durant. Kevin, hold on. Can I finish? Can I finish the answer?
But it's not a narrative, sir.
Can I finish?
We got a lot of people in the backstage, so I want to try to go one question at a time.
Kevin Durant, who played against LeBron James in 3 finals. Kevin Durant played head-to-head against LeBron James in 3 NBA finals. He played against Kobe Bryant. My whole premise of defending these 3 rings is in saying that they do not delegitimize Kobe from being put in consideration of going above players like LeBron James and pretty much anyone else other than Jordan. Kevin Durant, if you want to talk about who Gil's texting, Kevin Durant, who played again in 3 NBA finals against LeBron, was in a concurrent era of LeBron, is on record as saying Kobe and Michael are like this. I don't even want to say 1A and 1B. They're just like this. That is a direct quote from Kevin Durant. Do you want to know who else says that Kobe Bryant, it's LeBron, it's first Kobe, it's Jordan, Kobe, and then anybody else? Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal is also on record of saying it's Jordan, Kobe, and then we can talk about everybody else. Oh, gee. So the guy that carried Kobe that was this dominant force that could have won with anybody other than Kobe. This little sidekick Robin figure. That guy is saying that Kobe is above everybody all time other than Jordan. That's my point. If you want to talk semantics and say Shaq was the one option, whatever. But the fact
Gil,
that it
though.
was that
Everything that you said, Gil
does
agrees
not
with.
hold Kobe Bryant from going in number 2 all-time discussion.
We're only talking about 2000, 2001, 2002.
agree,
but I'm not.
No one should agree.
I agree with you.
All right,
But-
Twin Man, I'm gonna drop you down. We gotta bring somebody else up.
I
For another
agree
question.
with you, but you're still missing the point. The point is, did Shaquille O'Neal have Kobe Bryant in number 2 in 01 and 02? Right? We're talking about 3 years, and no one's gonna say he's behind Michael Jordan in 2000, 2001, 2002. Like his career panned out, yes. Boom. He's boom. But we're talking about these 3 years when he was 20 years old. There's no article on the planet Earth that will have Kobe Bryant behind Michael Jordan in 2000. There's no article.
Hold on, Lone Wolf. Hold on,
One
Lone Wolf.
for 2002 will say he's the second greatest player of all time. When he had 3 rings, no one will say it on this green God's earth then. What people say after, when he became and he won his MVP and then he won 2 more championships and he averaged 35, yes. But I'm talking about before that. I'm talking about Gorilla before.
Lone Wolf, what's your question for the panel, man?
He is, right? You watch football, correct? Do you watch football? Okay. Randy Moss was on New England, right? Before?
Yeah.
Who was the number 1 option receiver?
Randy Moss.
Okay. When he gets doubled, it becomes easier for number 2 and 3, right? Because nobody's
Gil, Randy Moss set the all-time NFL record in touchdown receptions in 2000, I believe 2007, when he caught 24 touchdown passes as the number 1 option.
No, but yeah, man, Shaq won MVP as the number 1 option, but you don't want to count that. But what I'm saying is, when they focal point on the number 1 option, doesn't number 2 look a lot better?
Number 1 still shines, Gil, substantially. If there's a legitimate void, if there's a legitimate gap between 1 and 2, 1 will still shine, not score 1 point more.
But 1.1 more in the whole total playoffs. I get it, but you're talking about he's still dominated with playing 3 quarters. We've been quadruple team. He still won Finals MVP. He still won an MVP. Like you're pretending that he didn't do his job. Still, he still outplayed him.
Gil, I set the parameter of this conversation at the very beginning. And if you go and watch the video on the Kwame Brown cover, I'm talking about one thing. The context of these 3 rings in the overall picture of Kobe's legacy. You detract from Kobe and you put LeBron over Kobe because he got carried in these 3 rings. I don't give a shit what Shaq did in those rings. It ain't enough to take him below LeBron, in my opinion. That's my point.
Hold on.
Can we get to Lone Wolf's question real quick so we can get him there? Go ahead, Lone Wolf.
Gil kind of answered a bit of my question. And he also threw a scenario in it where he kind of reversed himself again, where Randy Moss goes to the Patriots and becomes the number 1 option, but Tom Brady's already there. They already established the system. He's already the man. He already runs the show. He's the guy. It's like the Steph Curry, Kevin Durant thing. Without Steph Curry, the engine don't move. A car look good with good wheels on it. That's KD. Without Steph Curry, he look nice. But without the guy running the show, it don't move.
What I'm saying
Kobe
is when
Bryant got to bring the ball up the court somehow, or
what I'm saying is when they double the first option in the receiver.
But at some point they double.
Lone Wolf, you got to let him answer, man. You can't ask a question and try to answer it. My God.
Tom Brady and Randy, I'm saying when whoever the number 1 option receiver is, and then when they want to double him, the number 2 and 3 option eats a little bit better, right? If you have a great receiver, the running game becomes a little bit better. If you have a great running game, the receiving looks a little bit better, right? You're trying to take away the number 1 option power. because the number 2 option was eating because they focused on number 1. But number 1 still won all the awards because everybody still recognized no matter what Kobe looked like, the focal point is still on Shaquille O'Neal. Like, no matter how you want to use other players, no, they wasn't Kobe Bryant. They will never be Kobe Bryant, right? But unfortunately, Kobe played behind another dominant force. He didn't play behind Gasol. If this was Gasol, he had the whole year. Yes, he's number 1 option at fucking 17. But it was Shaquille O'Neal. There's never going to be another Shaquille O'Neal. Right? That's just it. He's behind him. If Jokic didn't turn into Jokic, Murray would be the number 1 option. Murray was the number 1 option before Jokic became Jokic. Like it shifts in powers. And when it did shift, Kobe got rid of him. That I don't know why you don't want to accept it. I know you're arguing with me, and I can say if I had him 10, if I believed he was the 10th best player in this game, but I have him 3rd. And I'm gonna tell you why I have him 3rd. This is the reason
I'm all ears.
I have him 3rd. When LeBron James came into the NBA, right, his team was bad, right?
I mean, they had the best record twice in the entire league.
Exactly, right. With a bad team, right? The team was bad, and he turned the franchise over overnight. So you have a 20-year-old. You can laugh all you want, and they can laugh. And he takes this team to the finals, right? Yeah, he gets swept, but he took the team to the finals. When Kobe got rid of Shaq, and Kobe said, "I want to show the world who I am." Okay, oh shit, Kobe about to go bananas. During Kobe's banana run, LeBron James was right behind him. He wasn't far behind him. He was there. He was making noise during Kobe Bryant's reign as the king. He won 2 MVPs during Kobe Bryant's reign on the NBA. Kobe won the MVP. LeBron James stopped him from going back-to-back. LeBron James went back-to-back. Who stopped him was Derrick Rose, and then then LeBron won back-to-back again. When Kobe averaged 35, and they said it should have been Kobe's MVP, LeBron James was runner-up, actually. It was LeBron James was runner-up. So when they both had bad teams, one turned their team over faster. So I watched a young kid be dominant during the same time Kobe was supposed to take over. Then when LeBron jumped Kobe for who's the best player in the league, it's still going. So when LeBron won when he came back and won the Cavs, that's when I had 2017 when LeBron won that chip in Cavs. That's when I put LeBron in front of Kobe. So it wasn't like from the beginning. It was around when he won the Cavs championship. I was like, I can put him at 3 then. I gotta respect the greatness of what I'm seeing. But before that, it was Jordan, Kobe, and it was Jordan, Kobe, Shaq, Magic. Like LeBron wasn't there. LeBron was creeping, but I had him passing him in 2017. Even though the NBA had him passed, they had LeBron passing Kobe in 2014-15 season.
I'd like to respond here. The reason I will never have LeBron over Kobe, the reason Kobe will forever be above LeBron, is because LeBron did come in the league to immense fanfare. He was, I think, given things at an early stage, and I'm not saying awards necessarily, but just media support. And LeBron, I mean, say what you will about the team. Like, he was the number 1 seed in the NBA playoffs, was the league MVP, got bounced from the playoffs. Look, no shame in Boston, but lost to the Orlando Magic as the number 1 seed with essentially just Dwight Howard. In those 2 seasons, Hold on. Let me finish here. In those 2 seasons, Kobe Bryant won the NBA championship, defeating the 2 teams that beat LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is my overall disdain with the whole conversation. You can say, let's dismiss Kobe's 3 Shaq rings, which fine, let's do it. I would say let's dismiss all 4 of LeBron's though, and then Kobe's got at least the 2. LeBron has never proven. LeBron has never proven that he could take a team with significantly diminished pieces like the Pau Gasol team. Hold on. And win a title. He went from Cleveland after failing back-to-back years as the number 1 seed to team up with Dwayne Wade, who was a top 3 player in the NBA, Gil. Say what you will. He was top 3 in every analytical metric that year. He was 5th in league MVP. He was first team All-NBA. He was first team All-NBA defense. I'm sorry, second team All-NBA defense that year. He finished 3rd in MVP the year before that. He won a finals MVP. It was Dwayne Wade. It was Kobe, LeBron, Wade at that time. He went to that guy's team and then recruited Chris Bosh, who the year that they recruited Bosh, the year prior, he averaged 24 points and 11 rebounds per game. That became their 3rd option. So LeBron, who was apparently nipping at Kobe's heels and was already like allegedly ascending to all-time levels, needed to go team up with a top 3 player league-wide in his city in a weak conference that was maybe the primary competition, completely disband that competition by going and bring in a 24-11 guy as the 3rd option. That was his 2 rings. Then he went, after he lost in 14, he goes back to Cleveland, and everyone will dismiss the fact that that was a super team. It was an ascending Kyrie. Hold on. It was an ascending Kyrie Irving, who was coming off of an all-star appearance.
Mm-hmm.
They then, do you remember what was going on in the NBA draft that season? It was the rigging for Wiggins. Like, that is how highly sought after Andrew Wiggins was in that NBA draft. The Cavaliers won the draft lottery, traded the number 1 overall pick to Minnesota to bring Kevin Love in. That's how good Kevin Love was. He was 24, 13, and 4 that year. He was top 3 in VORP, BPM, win share. He was 2nd team All-NBA. That was their 3rd option. That became LeBron's 3rd ring. So LeBron has super teams for his top three wins.
Yep.
Then he goes to LA, and for the first time in his career, he does not have a super 3rd option. But he does have Anthony Davis, who again in 2019-2020, look it up, AD, first team All-NBA, first team All-NBA defense, 2nd defensive player of the year, 5th league MVP, or maybe 6th league MVP. Led the postseason that year in win shares and in scoring. So you say Kobe didn't prove that he could do it the hard way when he won 3 with Shaq. Fine, agreed. LeBron's never proven he could do it. Kobe did it twice at least. That's why LeBron will never move above. Because in 23 years of all of the individual excellence and stats and advanced analytics, he has 4 rings, period. And they were all with elite supporting cast.
Let's get to this question, Skap. The guy's been waiting for a second.
But that's still your opinion that you won't put him, which is fine. But
it's not. Two perennial
all-stars.
It's a
contradiction to everything that you just said.
Before he won those championships, he had 2 MVPs, league MVP. Like, remember, we're talking about 2008-9. Kobe won a championship. The best player in the league was LeBron James, back-to-back years, right?
No, why? Because he won league MVP?
And then at 21 years old,
Jordan should have 10 league MVPs.
At 21 years old, he was a runner-up to the MVP, right? So when you're talking about who he was before a championship, I'm judging who he was by 25. By 25 years old, the two, if you take away team success, they're not even on the same planet yet. If you take away rings and team success, one is a 2-time MVP by the age of 25, a runner-up to the MVP. a defensive player runner-up, 6-time All-NBA All-Star, 6-time All-NBA All-NBA team, 2-time All-Star MVP, and guess what? Kobe's supposed to be the man in this era still. You see the thing. What I'm saying, by 25, Kobe is Kobe, and this man is a boy. And he has 2 MVPs, 2 All-Star MVPs, runner-up Defensive Player of the Year, where everyone thinks he should. It's still opinion that he should have won it, but he didn't. Who cares? But he was runner-up, and he was runner-up to an MVP. So he could say during this time, he is the greatest player during that period. It's an argument. But the point is, Kobe was supposed to be the man during this era. And this man won awards that Kobe should have had. Because
if it was close, why did LeBron need to go get Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh to win anything when Kobe was winning at that time with just Pau Gasol? Like he needed a top 75 player, an 11-time All-Star in Chris Bosh to do what Kobe was doing with a non-top 75 player in Gasol.
All right, let me let Wes ask this question so we can get Wes up out of here. Wes, what's your question? Whether it's for Gil or Skap Attack, go ahead, Wes. Good.
Hey, y'all. This question is for Gil actually, because it sounds like your main point on why Kobe was the number 2 option is because the game plan was geared towards Shaq. But then you brought up saying KD was the number 1 option, even though we've had a number of players and coaches come out and said that their number 1 game plan was against Steph. So then by your logic, if you're saying that KD is the one, even though he wasn't the number 1 game plan player, then how's Kobe number 2 if he was in the same situation as Kobe, basically?
Situation. You said, who came out and said that Curry was they focused on Curry?
There's been a number of coaches. You have Ty Lue. You had several Rocket players that have came out and said that the game plan was to get KD into isolation, get them out of their movement sets, and try to have KD to win the game for Golden State. Like, there's been multiple coaches and players over the years that come and said that. So then how is KD the number 1 option if these coaches and players, like you just got players that text you, come out and say, hey, our game plan was doubling Shaq. Well, their game plan is doubling Steph. So then I don't understand how that coincides with one another.
If that's what the game plan was and that's what they said, that Curry was to be stopped, then he was the number 1 option. I didn't see that. I didn't hear that, but I can ask James Harden, who were they trying to stop? I can ask those questions. But if the focal point was to stop Curry, and the defense was geared to stop Curry, then he was the number 1 option, and KD would have been a number 2 option. But those 2 people were close. Kobe at 20, 21, 22, that wasn't a close argument on who was number 1, who was number 2. I'm sorry. You want to use you want to use a 4-game metrics, a 12-game metric. Like I want to use this series. I want to use this playoff run.
The playoff run for 2001, 2002. Like that.
The playoff run where every team that played them, they just told you what the game plan was.
I'll tell you what, Gil, I'm gonna do a deep dive into this and figure out the percentage of double teams during that span during the 2001, 2002 playoffs.
I actually have it already, Scott.
Bonzi Wells, honestly, we double Shaq and they let me guard Kobe's soul, and pushed him to his left, our defense pockets, and stayed down on his pump fakes. And on offense, the plan was me and Steve Smith punish him in the post to put fouls on him and also to wear him down. One-on-one coverage.
Kevin Durant, Kobe Bryant's the second best player ever. Bruce Bowen, Kobe Bryant's the second best player ever. Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant's the second best player ever.
Kobe's entire career.
So I guess, okay, but I am talking about his entire career.
Yeah, but Gil's only talking about 3 years.
These rings do not invalidate him from being number 2 all time. That is my overall point.
Scap, my only one question to you, Scap, is this.
Go watch the tape at the beginning.
Skap, 2000, 2001 and 2002. Who was the best player on the Lakers?
I'd say that was very arguable.
No. I'm just no. Ask you 2000, 2001, and 2002. Who was the best player on the Lakers?
Yeah, much like Gilbert couldn't answer who it was between Kareem and Magic, I can't answer. I don't know. Just like I don't know with Kevin Durant.
He only said he couldn't answer because he didn't watch.
I didn't watch. So I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm here.
What you saw? Who was the best player?
I watched. I don't know. I watched. Gilbert just flip flopped on who the best player was in the Golden State series.
Well,
he said it was Kevin Durant. Now he said it's Steph Curry.
I'm not trying to box you in. I'm just asking you a question. I'm not trying to box you in. My only question is, who was the best player on the Lakers from 2000 to 2002?
2000, definitely Shaq. 2001 and 2002, I don't know.
Okay. Go, James Keenan. What's your question, man?
Okay, so you don't know who the best player on the Lakers was, but I can tell you who the best player in the NBA was. His name was Shaquille O'Neal in 2000. In 2001, it was Shaquille O'Neal. In 2002, it was
because of NBA rank.
So those 3 years, Shaquille O'Neal was the number one player in the league.
In NBA rank.
No, just period. In everybody's
based on your opinion.
No, everybody's ranking. No, not my opinion. I can call a general manager. You can whoever you need. Who the best player in the league was during those years was Shaquille O'Neal. He happened to play for the Lakers.
And Kobe was the best front court player during that time. He was the best perimeter player during that time.
2000. So 2000.
2001 and 2002. Not 2000. In 2001 and 2002, Kobe Bryant was the best perimeter player. In fact, 2001, 2, 3, and 4. The last 4 years they played together, Kobe was the best perimeter player in the NBA.
All right, go James Kingdom. Quick question. Who you got a question for, Skap or Gil?
Actually, it's for both gentlemen. Peace and blessings, y'all. So since this whole thing about the best player thing, it seems to be the big argument with Kobe Bryant, as Skap Attack explained, that you guys always use Kobe as being the second guy. Wouldn't we like to just go ahead and just attack it like I want to attack it? If Kobe Bryant has a problem being number 2, can we easily say Kobe Bryant doesn't put winning over stats and actually being number 1?
Well, unfortunately, that's not the case because obviously the stats matter because he had Shaq removed. So he can put his stats up. To start losing, because he started losing. Yes.
That's what I'm saying. So he cared more about his stats and his status than actually winning. Because if he would have just kept a good relationship with Shaq, as we're going to take your word, Gil, that they had issues because he wanted to be the number 1 guy, why argue about who's number 1 or number 2 if you're winning?
But that's what I'm saying. I asked him what is the point of the argument, because we already know during that time who was 1 and 2, and then we know when it turned over to who's 1 and 2. That's what I said. The history already wrote this.
No, it's saying, but Kobe started the beef though. Kobe started the beef. Kobe had a problem being number 2. Yes. That's the point. So that's what I'm saying. So Kobe cared more about his stats and his actual status than winning, to the point where he ran Shaq out of town, which they could have won way much more championships.
But he already see from being in the NBA. Kobe was fortunate to win early, right? So you have this thing where no one, when we talk about legacies, no one factors in franchises. No one factors in that if you're a number 1 pick, what are you going into? So like Wemby, all right, we know what his talent is. We can see, okay, he's going to be something very special. We see the team, right? It's going to take them a few years before they even find the right pieces to fit around him. So right now, he's going to be getting a whole bunch of stats, blocks, and win awards, Jordan. And most of all the number 1s. But then there's a fortunate group that got drafted to teams that was in play, right? You had Magic, you got Duncan, and you got, I can't say Kobe. Kobe, they were in the middle of the road. He was the 13th pick. He wasn't the number 1 pick. He was in the middle of the road, got put with Shaq. So he won at an early age. He didn't have the numbers that the Michael Jordan and all these guys had. So once he had his 3 rings, he's like, fuck, I don't need rings anymore. I need the scoring titles, the MVPs. And that's what Kobe was going after because he already had the 3 championships. So from there, it was putting up he needed the hardware to be compared to Jordan. Just like nobody cares about LeBron's hardware because when even if LeBron has 6 rings, you say, well, you don't have no final, you don't have no scoring titles, no MVPs. So there's these hardware things that no one can get anymore because of the way the game is played. But because Kobe won early, he was selfish to stats. And then once he got his stats, he wasn't being rewarded for being dominant offensively. Then he's like, fuck it, let me win, see what they do. And he did that. Like, you know,
the reason Kobe felt like he needed to prove that he can win without Shaq is because of this exact debate right now, because of this exact conversation that we're having, because of the discourse that surrounds the narrative that has been built around those 3 rings. That is why Kobe felt like he needed to prove it, because if he never did, we'd be sitting here now 20 plus years later saying Kobe could never have won without Shaq. Kobe was definitely the number 2 guy the whole time. Kobe needed to show it. He needed to prove it. And he did with very minimal supporting cast. Something LeBron I'm still waiting on for 23 years out of LeBron is for him to win with minimal supporting cast.
So you agree that Kobe Kobe cared more about actual stats and accolades, as Gil explained, than actually winning. Because at the end of the day, Kobe never won without an All-NBA teammate. LeBron James has. So stop lying, Skap Attack. Kobe had way much more help than LeBron James. You brought up LeBron James having All-NBA and All-Defensive teammates and Anthony Davis. Who had the most All-NBA and All-Defensive teammate, Kobe or LeBron? Kobe. Who had more players make the All-Defensive team? Kobe. Who had more players make the All-NBA team? Kobe. Who had more players make the 6th Man of the Year award? Kobe. Who had the teammates that, I mean, there's so many things that we can bring up. Who had more double players on their roster? Kobe.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Who had the MVP? Kobe.
Like, see, the problem is you want to use Kobe's whole career. Like I agree with you with LeBron's championships, going down to Miami. But here's something that it's not going to change your perception. Of course, it won't. But the reason LeBron left is because 2011 was a very important year in free agency. That was the big free agent market. Now, if you look at the NBA rankings, then LeBron won 60 games, right? Orlando Magic was right behind him. I think the Hawks was up and coming, so they was right there. Boston Celtics was still there. Now, what ends up happening is, think about all the free agents that was free that year. Wayne Wade and Bosh already said they're teaming up. Now, what if those two went down to Orlando somehow? What if one of them went to Boston? What if one of them went to the Hawks? It stops LeBron James from winning a championship for at least 4 more years because they already said they're going to team up. Then you have Amari Stoudemire free. You have Joe Johnson free. You have damn near majority of all number 1 options as free agents, and whispers of them moving. Amari Stoudemire's moving. Now, what if Dwayne Wade and Bosh teamed up in Miami and Amari Stoudemire went there? But LeBron ain't winning nothing, right? Because you still got Kobe and them over there, right? Now, what if one of them went to the Lakers? That changes history. So he had to team up with 2 people because that's what type of talent was being free, and too many teams was right there. And if they got anybody, like let's be honest, if Orlando, which was second, what if they got Dwayne Wade? Is LeBron winning the championship in the next 3 years with his team?
Dwayne Wade was never going to leave Miami. That was,
but he
false.
was.
Dwayne Wade said he was going to Chicago until LeBron called.
But he was leaving. What if Bosh? What if Bosh went to Orlando? What happens? What if Bosh goes to Boston? Right, you're talking about.
May I ask you a question, Gil? Gil, may I ask you a question, Gil?
But this was what happened during the 2011 year. Those people were on the move. So LeBron was like, "Fuck it, I
got to get to another question though. Okay. We got a lot of people in the backstage waiting. If it wasn't for that,
I agree. He has some easy ones. He has some easy ones, and I can tell you that I'm gonna go on record. I'm gonna go on record because Pop did it. LeBron's first championship, I can say they gave him that one. If you go back to Game 3 against the Spurs whooped OKC's ass two games straight. If you listen to the announcers, Game 3, 4, 5, 6, all of a sudden Spurs got old. Oh my God, they're so old they can't keep up with the young. I already said the fix is in. You can ask Dave McMenamin when OKC got in the championship. I said if I'm the league, I'm gonna let OKC win the first game because it makes the small market look good because we just came out of a lockout. And then I will let the gentleman's sweep happen. That was the easiest championship for them because that team was inexperienced. It was an inexperienced OKC team, and LeBron James gets to win his first championship. I can give you that. I called that play out. It was the easy. If they would have played the Spurs, they wasn't beating the Spurs that year. So so the league gifted them OKC in the championship, so he can win his first ring.
Listen,
I can agree with you on this.
I'm just saying, like Kobe, when Shaq left town, Kobe Bryant, his starting lineup was Smush Parker, Kwame Brown, Chris Mim, Brian Cook. That was their starting lineup. So essentially, they traded for Pau Gasol, and then he went to 3 straight and 1 back-to-back. And in the midst of that, LeBron was like, "Well, I need both Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh." And then he didn't even win all 4 years.
I can't argue that. Like that's the fact. That's what he did do.
And that's my problem with
James, I'm gonna drop you down, but I want you to stick around in the backstage.
Questions for us.
Let me I gotta
get.
Go ahead. We got to get somebody else up here. But go ahead.
Gil, one question. I got one question for Gil. It's real. All right, my bad. Listen. All right, so Gil, you brought up the 2010 offseason, which was predicated off of the 2007 offseason. Can you explain the atmosphere of the NBA during that offseason? Because a lot of things that people bring up is how your team wasn't good enough, and LeBron didn't face no good teams during that playoff run. But everything changed in the NBA, including Kobe Bryant adding all those pieces to help him get to those 3 straight finals.
What pieces? What are all those pieces?
He added Trevor Ariza. He brought back Derek Fisher. They also brought in Pau Gasol for actually just trading away Kwame Brown. You keep talking. And also they brought in Bynum, who was a top pick, who also was in place, and that's what Kobe had. He didn't have the same team that was when he was losing and choking versus the Phoenix Suns. You forget that. And not mention the same team Kobe asked to be traded away from, which is why the Lakers made moves, because he asked to be traded away. So I asked Gilbert Arenas that question. Gilbert Arenas, can you explain the atmosphere of the 2007 offseason, which actually led to 2010 offseason, because that's when LeBron and all of them re-signed to be available in 2010. And I'm going
to be honest with you. I was injured, and I did not give 2 shits about that offseason, because I think that was the offseason I was signing my contract, right? Is it 2007, 2008?
Yes, that offseason.
Yeah, I think I was signing my contract, so I was out of the country. I would just be honest. I was out of the country.
No, you've been keeping it 100 this whole time. Appreciate it, Lamont. Thanks, gentlemen. You guys are doing a great
job. All right, hey, stick around. I'm gonna bring you back up later.
The fact that he says brings in guys like Trevor Ariza and Derek Fisher. That comment came out of his mouth. Trevor Ariza and Derek Fisher, who never made a single All-Star team in their entire careers, never made an All-NBA team in their entire careers. Like. These are the guys we're talking about that they added, that Kobe had for his help. Agreed. Okay. That's what Kobe had. You're right.
Okay. No. Okay, so I'm going to do this for you. You have Michael Jordan 1, Kobe 2, right?
Yeah.
Michael Jordan was so good that he didn't need a lot of help. What he needed was smart basketball players who knew how to play the game.
And one serviceable All-Star.
Kobe, same thing. He needed one guy that can guarantee him about 18 to 20 points a game, and then very smart basketball player. That's why they brung back Derek Fisher. That's why they brung in They had Luke Walton there. They kept him. Trevor Ariza, right? Lamar Odom. He had smart basketball players. He didn't have them dumb drunks no more. He got rid of them dumb drunks. And you know, so that's all he needed. He didn't need another superstar. He just needed smart basketball, just like Steph Curry, right? Steph Curry didn't need Clay. I mean, he didn't need KD. They won 72 fucking games. What they did, the reason they got KD because they wanted to say fuck you. But they didn't need Kevin Durant because they had two players. They had Draymond as the bridge guy, and then the Livingstons and the Barbo. Those were very smart basketball players. We can minimize them, but we can't minimize how they play the game, just like Jokic's team, right? Jokic is MVP. We can say, well, he won an MVP with less talent. No, those are smart-ass basketball players that understand their role and how to manipulate the game from how they do it. So you can say that he didn't have this and that. He had very amazing basketball players that helped him play.
Sure, I totally agree. I agree, totally agree. He did have amazing basketball players that knew how to play the right way. And he did win with less than LeBron James ever has.
Less, okay. Wait, less what?
Less talent.
Superstars or just natural, just
overall talent. Overall, LeBron's never, Kobe's 2 rings with Gasol is less than what LeBron won all 4 of his with. All right, we can agree on that.
Even the 2020 championship, right? You have AD, everybody else, brilliant basketball minds, right? You have Dwight Howard, you have Rondo, like you have Caruso, you have great basketball players. So the championship you talk about, he didn't need another superstar. He had
a top 5 player that year in the NBA and AD, and then a good, very strong team around him. And then he had 3 elite teams outside of that. So yes, Kobe's the 2 that he won less help than LeBron's ever won with.
You must not count it. Do you include Phil Jackson or Lamar Odom or Ron Artest? Or you don't count none of those?
I can't fight you over that, but you know what I mean? Okay, then, yeah. All right, if I
don't know about that.
Go toe for toe, 1 through 15, yeah.
Maybe.
You got 3 fucking Hall of Famers and you got 1. I mean, Paul Gasol is 2, but he wasn't better than Bosh was.
No.
As a player. So yeah, he did. He won with less, yes.
Yep.
King Raven, what's good, man? What you got for us?
Argument was never about those rings.
What you got for us, King Raven? King Raven having technical difficulties. We're gonna drop him out. Let's go to Rich. Rich, what's your question, man? What you got for us?
Hello, y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yo, I've been waiting to get on here because I ain't gonna lie, Gil. I fuck with your show. I love Gil's Arena. That's my favorite podcast. Y'all and Jeff T. Gil, it's videos. Before Kobe died, you was praising Kobe. As soon as he died, it seemed like Brian called you and said, yo, I'm adding you to clutch. I'm adding you to clutch sports. I need you to pick me up every chance you get. And FYF, it seemed like you trying to get on Gil's Arena too, because you laughing at every single thing this man is saying. Like, yo, like, let's really put it in perspective. Your man left Cleveland. I don't want to hear, oh, nobody could go there. Nobody wanted to go there with him. Oh, he went to Miami with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. Now, let's not talk about how he was getting Ray Allen and all of these other people to come to the Miami Heat and still only won 2 championships. You lost to Kawhi Leonard, a young Kawhi Leonard. I don't want to hear about he averaged 30 still.
Rich, do you have a question, my guy?
Just let it go.
What is your?
He's doing well.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I like it.
Hold on. We have plenty of streams where you can come up here and rant. This is the one stream where you have to actually come up here and ask a question. I do streams all the time where you can come up here and rant. I never see Rich. Now all of a sudden Rich is up here. Now he's trying to go through his whole. Look, I don't want to hear your whole sermon about how you hate LeBron. Just ask your question to Skap.
No, here, look. So remember,
hey, yo, I love LeBron. I love Bron. Listen to me and listen to me good. When Kobe died, he won that chip in the bubble. I said I'd never disrespect Bron again. But at the same time, I'm sick of people acting like we not watching this man whole career. We not watching how he's orchestrating.
All right, man. Let's get to a real
No, but look. I understand what he's saying. Trust me. You couldn't tell me that Kobe wasn't the best or second best player ever. And I said, when I compare Michael Jordan, why I got Michael Jordan number one, my reason for that has nothing to do with 6 rings, has nothing to do with 6 finals MVPs, has nothing to do with the scoring titles and all that shit. I got beat up numerous times for the Michael Jordan shoes. Therefore, I can never replace those ass whoopings with anyone. So I don't need to argue who's number one. Number one, stuck in stone. When I go with LeBron and Kobe, remember, it's not like I have Kobe 20th or 10th, 3. The reason is it's body of work, unfortunately, for me, right? You have to be great for a long period of time. Kobe's start off wasn't great. His middle, amazing. The ending, injuries, didn't make the playoffs. Like it happened, right? It happened. So those are factored in. His greatness in the middle doesn't overshadow the beginning or the end, where LeBron individually, without rings, has been great from the beginning till now. So when you put these bodies of work against each other, the longevity does matter. Unfortunately, it does. And that's why I have a number 2.
Okay, I'd like to respond. I'd like to respond to that real quick.
Okay.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
If you want to say longevity, fine. LeBron has the best longevity of maybe any athlete ever. So if you want to say that longevity is your be-all, end-all metric and determinant, then fine. That's fine with me. The reason I have Kobe at 2 is because there's been 3 guys ever in NBA history. This predates the merger, predates the 70s. There's 3 guys that led a decade in points per game average and in total points scored. 3. It would be Will Chamberlain in the 60s, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the 70s, and Kobe Bryant in the 2000s. That's it. That's the list. So Kobe was by far the best offensive force in the NBA for the decade of the 2000s. And you look like you're questioning something, Gilbert. I'll answer what question.
In a slow-paced era.
Please pose a question to me.
Well, you're saying from 2000 to 2010, he outscored LeBron James?
Yeah, I'm saying he scored more points and his point per game average was the highest in the NBA. That's what I'm saying. There's been only
he scored the most total points, and his average was 28 points per game, which was the highest for that decade.
Correct. And there's only been 3.
So he has more total points than Kobe. He has more total points than LeBron James.
Yes, LeBron didn't get drafted until 2004.
Oh, okay.
He had like a 3-year head start.
4 years.
But take a decade for LeBron. Take whatever decade you want for LeBron then. Take 2010 to 2020. LeBron didn't do it. He was still primed. LeBron was primed in 2010 to 2020. He did not lead the NBA in scoring, in total points, and average. He didn't. There's only been 3 guys. Kobe, to me, was the undisputed greatest offensive force in an entire decade. In that decade, he made an all-NBA defensive team 9 times. So this guy was the epitome of full court player. If you want to extend it, hold on. If you want to extend it to 12 or 13 years, he's playing at a high end on both sides, and he won 5 titles in that 11-year span. Like his peak is what I'm looking at. His peak is second to no one's other than Jordan. That's why I have him at 2, and you with your longevity can have LeBron at 2. Fine.
No. But that's the I get it. When you say he he was this defensive player amongst guards.
I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Well, you talking to somebody who scored 60 on him.
No.
Hang on.
Because the best guard during that time, he didn't guard. That was fucking Gary Payton. Was it Gary Payton in the West? Like, who was the best guard? Who was the best guard? It would have been the point guards. It'd have been what?
I'm saying 2000 to 2010, Gil. Like Wade was in the mix then?
No, I'm talking about. I'm talking about from 2000 to 2010. I'm saying who was the best guards in the NBA?
Other than Kobe, it was definitely Wade.
I averaged 18 in most improved, so I know they couldn't have been that motherfucking good because I wasn't even a prime player. I was still getting into my own, and I averaged 28. And I don't remember anybody that was that feared me offensively.
Gil,
So
all I can tell you,
okay.
All I can tell you is this: Kobe Bryant has 9 first-team defensive selections. That's tied for Jordan and Gary Payton and Kevin Garnett for most ever in NBA history.
I didn't even say that. Who the fuck did Jordan guard during his run? Like who was the shooting guard?
So now Jordan's a weak defender too.
No, I'm just saying, No, I'm just saying that but you do have to put it in perspective, because if you say, I can say this when I make my Kobe argument that he played against better competition than Michael Jordan, because if you take statistical, who is the top 5 shooting guards ever? Jordan never guarded, and Jordan never played against any of them in their prime. Kobe's 2, he played against a young Kobe. Third was Dwayne Wade. He didn't guard, he didn't play against Dwayne Wade. Iverson, and they got Harden. He didn't play against these guys, right? He didn't play against anybody who couldn't dribble more than fucking 4 dribbles. So yeah, we could attack the defense compared to how he played and how they played. It was 2 different styles, right? So when we say who did Kobe guard, who did he actually guard? Who was a threat in the West in his position? All the guards that I can think of was East Coast guards. I can't think of a shooting guard that was they got normally ranked 6.
He had Tracy McGrady in the West at that time on Houston. He
was in the East. He was on
Houston.
No, when Kobe won the championship, and when Kobe won those 3 championships, he was in Orlando.
Gilbert, I'm talking 2000 to 2010. McGrady was in the West at that time, at the end of that span. So was the Thunder, had the 3 young up and comers in that span of time too.
So you're talking. So I'm
2000 to 2010. Yes.
I'm talking about the 3 championships. You're talking about.
I'm talking about why I have Kobe number 2 all time. He was an elite 2-way player for a full decade, and he was an elite winner.
Let's hear your question, McDuff. What you got for him?
All right, my question is to all 3 on the panel. Salute. So my thing is I'm kind of on Skap's side. So when we watched Kobe from 2000 to 2002 in those 3 championships, Kobe was literally a top 5 player in the league, debatable the second best player to Shaq. When you mentioned he was first team All NBA, All Defense, first team All NBA, top 5 in MVP voting, top 10 in MVP voting. We all felt Kobe watching the game during those 3-peats. He was the top 5 player. My issue is, in which Skap is defending, to say that a top 5 player in the world on a dynasty is a sidekick to us, it would seem disrespectful. So the question is, when has there ever been a top 5 player in the world,
great question,
on a dynasty team that was known as a number 2? And why are we considering Kobe a sidekick instead of saying that's the greatest duo that we've ever seen? Why is he a sidekick? Why is his legacy known as a sidekick and not the greatest duo ever?
Because you want to use duo because you don't want to say option 2, right? You know, it's just when you don't want to say option 2, you want to use other words to describe it. So you want to take away from the other person's dominance, because he was dominant too. He wasn't as dominant as him, but he was still dominant. So we're just going to pretend that this was a duo. Like Jordan and
he did ask a question.
Jordan and Pippen was a duo, but we know who option 1 was, right? So when you talk about 2000, Kobe was second team. The 2 guards on first team was Jason Kidd and Gary Payton, 2-point guards.
Was Gary Payton better than Kobe Bryant in 2000?
Right.
No. Well, we're talking about a 20-year-old. Like, are y'all forgetting what age he is at this moment in time?
He was 21.
He was 21. That's how it goes. 20. His birthday is like 20, 21, 21, 22, 22, 23. That's how the ages go for his stats. So he starts off the year at 20 years old, turns 21, right? So so Shaq is first team, he's second team. 2001, first team was Allen Iverson and Jason Kidd, 2 point guards again, right? Kobe is second with Tracy McGrady.
Hang on 1 second. Gil,
the 2001, 2002, he was the all NBA first team.
Gilbert, real quick, Gilbert, real quick. In 2001, when Kobe Bryant was second team and Jason Kidd was first team. Let me just put this. I just want to read the stats. This is the first time all show 3 hours that I've had to read something. Everything's off the top of my head. In 2001, Jason Kidd, 16.9 points per game, 9.8 assists, and 6.4 rebounds. That was first team All NBA Jason Kidd that year. Second team All NBA. Hold on. Second team All NBA Kobe Bryant that year, 28.5 points per game, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists. Literally, basically doubled him in scoring and was all NBA defense. So I'm sure there was no favoritism by the voters not giving it to a guy that was 22 at the time and giving it to an established veteran. I'm sure Jason Kidd was better than Kobe Bryant in 2001. No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
Okay,
he was. He led his team to the finals.
Unfortunately, you just read first team and second team, so he was a better basketball player at that moment in time. One was a better scorer, yeah. One was a better basketball player. Now, when you talk about J. Kidd that year, you're
same rebounds, 4 less assists.
You're talking
same
about
rebounds per game, 4 less assists, 14 more points per game. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah. One is being doubled, and then one's being.
Oh, sure. Back to the whole. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Running an offense.
No. So you're talking about 2001. What year? 2001 too?
2001. He was first team. He was first team in 02. He was second team in 01.
So the year did they go to the play? Did they go to the? That wasn't the year they went to the finals. No, he was in.
It was not.
He was in Phoenix.
So yeah, it wasn't. He went to the finals in 02-03, but Kobe was first team that year.
Yeah,
I think he was first team too.
I wasn't in the NBA then, so I don't know.
Yeah, he was first team with him in 2002.
We got Plant,
and he led his team to the finals.
What question you got for Plant?
I got you.
Wait, hold on. What was the voting? How was the voting system? See, I don't know the voting system back then. Was it a guard? No, it couldn't. No, never mind. Wait. Oh,
there was positionality back then.
No. All-Star, the star voted by the fan favorites, right?
The All-Stars were, yeah.
Okay. So how did Jason Kidd get more votes than Kobe Bryant?
Was it position?
It was better, but either way,
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Talk to us, Plant Tanos. Go ahead, man. Go ahead and cook.
All right. So if Kobe was this 1B, like Skap is saying, then why in 2003 and 2004 did the Lakers not win the championship? If even by Kobe's own words, he says 2003 he was better than 2001 and 2002. Why didn't he win in 2003 and 2004 if he was supposed to be so much better?
They ran up against a historically great defense. They just weren't a good team at that point. Both Shaq and Kobe had very poor series. I think that is probably the low point of Kobe's career. I would say either that series or maybe the 2006 Game 7, maybe the 2008 Game 6 in Boston. Anyway, you could say that Detroit series was an all-time low point for Kobe, probably the worst point of his career. It was a historically great defense. It's the best defense of this century. Karl Malone got hurt. They were very light on the bench. Slava Medvedenko filled in. There was no spacing. Derek Fisher, again, like I mentioned earlier, scored 6 points per game on 29% shooting as their third option. Like, they just ran into a buzzsaw. It didn't work out. They went their separate ways after that year.
In 2003, that wasn't the case. Why didn't he take over like he did in 2001 and 2002 versus the Spurs? He didn't take over. He's supposed to be the best that he's been ever in his career. and he didn't take over. It seems like when Shaq went down a little bit in terms of his production and his dominance, Kobe couldn't make up for that. So how is he 1B when he couldn't make up for the drop in?
I could just, first of all, Kobe tore his labrum in his right shooting arm in the 2003 when they were going for the three-peat. He tore that in the Minnesota series, and FYF he's been a clown this whole time. I have to say, he's been very animated, gyrating around in his chair there, putting his little head in his hand, giggling like a little schoolgirl. I'll tell you what, go look it up. Kobe tore his labrum in the Minnesota series in the first round, my guy. Like, you think I'm just fabricating these things? It's all on tape, bro.
It's not my debate,
Go back and
it's
look
not my argument.
Everything I said for 3 hours. Go back and fact check me if you think it's that funny. Go back.
I'm not saying you're wrong, Skap, but
you're cracking up the whole time at everything.
Skap. I'm the right person to debate because I do have Kobe at 10. But this is your debate with Gil, not me.
How do you have him? Hold on. How do you have him?
I have him. No, actually, I have him at 11.
Yeah, he's 11.
Dropped him down one spot because of a new player in the top 10.
He's with Curry.
And mine's is specifically based on, again, there's a whole bunch of things you can say, but I strictly stick to, just so I don't have bias towards players from the 60s and 70s, I always stick to resume. And unfortunately, his resume doesn't have a top 10 resume.
So you're saying post 80s, Kobe is the 11th best player in your estimation?
No, I didn't say no.
Including,
because I include 70s and players from the 60s and 70s.
The mailman groups.
Bill Russell, 11 championships.
Now,
crazy.
I do have a separate top 10. I did a video. I do have a separate top 10 for the most talented basketball players, irregardless of resume. And Kobe was number 2 all time on that one. So when you just stick to talent and you remove resume, of course, Kobe's going to come out in almost everybody's top 3. I don't care where you put him.
Okay.
But when you have to incorporate resume, to me, because like I've always said this, Bill Russell is not the basketball player that Kobe Bryant is. But Bill Russell's resume, if you just stick, he can't control, like I say, players can't control what era they're born in. Unfortunately, Bill Russell just got born into the wrong era. He had to go play against guys that we call plumbers. So I can only judge him based off his resume.
Lamont, first of all, Lamont, real quick, I just want to apologize. I just want to apologize for calling you a schoolgirl. That was not nice of me. I apologize. I apologize.
I don't get offended. I'm not offended by stuff like
Secondly, hang on. Secondly, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, top 3 in 3 standard box metrics. That would be points, rebounds, and blocks. Top 3 all time in 3. He went to 10 NBA finals, won 6 of them, has 6 league MVPs. That's the most ever. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has the best resume. So if you're all about resumes, I guess Kareem is your GOAT, right?
That's not all Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan got 5 MVPs and 6 finals MVPs. That's better than
I got Kareem. I got Kareem at 2. No, I got Kareem at 3. My bad. I got Kareem at 3.
Oh, who's 1 and 2?
Jordan 1, Bron 2, Kareem at 3.
Oh no.
I don't know how you can say that if you're all about resume though.
Hey, yeah. Even with Bill Russell's resume, I'm sorry, I had to do some Googling on that resume, and he was Angel.
Nasty.
He was Angel.
No, Gil. He was facing Will Chamberlain. So if he's facing Will Chamberlain, who's supposed to be this genetic freak, how did he beat him head to head?
You have to go blind. You have to not look at the gameplay when you talk about Bill Russell. You have to cover your eyes. Try to not look at gameplay. You have to just look at the stats, man. Because if you watch the game,
because it's ugly.
It's ugly. It's bad.
Because it's ugly, it wasn't impressive. Like, it's not great because it's ugly. Like
no, what I'm saying is, you as basketball players, and like Gil's probably might be better at this than most of us. He's played in the NBA, but as basketball players, you watch other people play, you can immediately tell if you can dominate them or not. And I should not be looking at guys in the 60s and 70s who feeling like, damn, if you dropped me into that league, I would be able to compete with those guys. Like.
But you don't even know that because they don't even dribble the same way. The way you dribble, the way they dribble is not even close.
I don't. What I do is I don't compare analytics across era, nor do I use the eye test across era as too biased. So all I do is, did you dominate your era? Bill Russell, to me, dominated the 60s,
But
almost any other player. Kareem dominated his era. Jordan dominated his era. LeBron's been dominating his era.
Exactly.
Okay,
Lamont, real quick. Do you watch football? Gilbert asked me earlier if I watch football. Do you, Lamont?
No, I don't watch football.
Gilbert, who's your GOAT quarterback, would you say?
Tom Brady.
Okay, let me say this. I agree with you. Tom Brady is unequivocally the GOAT quarterback. However, Peyton Manning has more first-team All-Pros and more MVPs than Joe Montana and Tom Brady combined. So based on resume, Peyton Manning would have to be the best quarterback. See, that's why you can't just
regular season
finish everything to resume.
Did you incorporate Super Bowls? Because Super Bowls is part of your resume. At the end of the day. So winning and how you win is also a part of your resume too.
When you say dominate, like I'm stuck on this Bill Russell. When you say dominate, right? Who was the most athletic person in the league when he?
Will Chamberlain.
No, before Will Chamberlain got. So Bill Russell was before Will.
Probably Bill Russell.
I mean,
I'm largely relying when I say that. I'm largely relying off. There was another coach. So basically, when you look at the Celtics, they hadn't won anything until Bill got there. And then when they do get there, John Cundler, the Lakers coach, he was the one that really made me think about how dominant he was, because he says, we don't fear the Celtics when they don't have Bill Russell. He basically, every time he talked about how Bill Russell was the only factor that made them unbeatable in that time frame. And he was the coach that had to go head to head with them all the time. And so when you have people talking like that in that time, that's a testimony from that time. I got to take that's me considering how dominant you were in your own era. I can't really judge Bill off how dominant I think he would be in the 2000s. I don't think he would be very dominant in the 2000s.
No.
In his own era, I just try to give him credit for what he did in his era. That's all I can do.
It was another. What was the rookie that won? That was rookie of the month and the All-Star and rookie of the year. Right? He came in 56, right? 56, 57.
I don't know.
Bill Russell didn't win rookie of the year, right? There was another rookie on that team
Bill Russell. No, he didn't win it. It was his own teammate won it.
His own teammate, another rookie.
His own teammate won rookie of the year. Yeah,
and All-Star.
Yeah,
right.
Bill Russell, he missed half the season because he was in the Olympics.
What was there? So when he said we couldn't win without Bill Russell and all that, what was their record? Before
no, I'm talking about this was after
middle of the pack, like 42 wins. Like
whoa! Say that again.
Middle of the pack.
Okay, it looked like before Bill Russell, they only lost 1, 2, 3, 4.
They didn't win any championships though.
They didn't win a series at all.
No, what I'm saying is both as rookies, he missed at the beginning of the season. I think they have a 13-game lead on whoever was second. The team was good. Bill Russell was a defensive player.
And defense was important back then. Because everybody was shooting 40%. So clearly the defense was the most, just like the 2000s, right? Defense was important in the 2000s, right? Same way it was important back then.
What I'm saying is, who are you guarding? Who are you guarding? And who's guarding you?
I got to bring somebody else up for another question.
Points. See, I when he averaged 16, he has 16 and he averaged 16 and was it 22? So I'm like, okay, shit, he's dominating. Then when I look at the other black players in the league and these motherfuckers is averaging 38, 37, and 22 rebounds, it's like, who is this guy actually then? Because if Wilt is averaging 32 and 55 with 22 rebounds, I can say, okay, he was way above. Now you got some guy who's averaging 16. How the fuck are you averaging 16? If the other black player is averaging fucking 30, what are you doing? Then you start looking at, he's Angel Reese. He's out there to play defense, and if he gets an offensive rebound, pass the shit back out. If you are by yourself, you can put it back up. But if you don't, God damn it, good luck. Because he only shot 42%, being the most athletic guy out there. He didn't shoot 65% when no one else can block his fucking shot. Like I can say if he shot 65%, but you shot 40-something% from 2-pointers and layups. We see it in real life with Angel Reese, right? We watch rebound, miss. We can see. Why don't we want to acknowledge that's what Bill Russell was then?
No, he was.
Rings, but he had a team where there was no free agents. So you didn't have free agents back then. So if you had the best team, you had the best team. It was hard to beat you because you only went through the draft. And then you have to think about this. Majority of the league back then, in the middle of the season, they fucking quit. We're done.
But Gil, unlike Skap, this is what I always say. I don't care how your team was put together or who's on your team with you. If you do all the winning and dominating, you do all the winning and dominating. Because we never really, because Gil, I say it like this. Me and you both played games and when growing up, we played in gyms at parks. When you went to the park, a lot of times if you went with your AAU guys, you're trying to come with the best five so you stay on the court as long as possible, and you really don't care who else is in there trying to get on the court. You're trying to dominate the whole court, and it's on them to figure out how to put you off. So at the end of the day, I judge players. I know that winning in the NBA is a lot of luck involved, and there's only a handful of players who get lucky enough to get put into a situation where they can actually win. And that's the unfortunate part about most people's top 10s is that the top 10 is filled with a ton of guys, really, really great players, but they were lucky enough to be put in the perfect, most ideal situation, right front office, right GM, not going to the Cavs. Imagine if Magic Johnson goes to the Cleveland Cavaliers, right? One of the worst organizations at that time. Or what if Bird goes to the Dallas, some team that, your whole career is different because you don't have the front office that's going to build a winner around you. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't mind about your super teams. I love super teams.
There are levels. They dominated.
There are levels
because they supposed to have dominated. So Russell for that. You have a great team.
I got you, hot sauce. I'm about to get you in.
You have a great team, and y'all dominated, right? I can't. I won't take that away from them. That they dominated with the great team. He didn't fall. It's not like there was an upset anywhere. He dominated, won 11 rings in 12 years? So I can't take, I can't take that away from him because it's not like we're saying, oh, you only have 7 with that team. You killed.
Look, guys, LeBron, Nikola Jokic has never played ever with a single player that made an all-star, an all-NBA, or an all-defensive team. He's in his 10th NBA season. Mm-hmm. He's never had one. Now, if LeBron, after 7 years in Cleveland, said he couldn't do it, and he went and joined up with Dwayne Wade, who at the time, like I said, was like a top 3 player. If you want to push me on that, if you want to push me and say he wasn't top 3, he was undeniably top 5. So if Nikola Jokic now, after 10 years, 3 more years than LeBron gave it, what if Jokic was like, nope, can't do it. I got to go to Luka's city.
Nobody would have knocked him.
Jay's city.
Nobody would have cared.
To Giannis' city.
But
what do the rings mean then? What do they really mean? If Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic team up, of course they should win rings. What does winning really prove?
Oh, most super teams lose though.
To that degree.
Yeah, most super teams lose. Most super teams don't even win. But the one or two, the few super teams that do win, you put this black eye on all great combinations of players and say, oh, if you have a super team, you're supposed to win. When you look through NBA history, most teams that would be labeled super teams don't really win anyways. So I don't know why y'all have this big fear of guys grouping together, because most of the time they don't even win anyway. Because you don't like it because it's LeBron grouping up. No, because I promise you, if LeBron goes to your team, you're gonna love him. If LeBron would have went to the Knicks,
win are super teams. I completely
no, that's not true. What is a super team? What is
the 80s Lakers were a super team?
What is a super team?
The 80s Lakers were a super team.
But what is a super team?
The 80s Celtics were a super team.
What is a super
team? All
of
LeBron's teams other than the Lakers were super teams.
What is a super
team? KD was a super team.
But what is a super team though? By definition.
Yeah.
So to me, high level, let's say either two MVP caliber players.
Okay.
Or to me, really, what is it? To me, it's 3 perennial all-stars / Hall of Famers. 3. That's the way me personally, I look at a super team. 3 perennial all-star Hall of Famers.
So how do you feel about Hakeem Olajuwon, Barkley, and Drexler then? Did you get on them?
At the end of their careers, though. They were
perennial all-stars and Hall of Famers.
Wait. That's the year. See, that's why I don't like Charles Barkley. That was the year Charles Barkley went there, and he was out of shape and didn't want to do what he needed to do to sacrifice for the team. And they're still waiting for an apology for that.
They were ending their career. Hakeem won one with nothing. Like Otis Thorpe was his second best player on the 94
team.
Team.
With Pippen and Barkley.
Hold on. Otis Thorpe was the second best player basically on the 94 Rockets. Then, they traded for Drexler at the deadline in 95 and then defended. But he got one guy. Hakeem was he was essentially Jokic back then in the fact that he was playing with no one for several years, like 8 years of his prime. Hakeem had no one. Then they got him Clyde and they won the championship then in 95 and defended.
Okay. When you said they were old, I agree. So if that's not a super team, do you consider the 2004 Lakers a super team?
Of course not.
Okay. So the Karl Malone and Gary Payton, that wasn't a super team.
No, Karl Malone's 41 years old.
Okay. Fair. Okay. I just wonder. Okay.
So age. So they have to also be in a certain age bracket.
Yeah, kind of like when Miami, they were all under 29. They were 29 or less.
But earlier you mentioned Shaq teaming up with LeBron James, and you used that.
I didn't say that was a super team. I didn't say that was a super team.
But you didn't.
I was talking about his high level teammates.
No, Shaq wasn't a high level teammate at that time.
Look, in the year Shaq was there, go back. Can you please go back and look at Antoine Jameson's numbers when they traded for Antoine Jameson? Can you please? He made all
game, just like Paul Gasol.
He made say it again?
He averaged like 18 a game, just like Paul Gasol.
No, he averaged like 20 and 9 and was an all-star.
Are those Paul Gasol numbers? Aren't those Paul Gasol numbers?
No, Paul Gasol was 17 and 12.
Well, you
17
just
11.
lowering.
Okay, so Antoine Jameson going there, the year before he averaged 28. There he averaged 15-7.
I'm saying going there.
Average.
Yeah, hold on. And Gil, hold on. It was the trade deadline that they got Antoine. What was he averaging before he was traded that year? Like 21 and 9 or something?
Yeah, 21. Yeah, 21.
You can score a lot of points.
That's better than Pau Gasol, my guy. That's better. It's better.
Okay.
I agree.
Don't look at Pau Gasol when he was traded. He was traded middle of the year too. It's better.
Who was he when he played with LeBron? Was he a 20-point per game player?
Hey, I thought LeBron made everyone better, Lamont.
Oh, my God.
Why does every player go there get depreciated? No, it's a fair question. Kevin Love was 24 and 13 and 4 the year before, and then he's a scapegoat a year later.
Skap Attack. Let me tell you why. Because the players that do go play with LeBron James that actually do play better, you guys just call it, oh, he has too much help. You never give him credit for Anthony Davis playing better. When you glazed Anthony Davis talking about he was so great. Hold on.
Anthony Davis was the first team player in New Orleans.
When you just glazed Anthony Davis, and when Anthony Davis came to LA, he's gotten better. And when he got better with LeBron, you never said LeBron made him better. You just say, oh, you got super help.
Please fact check,
So
Gil.
guys-
Please look up Anthony Davis in New Orleans.
So when guys actually play better with LeBron, all you guys do is complain about them being good.
Anthony Davis was first team All-NBA in New Orleans. He averaged like 28 points per game one year and like 12. See, Gilbert is nodding his head, Lamont. See, you can keep laughing, Lamont, but I am right and you are wrong.
But it doesn't
That's
matter.
the bottom line. You see Gilbert nodding his head with me in approval?
But all I'm saying is it doesn't matter. The only time you guys say anything about LeBron is when the player plays good. If they play bad, it's LeBron's fault. If they play good, then you want to use that player to tear down LeBron. Like when Kyrie played good with LeBron, you use that to tear down LeBron. But when Kyrie plays bad, oh, LeBron is such a toxic teammate and he's tearing him down. He's pushing Kyrie away. So you guys don't call it even on both ends.
No, I do. I look at the players.
No, you don't.
I look at the caliber of players when they go, when they're acquired.
Okay,
and
you know
where they're at.
Okay, so look, from inside the game itself, scouting them, playing against them, most great players hurt each other, right? They sacrifice for each other. The players that get better are the role players, right? So when you say LeBron didn't get any better, it's the guys that no one pays attention to, the Boobie Gibsons and the Mo Williams, the Carusos, the AK-40s, the AK Austin. Those are the guys that he maximizes, right? It's like Chris Paul, right? When you look at Chris Paul's resume, he didn't win like championships, but if you look at the talent, he maximized the groups, right? So you have to value not the stars that they're playing with, right? You can't measure like Klay Thompson, KD, and Curry. They gotta sacrifice for each other. It's the other players who benefit by playing the right way. So it's hard to say, like with Kobe, you have Ron Artest. Ron Artest wasn't averaging the 18 and 21 that he did in Sacramento, but he looked better. He looked like a better basketball player, right? Paul Gasol played better. Lamar Odom was maximized to what Lamar Odom was, right? So he used these guys. It's not the star player. It's the guys that we don't really value, that they make look. Because you're minimizing the touches and you're maximizing the production on the output, right? And that's how you have to value it, right? It's little things that it's kind of hard to tell, to be honest.
Can I ask my question now?
I think we just nitpick him too much.
What up, hot sauce? Hot sauce.
Yo, what's up? So my question is for Gil, and this in the context of Kobe is a sidekick.
Mm-hmm.
So. Western Conference Finals, we all can agree that that's a do or die series. So from 2000 to 2003, the Lakers went back to back to the Western Conference Finals. 2000, Shaq outperformed Kobe. 2001, Kobe outperformed Shaq. 2002, Shaq outperformed Kobe, and then 2003, Kobe outperformed Shaq. So it went back and forth. So my question to you, Gilbert, is that could you please list another sidekick that outperformed the Batman, and that person was called a sidekick? So can you please tell me, name two other people that outperformed a Batman but still was called Robin? If you cannot, that contract, then that statement needs to be retracted. Thank you.
I can't retract the statement because the statement is the history is over with. There's nobody in the history of the game, no coach, no general manager, no player will say Shaq or Kobe was in front of Shaq at any point during those 3 years, not regular season, not in the playoffs. If Kobe outscored Shaq, it's because Shaq was being triple teamed, because that was the defense on Shaq then.
But Gil, this is my point, Gil. This is my point. Never ever does Robin outperform Batman. Ever. In any situation.
Jaylen Brown outperformed Tatum.
Yeah, who was the
not
number
in a
one?
do or die series? Not in a do or die series.
What?
That's why I'm highlighting the West Conference.
It was in the NBA Finals.
Why are you saying, like, see, that's what you guys are manipulating how you want to look at it. The championship was the championship. You can't make up what round the championship's in.
Because you're not being honest.
There's a Western Conference Final, then there's a championship. That's the game. So
we're not being honest.
If you're saying Kobe played better in one round, okay.
No, I'm saying that he played better in series because at the end of the day,
series,
okay. The East doesn't have an answer for Shaq. Shaq is too big, too quick for the East. That's why Shaq can never get out of the West.
Hold on. You did not say they had they didn't have an answer for Kobe. You said they didn't have an answer for Shaq, which means that the ball goes to Shaq first, and because they couldn't stop him, he dominates. Which means the rounds Kobe played means they stopped who first?
The West stopped Shaq, absolutely.
So okay, so if they stop Shaq as the number one option, that means Robin gets to eat. right?
No, because even in the East, there's still no answer for Kobe. There's nobody on the East that can stop Kobe, right?
So who won the Finals MVP?
The only reason why is because they didn't have big men. So you're going to throw it into the hole,
Okay,
right?
so
because it's a higher percentage shot. It's matchups. It was not that Shaq was immensely better than Kobe. It was just that a high percentage shot, right? 5 feet in is a higher percentage shot than a mid range. And you don't, and the East doesn't have a 7 foot, 300-pound guy in the hole.
Exactly. So when you're talking about another Robin Eating, you got to think about what other player in this history that was a big man that had to be triple teamed where they left 4 players open.
Gil, my argument is not that Kobe. I'm not saying. Hear me, please. Hear me out, please.
I think he's confused about what a number 2 option is. Gil.
Hold
on 1 second. Hot sauce. Number 2 option is not based on your talent. I think you're confusing when people call Kobe a 2 option. We're not saying he's not talented. 2 option is just your role because you have to play within a system in basketball. In basketball, when you come down the court, there's one guy designated that you want to play through. That's usually what just calls your number 1 option. If the number 1 option, if they take away all his best options, then you defer to the number 2 option. And then you consistently go down from there. When we say 2 option does not denigrate his talent. 2 option is just literally talking about who they have to play through. Who's your best option to score the basketball every single down the court? And then who do we go to if that number 1 option gets taken away? It has nothing to do with talent. Gil has Kobe at number 3 all time. Gil has Kobe at number 3 all time. You guys consistently keep confusing 2 option with not being very talented. That's not what it means. It's just a role that coaches. It's just a role that coaches have to give out, so that you're not just playing a mess. Because you know what? You know what happens when the coach loses a grasp on who's really the 1 or 2 option. 2003 happens. That's what happens when the coach can't. So the teams that generally have the most problems are the teams that can't figure out who their 1, 2, and 3 options are. You have to know who that is, and the teams that don't buy into that are the teams that don't win championships.
So here's the issue. The issue is sidekick. So number 1, media.
It's just to do. That's because you think it's bad. It's not bad. It's not a bad thing.
Media posts Kobe and Shaq as Superman and Batman, which is
okay. Then go talk to the media. That's not our problem.
It's a collaboration.
No.
My question to Gil.
You said Superman and Batman, which they are both superheroes, but
Batman is not a sidekick, sir.
For one, and who is the regular human being?
Batman is not a sidekick, sir.
Batman is not a sidekick. When he's with Superman, he is.
No, he's not.
When they have the Avengers, when they have the Justice League ranking between the Avengers, there's 10 of them that are number 1s by themselves, just like the USA team. When the USA team come together, they're all number 1 options, but when they're on their team, there's a fucking pecking order. So if you cannot name, Kevin Durant was a 3rd option on the USA team, I don't give a fuck what you say. I don't care how mad you get. That will be the truth. If I say Embiid was the 5th fucking option on the USA team and he has an MVP that year on that team, what option was he then?
The reason why everybody has a problem with the sidekick argument is because there's multiple times where Kobe outperforms Shaq in pivotal games. And Robin never outperforms Batman. Hey. That's the point. That's the point. Because hear me out. You keep saying that.
Yes, they do.
Do you see the video? Do you see this post right here?
Yes, I see the yes. I see that. Yes.
Now we have a defense that says there's
my question to be answered.
No. But because you say, how do a sidekick perform? Now
outperform.
Outperform. So do you see outperform? Do you see the defense on Shaquille O'Neal? So if he passes to Derek Fisher and Derek Fisher makes 10 of those, is he outperforming Shaquille O'Neal? Is he doing it by himself?
Derek Fisher has never outperformed Shaquille O'Neal. Kobe Bryant has.
Look, we see how he's being played.
Kobe Bryant has.
Because
Scottie Pippen has never outperformed Michael Jordan.
Hold on. Wherever
That's not true. Pippen did outperform Michael Jordan.
Where's Kobe on the court? Wherever he is, guess what? We can see no one's fucking looking at him. And this is 2002. You're telling me that he's this dynamic compared to Shaquille O'Neal that you can turn your back against him. Is that what we're saying here?
Yo, Scottie Pippen never outperformed Jordan.
Yes, he did. Yes, Scottie Pippen in single games and series has outperformed Jordan. Versus the Knicks when he was named player of the game, he was the best player in an elimination game. We can point to we can go to singular moments. We can go to singular. Let's bring somebody else up.
Hold on. Jordan got the ball. This is not what we've seen for Scottie Pippen to get the ball. Look at the defense here. The Kobe Bryant is on the fucking court. Okay? He's on the court, and all 5 players are looking at Shaquille O'Neal. That means no one's looking at fucking Robert Horry if he fucking backdoors. If he gets a wide open layup, no matter how many points Robert Horry scores, he wasn't a main fucking factor. He got points because of defense. If you go to the next series, whatever fucking series you want to go to, and you want to ask why somebody
outperformed the number 1 guy.
All right, appreciate you. I appreciate you. We gotta get to the next person.
Look at the defense so we can see how he's being played, right?
Every time Ori has given Martin a different look. At some point, though, Ori's going to have to.
All right, whoop, that's Kobe Bryant. We're just going to sit down here. Okay.
Start playing a little bit more straight up and just say, what kind of game do you
Shit, look at the defense again. So when you say someone is outperforming, why? You got to ask yourself why. Because they are doing this to the most dominant person.
Here's the double on O'Neal.
Shot clock down to 7. Fisher picked up on the switch. Bryant.
Do you see how the game is being played?
Yes, we see the 4 highlights you showed earlier.
When Kobe caught the ball, let's see how many times Kobe caught the ball. Let's see if he was double. Let's see if anybody ran up to him.
Take the shot. We'll take our chances.
Every time Ori has given Martin a different look. At some point, though, Ori's going to have to start playing a little bit more straight up and just say, what kind of game do you really have?
One person that doubled is right here. Okay.
There's the double on O'Neal.
Great man.
Shot clock down to 7. Fisher picked up on the switch. Bryant.
No one came to help. No one came over to help. Because you can't leave your body off of Shaq, because if you leave your body off of Shaq, someone like Kobe Bryant's talent is good enough to throw the lob. But the offense and the defense back then, you doubled Shaq, got the ball out of Shaq's hand, and you tried to contain Kobe one-on-one. No one did a fucking great job on it. Of course not, because it's Kobe fucking Bryant. But the main defense was to make sure Shaquille O'Neal didn't get the ball. And if anybody drove, put your body, 2 body, 3 body on Shaquille O'Neal so they couldn't throw the lob and he couldn't get an offensive rebound. Because if he did get it, it was guaranteed. But your job was push Kobe left, and hopefully you can try to contain him one-on-one. But he was just that good. There's no arguing that. But you do have a force on the court that made everybody focus on him. If Shaq wasn't there, Kobe averages fucking 30-something early in his career. Of course, he leads the league in scoring. That is not the argument here. The argument is, unfortunately, he has Shaquille O'Neal. I don't know how many players, if Shaq was on the team, they would have been the number 1 option. In 99, 2000, 2001, 2000, if Shaq was with Duncan was the sidekick. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. If he was with Allen Iverson, side. Right? I mean, we're talking about the most dominant dude, and we're talking about a period of time where Kobe didn't turn into him fully yet. Now, if we're talking about 02, 03, Kobe was the man. 03, 04, Kobe was the man. Moving forward, Kobe would have been a man if Shaq would have stayed. That's not the argument. We're talking about the wording, sidekicking. You don't like it. 1B is a sidekick number, right? Batman to Superman, sidekick. Nobody on this earth will say Batman is more powerful than Superman, right? Yeah, he's a superhero, but when they're in the same room, like when, who's the richest person in the world?
In comic books or real life?
Real life.
Elon Musk right now.
Okay, so who's second?
Probably. No, I would guess probably Bezos.
Okay, now if Bezos was never in the room with Elon Musk, he's the richest motherfucker in the room, right? Only time he's not the richest is when he's in the room when Elon Musk is there. Then he becomes option number 2.
But see, this is my point. They're both elite, insanely rich billionaires. That's my point of what we're saying about Kobe and Shaq. They're both elite one guys. That's the whole premise.
Yeah,
but the game don't work without roles, man.
But unfortunately, he has during these times, he has the guy that over exceeded him in talent at that moment in time. I just use the word sidekick because it pisses you off, but that's it, right?
And, my overall point again, that's the first thing I said when I came on here. I'm going to continue to harp on it just so that it remains relevant and poignant within our individual discussions. My main premise is that I don't care what happened in those 3 rings. They do not devalue them for Kobe Bryant. They do not impugn Kobe Bryant from being able to infringe into that all-time hierarchy of discussion. That's my point. That's what people are saying. You utilize Shaq and you utilize those 3 rings like it's some kind of a bad thing that Kobe has them.
Kobe at number 3, though. He has Kobe at number 3 all the time. So how's he using it to devalue?
You
Kobe?
don't, though, Lamont. You have him at 11.
Your debate is with Gil. Why you worried about me? Why you worried about my ranking, man?
But that's what I'm saying. But you're talking about the only person that.
Gil, let me be honest. Let me just be honest real quick.
It's the longevity LeBron.
I bias. Growing up, and I've told people this on the channel all the time, I'm a catch and shoot player. I hated ball hogs. I hated guys that shot the ball all the time. So I'm not going to be a big fan of the Iversons, not going to be a big fan of the Kobes. It is what it is. See, I can admit there's bias there, so we can move on. Just do it, T. What you got for us, man?
I'm a big Kobe guy, but I'm a LeBron guy also. I feel how Gil feels, man. Basically, he had Shaq. You can't deny that. Like, you just can't deny that. You can't throw that out the window. Shaq was the most dominant big all those years. But at the same time, I mean, Kobe, he was that guy. He did his thing. But I just got to say, I don't know. When he had his time to carry his own team, he just didn't do it. Like, he didn't get the job done. He was a great scorer, commanded double team, but he didn't get the job done. So that's why I got to agree with Gil. Like, Kobe really, it was easy. It was easy when he's the best scorer ever playing one-on-one. Just think about that. Like, his job was easy at that time. And he did go back and win with Paul, but the team was so good. Everybody played their role so great. Like, you just can't deny that. It was great play. Like, Lamar Odom, 7-foot point guard. Can't deny that.
Yeah, okay, look. When you're talking about, like, what he just said, he's the best one-on-one player, right, besides Michael Jordan, right? Yeah. Now, when you're talking about triple teaming one guy and you're playing one guy one-on-one, that is now imagine if Luke Longley got triple teamed with Michael Jordan on the court. What the fuck does Michael Jordan do to everybody? He's still Michael Jordan. What does he do if somebody else was getting triple teamed first and then you get to rotate and run like
here hold on because just do it, whatever your handle is, just dismissed like, oh well, he did win with Powell, but that team was so good. Gilbert on this exact panel, like 45 minutes ago, admitted that I was right by the premise that team was not as good as any of the 4 teams LeBron James won titles with. So if you want to say that Shaq was the best player that either player played with, fine, I'll concede that. Shaq was the best player that either LeBron or Kobe played with. But LeBron had 4 better teams than Kobe's 2 with Pau Gasol. He never won as challenging as a ring as Kobe Bryant. That's my big issue with LeBron James. You guys take away the credit for the 3 rings because of Shaq, but you don't take any credit away from LeBron and the strength of his 4 teams, which was easier than Kobe's with Powell. And you don't even agree with that.
No, but we do. But I do penalize LeBron James in how he won his 4 championships, right? I do. But my thing with why LeBron was second and I had him jump Kobe is I watched the dominance before he even got into his prime, right? Like I seen him, average 20. That's what I'm saying. With me, I said, like, Kobe's middle is great, but his beginning wasn't. And, he got hurt and Achilles and all that kind of hindered his ending. LeBron, his ending is still his ending. He's still finishing his ending, but his beginning was phenomenal, right? But so when you factor in this full race, when you're talking about a full race, it's hard to say he's not number 2 without being biased. Right?
Kobe's a better scorer, a better defender, and he won more challenging championships. Therefore, I have Kobe above LeBron.
Listen, it was hard to get Penny Hardaway out of my top 10, right? So when I wanted to stand on something, right, I did, but without being biased, right? I love greatness, period. That's why I don't like having the debate of who's better than who. Like, if you don't have them 1, 2, 3, okay, something's wrong with you, right?
Skap Attack. So what about the years when Cole was going home first, second round? Like, you just like
my guy, he had literally this was the start. Hold on, this is his starting team. The years he was going home in the first round. His starting team was Smush Parker at 1, Kobe at 2, Kwame Brown or Chris Mim at 5, and Brian Cook. That was legitimately his starting team, and he was winning 45, 46 games in the Western Conference. And then he played like the 1 seed with MVPs on it. That's why. If you put him in the Eastern Conference at the time, when there was 1 or 2 good teams, he wouldn't have been going home in the first round.
I can tell you this, and just from playing against them, the reason that a lot of NBA players said Kobe should have won that finals that MVP when he averaged 35 is because the defense that we were strategizing against him, and he still averaged 35. Like, when you're talking about, it's just like Iverson. When you're talking about quadruple team, like, we didn't care who shot the ball because the lineup itself was what was this line? It was a dumbass lineup, right? It was Smush who couldn't shoot. Then you had at the 3. Hold on, what was this?
Brian Cook and Lamar Odom were in that starting.
Yeah, Lamar Odom, Chris Mims, and Kwame Brown. There was like we didn't guard nobody but Kobe. So the fact that he did average 35 with that team, which had no outside shooting, they couldn't spread the ball for shit. He shouldn't have passed the ball at all, and he averaged 35 while all 5 guys guarded him. That's why all the NBA players is like, he is the MVP, because our game plan against him was fuck the rest of the team. Just focus on him, and he still destroyed us.
Bando Kev, what's good, man? What you got for us?
They had him 3rd ring. Players felt because we knew what his job was.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and agree with Gil, because at the end of the day, Kobe was just a different type of assassin. And me as I'm a Lakers fan, and I'm a big Kobe fan. But at the end of the day, if you factor in not only just the beginning of Kobe's career, the point where Kobe actually tore his his Achilles, just takes away from it. Because LeBron at this point is just unreal. The man just turned 40 years old. He's doing things like he's been doing them when he was in his 20s. And it's just like, I've been a LeBron hater. And these debates, whenever it would come up, I'm just like, nah, Kobe way too skilled. Like Gil was saying, you got coaches, whole teams, triple teaming Kobe, putting the entire game plan around making sure he doesn't score the ball, yet it doesn't work at all. You know what I'm saying? I had a lot to go off of, but it was just once he tore his Achilles, it was, and not even just that. Really, after the knee surgery that he had, what was in Germany or something, he switched his whole game.
Yeah.
He switched his whole game up. He wasn't the athletic, dominant guy that we would see. He would go back to his post moves. He would go back to just being real fundamental, where LeBron is still at 40 years old, damn near the most athletic player in the league.
So I imagine, Carl, you've got Karl Malone over Tim Duncan probably, right?
No. Actually, I'm a big fan of Tim Duncan. I feel like Tim Duncan probably is, of course, one of the most underrated, under talked about. But
Karl Malone was better. His stats are better. His numbers are better.
No, he was not better.
The stats don't always paint the picture.
No, he was
That's
not.
Unless it's LeBron and Kobe, and then it paints.
No,
the
he
picture.
was not. He was not. He was
No,
not
it's
better. Like,
it's circumstances for them, because Kobe gets hurt and LeBron is still going.
Okay, hang on. Kobe ruptured his Achilles in his age 17 season. That's not young. He's in his 17th NBA season. That year, there was 4 games remaining in the season before he ruptured the Achilles. That happened to be LeBron's age 28 season, where he won his 4th and final league MVP. That year, age 17th in the league, Kobe Bryant, year 17, averaged more points per game than 28-year-old MVP LeBron, and scored more total points that season than 28-year-old MVP LeBron. That was year 17 Kobe. So, like, okay, I'll give it to you.
Year what, 12, 13, right?
The year, it's look up, it says like fourth, he played 3 years after the rupture. So 4 years before his whatever, you know, he played, I'm sorry, 3 years after the rupture. He played 6 games, 35 games, and 60 games after the rupture. So whatever it is, when he played like 78 games, what were his numbers?
Yeah, he averaged more because the team sucked. Like, of course, right? His team sucks, so of course he's just gonna.
I'm just saying. I'm saying he was
trying to win a championship.
In his 17th season, Kobe finished 5th in the MVP voting with that garbage team.
I know, but what I'm saying is hold on.
My point,
superstar. So of course he's gonna outscore him.
My point is, he was still playing at an elite, like top 3 level in his 17th season when he ruptured his Achilles, and then, okay, boom, his career is over. Yeah, I agree. He never made it back. He was a shell of himself after the Achilles rupture, but 17 years is no small sample size. Like, he was like from basically 2002, 3, whenever you want to say, till his 17th season, he was a top 3 player. Like, people look at him like he got hurt and his career was over early. Like, he played more games in his prime window than Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, or Magic Johnson played in their whole careers. Like, we have a big sample size on Kobe. I'll give you longevity for LeBron, but I still think Kobe's peak was higher, and I think Kobe won with less.
Like right here, like Gil, bad start and bad start question. The second NBA season, Kobe started an All-Star game and didn't even start for the Lakers. Exactly.
Because that was fan voted.
Yeah. Okay. So I just want you to say it's fan voting. So yeah, that's why. Right. It had nothing to do with who he was yet. He was still 19 trying to figure it out. I get it. It's like it's when you're talking about greats, there's things that has to separate them. Like, you know, like the game itself, right? If we stop LeBron's career at year 17, he still dominates in every category. Unfortunately, just like Kareem, he added at the end to make it harder, right? We can all say that. Right now, he's just adding numbers up. But if you stop everybody's career at the same timeline, you still have the same argument. It's still the same argument. Who was better in the first 17 years? Right?
I think there's
right now, you know, Kobe didn't play these years, so you can't even measure LeBron to Kobe in these years. But if you stop them all at the same age, You're still fighting the same. Who the fuck is 1, 2, and 3? Well, we know who number 1 is, but the 2 and 3, it's still the same argument. So Pat Statting is just a fuck you to whoever is trying to come and be the next. Right?
Now, Gil, you did misspeak. We know, Gil, you and I know who number 1 is. Lamont, though, has said that he has LeBron 1 and Kareem, 3? And Jordan 2?
He has Jordan. No. He has Jordan 1.
Jordan is the GOAT. Jordan 1, Bron, and Kareem.
So we do all then know. At least we can all agree on one thing, right? We can all agree.
But I think our reasons are all different. Like my reasoning for Jordan being 1 is probably going to be slightly different from everybody. Some people say 6-0. I say just sheer dominance on the era. And I think that's the simplest way to put it with a lot of these guys. And I think dominance just comes in a multitude of ways. It could be winning, it could be stats, it could be a lot of different things.
I don't use like I try to stay away from the championships because there's more elements, there's teammates, there's it's a bunch of factors, coaching. But when you're talking about just sheer dominance, sheer fear, right? If we're talking about who fuckers feared me, I'm gonna say I didn't play with Jordan, but from what everybody says, you got Jordan 1, right? Then it goes Shaq, Kobe, Iverson, LeBron, probably. I mean, when it comes to fear, because how he played the game, no one feared it, even though it's that thing where would I rather guard Kyrie Irving 24 points or let's say Shea 30. I'd rather guard fucking Shea knowing I'm gonna get put 30 on versus Kyrie where he might shake the fuck out of me. So people fear Kyrie more than they would fear Shea, even though Shea's production's better. So the fear factor is on how someone's doing in their capability. No one's afraid of LeBron 30, 10, and 10. Well, fucking Kobe wants to score 60 or 70. I'm afraid of that. Right, I'm afraid of Allen Iverson, right? So the fear is a thing. So when you're talking about ranking and just fear and what they put into people's minds, yeah, Kobe top 3, of course, right? LeBron would be somewhere in the top 10, but that's not the game. The game is not who the fuck you're afraid of. It's what did you do during your time? Did you dominate? Were you dominant with other dominant players? Right. And that's how you have to try to figure out who's what.
I think, to be honest with you, I think you will all disagree, but I will say this. I think fighting with less and winning fewer would have helped LeBron's case more than going and amassing these teams and winning the 4. Like when I look at Nikola Jokic right now, I can't criticize him. He plays with nobody. Like he still won 1 title and he is individually masterful, like individually dominant. He's in the upper tier of all-time greats in terms of.
If that's true, give me one player in your top 10 that's only walked away with 1 championship, but he fought his entire career. Give me the Barclays. Do you have a David Robinson? Give me one player in your top 10 who fought his entire career?
Not one, but Hakeem. I have Hakeem at 5, and he only has 2. Because I have Hakeem at number 5 all time, and he has 2 titles, but he did it with nothing. Like he stayed and fought with nothing and was elite. He was great, but then he got those 2. If LeBron just stayed in Cleveland, or if he didn't go to Wade and Boston, then go to Kyrie and Love, like if he just got 2 or 3 and did this over 23 years, I'd respect it more than what he did because he's never proven that he could. That's my thing with LeBron. At least I know Kobe could. You can tell me all day Shaq was the number 1 option. Fine, but I know he could win with very little because he did. LeBron never did. If he did it even 1 time, it would have proven it to me, but he didn't. Therefore, I can never have him above Kobe Bryant because Kobe did and he didn't.
Okay, I can understand that. Okay, look, outside of them, I can't put my finger on it, and I've never really asked a question because just like everybody else, we don't even think about them, right? Why wouldn't Duncan be considered a top 5 player with 5 rings, right? He has the 5 rings. He has the dominance, and his supporting cast wasn't actually like that.
Yeah.
Like I never really asked.
I agree.
I really didn't think about it, but when you're talking about Jokic, my brain goes back to Tim Duncan was so good that he made people argue that Ginobili is good, right? Like we're talking about a glorified 6-man that I don't know. Did he make it the Hall of Fame? I don't know, but he was a 6-man that people say he was like that. Even though when you take Tim Duncan off the court and you take Tony Parker off the court and Ginobili was the main guy, he only averaged 13 as the main guy. He played like 50-something games by himself, and he only averaged 13. With Tim Duncan, he averaged 13. So when people focused on him, he wasn't like that. But people have him as a top shooting guard who came off the bench, but he's still a top shooting guard in history, and he made him look good. He made Tony Parker look better than I'm not saying better than they were. Tony Parker was a tough guard, but why don't he get the credit?
I'm with you. He won only. He had David Robinson, but David Robinson was aging out, right? And that was the only top 75 caliber guy that he had. And he has 5, and he's one of the best defensive players ever. Like, I'm completely with you on Duncan.
Okay,
I'm on the same page.
Okay,
Duncan almost fits what you said about Kobe.
Right here, somebody's
He
like,
does.
To a T. Does Duncan in your top 3?
He's in my top 5.
like right here, like who was better? Who was better players? Paul Gasol. I mean, Paul Gasol and Lamar Odom, or Tony Parker and Ginobili.
I mean, historically,
when you just their talents themselves.
I don't know. I think that's close. I think you can make a case.
The fact that you even had to think about let you know that.
Yeah, that's why I think the way I do about Duncan too.
Okay, so I don't even really. Because during that time, when we guarded him, it's like, fuck, we got Duncan tonight. And the rest of the team, whatever. But the fact that he pulled out 5 rings during a time where you have Kobe, you have Shaq being dominant.
And then LeBron at the back end.
Yeah, So, I got to rethink where I'm putting Duncan. Because I didn't have him in my top 10.
Damn.
Wow.
I know.
No, I think that's more surprising than me having Kobe.
No, facts, right? If you told me to name my top 10, I will have left him off. And then you'd have like, what about Duncan? Then I'm like, oh shit, wait a minute. Let me rethink this. And then I got to try to figure that out. Like, so listen, my top 10 is all fucked up. I'm going to just be honest with you. Because I have Steph Curry in top 5, but I don't have him in front of Magic as a player, but he's in front of Magic on my all-time list. So just don't ask me what my top 5 is. I got a guaranteed 3, right? Mm-hmm. After that, I'm a contradiction machine when it comes to fucking 4 through 10. I'm gonna just be honest with you. It's embarrassing. I'm gonna just be honest.
We got Michael Jordan fans are the best. He pulled up, man. What's good, Dart?
Hello, everyone. Michael Jordan fans are the best. And I had my question is for Gil, because I heard you say a couple times in regards to the first and second option. So when you have a first option and they get double or triple teamed and you have an idea that they're going to do so, don't you make the other guy the first option? Is that not how it goes, or are you trying to say something else with that?
No. Like if you go into a series or just a game and you know they're gonna focus on the number 1 option, the number 2 option, the second best player is gonna benefit that night, right? So there's gonna be series where, but you still gotta factor in that a lot of number 1 options don't want to concede to passing the ball. Right. So that's a bitch in itself. Right. Even though, like, if we know Shaq, you're going to get doubled. Right. Take the double and make the passes around. And all the time they don't want to do that, right? No one, somebody like Shaq, who is the most dominant, don't want to lose to someone trying to stop him. So he's gonna force a lot of shots up, just like any number one option. But if the game plan is to stop the number one option, number two does become number one because he's getting the benefits of it because he's being played man to man and the offense is not focused on him. So if your running back is that great, we're time to throw the ball. Or if they got a great run defense, there's strategy in the game itself.
Well,
but there's never been a Shaquille O'Neal to other greats either. So
LeBron was at number 2 at one point, right?
To who?
To Dwayne Wade, his first season, the year that they had lost in the championship against the Mavericks. He wasn't.
No. Okay, that series, yes. They took the Mavericks defense was to take LeBron James.
Because from my recollection, Wade and Bosh was really balling in that series, wasn't they?
Yes, they were balling.
But LeBron wasn't, right?
No, he was not.
Brian Cardinal. Look him up.
Who?
If you could get Brian Cardinal. Can you look him up?
Brian
Cardinal came from Purdue University.
Yeah.
You know who he is.
Yeah. No, I know who he is. That's why I'm just asking Gil, because I know Gil likes to look up stuff. So I just asked him before. He was giving it to LeBron in that finals, wasn't he? Him, JJ Barea, Jason Terry, Sean Marion. If I'm not mistaken, in that finals, I'm just asking a question.
Okay,
they did the same thing to LeBron that they did to Kobe.
But the question,
they definitely
LeBron
did.
was guarded by Sean Marion and Deshaun Stevenson and Tyson Chandler. No, it was not Barrera.
And from my recollection, he couldn't make shots. He couldn't make shots, right? And he couldn't make shots.
False.
Kobe couldn't make shots. It was a great defensive.
LeBron James had the LeBron James at his best.
Kobe was trash that series. When they played the Mavs had the best finals run of damn near all time. So I'm not saying that. Listen, I'm a realist. Kobe had his, like you said, when he had his Achilles injury, that's when he went down. I can't say nothing about that. But we know if he didn't, that scoring record would be Kobe's. They would have got something. Like it can't be held.
My whole point was.
But I'm asking you just about that series. I'm sorry. Just to get off. I was just talking about the number being number 2. That's all I'm asking about. Just that series, that final. When we played
that series, what was Dallas Mavericks' game plan? To take who out of the game? Was it to take Dwayne Wade out of the series? Was it to take the Bosh out of the series? Or was it to take LeBron James out of the series?
They are big 3. At the same time, they are big 3. So
I get what they were. Who did they focus on in that series?
But that doesn't
excuse him from being but at the same time, he's getting killed. But I'm watching the finals and he's getting beat by Brian Cardinal. Like, are we being stupid? Like this? What I be saying? It's like y'all trying to pick at Kobe for having Shaq. Okay, cool. I understand that he's the greatest center to me all time. Will Chamberlain, all that. I understand who he was. He wasn't playing against Shaq. Shaq was a big boy, but we gotta understand. Kobe is Kobe at the end of the day.
Hold on, Big Dolo. Hold on, Big Dolo. Brian Cardinal averaged 1.4 points per game in the 2011 NBA Finals. What the hell is
30 minutes. He played 30 minutes, 30 total minutes. Come on, man.
What are you talking about, man?
And when he played, he was locking down
1.4 points.
So what happened with JJ Barea and Jason Terry then?
No. You just said Brian Cardinal.
I named 4 people. I named 4 people though. I named Brian Cardinal, JJ Barea, Jason Terry, and Sean Marion.
We know that JJ Terry and JJ Barea got off. You just said Brian Cardinal was cooking LeBron.
Yo, listen, when I was watching the game and he locked and they played defense and
he 1.4 points per game.
But when he played against LeBron, he was locking him down.
No, you said he was cooking him.
I think he meant defensively.
Okay. Yeah, he wasn't cooking him scoring. Okay, he wasn't cooking him scoring.
Well, we all know the defensive strategy. No single person was going to clamp LeBron because they were playing a zone.
Hang on. Guys, hang on. LeBron was in his 8th year at the time. He had 2 league MVPs the previous 2 seasons. I don't care what strategy they deployed on LeBron. There's no excuse for him being the 5th leading scorer in the entire series.
That's the low hanging fruit
and the 3rd
series.
leading
Y'all know
scorer
LeBron
on his own
underplayed.
team.
He was the 5th. He was the 5th.
We're not gonna hold that against him, though. We're not gonna hold that against him.
He was the 5th.
As long as you hold 2011 against Kobe.
I do.
He also took the. He
No,
took
you
the
don't. I've never
shot
heard.
as well.
Nobody's talking about it.
No, sir. I just said.
Nobody has a perfect resume but one guy. I only celebrate.
And who's the closest thing to him?
Who's having the closest resume? That's Michael Jeffrey Jordan. Everybody else has blemishes. Everybody else has flaws.
Jordan has plenty of blemishes.
I have a question for
Can
Skap.
I ask Skap a question real quick?
Go ahead, Tyson.
If it's about production and you super team or not, why do you like, for instance, in 2013 when they won the championship, the Heat, and in the playoffs, Dwayne averages 16 and Bosh averages 12, which is less than Pau Gasol and Lamar Odom. Why do you not, say that LeBron, that championship was just super team championship when their production wasn't even, was less than Gasol and Odom?
Listen, like I said earlier, I look at what these players were, what they are. You can't look like we were talking about Antoine Jameson at the trade deadline of the season that he went to Cleveland. He was averaging 21 points and 9 rebounds a game. He was an all-star the year before. Hold on. And then when he got traded to Cleveland, he started scoring 15 points per game in that
We
same
can do that
season.
with multiple
Like,
players. We can do that with Glenn Rice when he went to the Lakers. We can do that with Ron Harper when he went to the
LeBron and
Bulls.
the coaching staffs utilize their talent. What I can tell you is Dwayne Wade was a perennial all-star when he was playing with LeBron. When he was
Okay, so you don't care about production. You just care about names.
Perennial all-star.
LeBron never missed a playoff in his prime like Kobe.
Made 11 all-star appearances in his 13-year career. All I can tell you is that he had more to work with than Kobe Bryant had to work with.
It's not, but the production is what the production is on that team.
LeBron is a runner.
We can say Ron Harper averaged 20 before he went to the Bulls. We can say Glenn Rice was
just like this.
Yeah, but we can say Glenn Rice was a MVP 3 before he went to the Lakers, and was shooting 47% from 3, and all these different things. So what we have to do is look at the team construct and with those players there for that team. When you talk about how Orlando, Kobe beat the Orlando Magic when LeBron lost. LeBron played a far better series than Kobe Bryant against the Orlando Magic, dropping 40 on 50% shooting. But Kobe won. You know why he won, Skap?
Yeah, because he was making winning plays.
No, that's not why.
Yeah.
It's because you don't understand basketball. You don't understand the context. It's because Dwight Howard averaged 25 on 65% shooting in that series, forced him to double team, forced him in rotation to let Hito cook, to let Rashard Lewis cook, to let Mikael Pietrus cook. But then against the Cleveland Cavaliers, against the Lakers, he averaged 15 on 43% shooting. That's the big difference in the season.
They're best in that series.
And you don't give Paul Gasol and Andrew Bynum credit. You say, oh, these players are marginal players. But they were the ones shutting down Orlando Magic's best player, while Kobe was guarding Courtney Lee and Rayford Austin.
Look at Pau Gasol, but outside of the Lakers' tenure. Look at what he was before and after LA.
That's not the point. I'm talking about what he did for LA. Again, you don't understand team concept. You don't understand team concept.
Kobe makes his role players better, and LeBron didn't.
Now he made them guard Dwight Howard better. How did he do that? How did he make them guard Dwight Howard better?
What did Kobe average in the Orlando series? Like 33, 7, and 7 or something?
I didn't say he didn't have a great season or a great series. LeBron had an amazing series.
Tell me, what did he average against Orlando?
33 on 45% shooting, something like that.
33, 7, and 8 or something like that.
And what did LeBron average that series against Orlando?
LeBron was the #1 seed in the NBA that year.
No, I'm asking you, what did he average? You asked your question. What did he average? What did LeBron average?
I believe 38, 39.
40, I believe it was.
Well, do you have your computer up? I don't.
I don't. No, you asked the question, and I'm answering the question. He averaged 49 and 9 on over 50% shooting.
Hold on,
Okay,
Tyson.
what did he do
Tyson,
against Dallas? See, we can just keep doing this round and round. He averaged 17 points per game against Dallas.
What's that? Well, I'm specifically talking about Orlando, and you dismissing what Paul Gasol and Bynum did to change the whole landscape of that series.
Can I answer?
I got some context.
Hold on, let me go to Gil real quick. Go to Gil. Go ahead.
It went back into my memory bank. Back what they were doing to LeBron James then. What happened in June in that final series when they went up 2-0?
They were up 2-1.
2-1.
Oh,
but 2-1. What happened that affected LeBron James himself?
Dwayne Wade said that he's going to lead the team to a championship.
No.
Delonte West.
No, that was the Boston. That was the Boston. That was the Boston series. They used that in the Boston series. What did they use in this series?
I mean, they zoned.
The Dirk Nowitzki coughing thing?
No, Rashad Lewis rumored with his girl.
Oh, 08 or 09. I got you.
Right? The 2011, during that series itself, that's what came out. So mentally, we can say what all mentally, what goes through your brain when you think this about that? That media was using those tricks back then. So both series against Boston Celtics, they used his mother. That series, they used his wife, or back then his girlfriend, with a teammate. That's what they were. That was the trick to fuck him up mentally.
But
so when you say why wasn't he doing this? Because mentally he was dealing with something else.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Can I just say one thing? Mentally,
hold on, Big Dolo. We got to get to other people. It's been patient.
I just want to quickly answer the question about 2013 real fast.
I just want to at least let everybody get their one question.
It'll take 40 seconds. It'll take.
I know.
40 seconds.
I just want to let everybody know I'm trying my best to get to them. We got Lonnie, who's been waiting. He's done a hell of a job waiting. And we got Dizzle, who I can bring up now. And we got Curry 30 in the backstage. I just want to at least let everybody get their one question off because I don't know how much longer we're going to have Skap and Gil here.
It is getting late, guys. I'm not on the West Coast. I just want you to know that. So it is past 11. But real quick, if I concede, hold on. If we concede 2013, that Wade and Bosch just weren't performing up to standards. Okay, fine. Well, we'll just break it even then, because in 2011 in the NBA Finals, Wade was like 27 points per game on 50% shooting. Bosch was 17 and 9, and LeBron was the 5th leading scorer in the series. So they should have won that year. They should have won the Dallas Mavericks. So if you want to say LeBron carried them in 2013, well, he failed them in 2011. So I guess we'll just call it even then.
No. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, he didn't get to show up. He didn't show up no matter what was going on, the game plan, outside stuff that was being used. He didn't show up, right? We can call him mentally weak, whatever. But we've all been there. We all know what happens when someone that we had close to, and those are rumors. When my rumor came out with my girl at the time, I played against Indiana. Horrible. It was a horrible experience. Basketball is the least you worry. Is this real is what's going on. So we can only imagine. But at the end of the day, fuck the excuses. He did fail, right? He failed. Dirt and him won, right? And that's it, right? It was a bad series. He lost it. It happened, right? But that series doesn't determine the rest of his fucking career. I think that's what we do. We try to find these little things in people's careers to take away the legacy, right? We can't. The legacy is all of it together, right? Yeah. What Kobe did during the 2004 when he was dealing with the situation, that heightened him a lot in our minds, because you're going from courtroom to the basketball court, averaging mentally fucking tough. God damn it. I never witnessed anything more mentally tough than that, right? I even heard the Ron Prophet tell a story about they were on the bus. Tiger Woods just won the Masters, and he had a torn meniscus, I think. And they were like, oh my God, man, that's the most mentally focused athlete I've ever seen, winning Masters on a torn meniscus. Kobe took his earphones off and said, that's mentally focused. Imagine going to jail for imagine with 5 years hanging on your head and you're going out there giving 40. Now that's mentally fucking focused. And put his earphones back on. And everybody thought about it like, can't argue with that. So there's times and periods where I'm like, that's why he is who he is. But he didn't get to have the career that from the beginning and the end. That's all. That's the only reason I have him third. If it wasn't for that, if you stop everybody with if LeBron James with his 2 rings and you stop him from winning and going to Cleveland, I still have Kobe number 2. Right? You know what I mean? It's not like I got him 5, 6. There's not going to be someone that jumps him. I can tell you that. I mean, unless Luka wins 5 rings and with his stats and some MVPs, then maybe. But other than that, there's nobody resume right now that's going to jump him. In my mind, for me,
Got you right here. Let me go to KB24. He's been waiting.
People act like I have him like 8 or 9, not realizing this 3, and he just got 3 a few years ago.
I agree.
No, I just had a question for Skap. In the 2000 NBA Finals, can you tell us what Kobe and Shaq averaged?
Yes, we've been over it. 2000. I'm already conceding.
He already gave up on that.
I gave up, and this is also why.
Okay, well, can I get his full question?
Would LeBron be able to use that in a GOAT argument with those stats?
I mean, LeBron essentially did that.
And put Kyrie's name. And
are you asking me the question? Let me know when you're done, and I'll talk.
Yes, sir.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Kobe averaged 15 points per game in the 2000 Finals. He did roll his ankle on Jalen Rose's foot 7 minutes into the first quarter of game 2. So he was Kobe Bryant, the Iron Man warrior that he was, missed game 3 of the NBA freaking Finals. Do you know how depreciated and hurt Kobe Bryant had to be to miss game 3 of an NBA Finals? So he only played 8 minutes of game 2, scored 2 points. That's going to really depreciate your series average.
Hold on. I have one more question.
Can I finish my answer first? Mm-hmm. So he comes back in after missing game 3 to play game 4. The Lakers, by the way, lose game 3 without him. I believe 100-91 was the final in that game. He comes back. Shaq fouls out in overtime in Indiana with the Lakers up 2-1 in the series, and all that's left is 21-year-old Kobe Bryant on a bum ankle. And that dude ices the overtime session, ices it, literally ices it, just drills it in Reggie Miller's face 3 straight times down the line, and it's 3-1 now instead of 2-2. That's what Kobe did in 2000. I'm not saying that he was the lead dog, but you dismissing him even in 2000 is wrong. He was.
So do you believe that any team that LeBron's played on in the finals, he could afford to get hurt and miss a game and his team wins?
No,
they didn't win the game.
If LeBron got hurt, missed a game, and he averaged 15 points a game, would any of his teams have won? Would Kyrie have averaged 38 and 18 or Wade to take that series over?
Bro, he averaged 17 against Dallas, and they literally lost the last 3 games by like 2 points.
That's the point. That's the point he's trying to make.
His team lost. They didn't win. Kobe played like that, and his team won.
Against Indiana, yes. And Kobe won one of those games.
Hey, hold on. When you're talking,
we're not talking 2000. I'm talking 2001 and 2002.
And I'm asking what LeBron, because y'all count all rings for Kobe. So would LeBron be able to count that ring in a GOAT debate?
But
he's going to count anything he gets right now.
Because y'all don't like to. If LeBron averaged 15 and Kyrie averaged 38 and 18, you're not giving LeBron credit for that ring. You're going to say he was carried by Kyrie.
I look at all of their rings in totality. Kobe Bryant had less help in all of his rings cumulatively than LeBron did in his.
Okay, here, listen to this. When you talk about what Kobe did in the Indiana series, you make it like he did something spectacular, right?
It would have at least been 2-2, Gil.
Shaq averaged 36 and 14 before he fouled out. In the fourth quarter alone, Shaq had 14 points. Kobe only scored 4.
What was the overtime, Gil? What did it look like?
They didn't go to overtime.
I'm saying game 4.
Overtime, yeah, they did.
Game 4.
There you
What
go.
did Shaq have in overtime? What Kobe have?
He had two points, and Kobe had 8.
Why don't you go to 2004 Kobe when he shot under 40% and literally lost the whole series for them?
So when you go to play-by-play and you look at the game when Shaq fouled out, like with how you use it, you make it seem like he fouled out like at the beginning of the fourth quarter, and Kobe had to do the heroics and all that stuff. He fouled out. They were up. When did Kobe get his? Because it was an offensive rebound where Shaq fouled out at the.
It was like 3 minutes.
At the 2-minute and 33-second mark, they were up 112 to 109.
In what, the fourth quarter?
No, overtime.
Okay.
So
and who hit the last couple shots? Read me the last couple shots. The last game.
Kobe hit a jumper. Kobe came down and hit another jumper. Brian Shaw got a tipped rebound, and then Kobe tipped the ball in and got a rebound with 5 seconds left. I'm just saying.
It wasn't. But people talk about like he did nothing in the playoffs that year.
He did make plays, right? For the team, he scored 6 of the points. Brian Shaw tipped it in. They scored. So with Shaq out, they scored 8 points.
I guess the real LeBron averaged 15 and 1.
-1 without O'Neal in the game. They were up 3 when he fouled out. They won by 2. So I mean, we can pretend that some miracle happened.
I'll tell you what. You could take away 2000. Kobe's 4 rings from 2001 on are better than LeBron's 4 rings. So whatever.
But
you can have 2000.
But at that point, that's our opinion, right?
I thought all of this was.
I know, but I'm just saying at that point, when you're talking about whose rings were better, it's opinion at that point.
All right, let's go to.
Isn't all of this opinion?
No. You can't opinion whose team it was.
So this is all of this is what people are saying is fact. Is what you said. First of all, Happy New Year to everybody on the panel. Thanks for letting me up. Salute to you, Scat Attack. Salute to you, Scat Attack. Salute to everybody on the panel. I first got to ask a question because I see the great Gilbert Arenas up here debating Scat Attack about basketball, and Gilbert Arenas invalidates my opinion based on my basketball, background. So, Gil, are you going to stop invalidating me based on my basketball background? Because I'm seeing a bunch of people on the panel that are not pros.
What have I said about your basketball?
You said that I was a bust and my career was garbage, so I can't talk about the GOAT debate. So I see nobody on this panel was a better basketball player than me. So therefore, are we going to be done trying to invalidate me talking about basketball, sir?
Well, Skap Attack just said you was trash playing next to Kobe. They had to trade.
I don't need to hear. I don't need to hear what another man.
I'm just telling you, man.
I understand. I understand, sir. I'm like Trinidad James. Don't tell me who telling. So I asked a question and I want a man to answer.
I'm just saying you would listen.
People on the panel, do not jump in to save this young man. He's a grown man. He can speak for himself.
I mean, you can't come up here trying to come up here. Now you want to make it about Kwame. We talking about Kobe.
No.
We not about to do that, man. Get that, man.
Can I just ask a valid question and let Gilbert
that ain't
answer?
no valid question,
man.
That's you up coming with crying.
I'll wait y'all finish.
Man, you made a whole bunch of money.
No. We focus. Let's focus.
I'll wait y'all finish.
Okay.
I thought that was a valid question, though.
It is a valid question. One, first off, you call yourself
Kwame Brown bus life. We can all read it.
Let's not get into all that. I'm just
So
talking about what you specifically said, sir.
I don't invalidate you because of how you played the game. First of
Oh,
all,
Jesus. Here come the long, drawn-out theatrics. This is crazy.
99% of your content is not sports. So I don't know where you get this meat eat down.
So you're not going to answer the question.
When did I say you couldn't talk basketball?
All right, so let's move. Let's move beyond that.
No. When did I say you can't talk basketball?
I got videos of you saying that several times, sir.
I've never. I said some of your basketball.
I understand.
But I
In the
never
world,
said you can't talk basketball.
are you going to ever stop yelling and let? Are you going to ever stop yelling and let me respond to what? Because you said win like 3 times. Are you ever going to stop and let me respond to win?
Win.
Okay, calm down. You're hyperventilating. All right. So I have videos of you like 3 or 4 times, and that's why FYF Sports, because he's your little buddy. And you guys invalidate me every time I talk about sports, because I'm one of the only guys up here that played with the greatest players who ever played the game. Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant, and LeBron James. So I've seen greatness firsthand. I've seen preparation. I've seen everything that you guys didn't see. And so the thing about it, to make basketball about stats, I see everybody Googling and making everything about stats. It's not about that. Gil, you will move the goalpost every time you talk about this GOAT debate. You'll hear me talk basketball, and then you'll say it's about dominating both sides of the ball. Then when Scat Attack bring up a valid point about Kobe dominated both sides of the ball, MJ dominated both sides of the ball, you'll move it on to longevity. You'll say and do anything. Just hold on, let me finish. Just let me finish. Let me finish. Y'all didn't start interrupt. Notice the interruption started when I came up here.
Hold on, Kwame.
I'll wait. I'll wait. Go ahead. I know you're gonna hyperventilate.
I am not one of your rats on your panel. You're not going to.
No need to disrespect people on my panel.
That's not what we're not going to pretend.
Oh, interrupt me to say that. Got it.
First of all, your first point, show me the video where I discredit your opinions in basketball.
Sir, this is not my panel. How can I do that? That's ridiculous. Come on now, don't do that, Gil.
Show me the video since you say you have a lot of them.
I can't do that right here.
Of course you can.
You can put the link in the private chat. You can't, Kwame.
Yo,
Put the link in the private chat.
Okay.
Because I've never said don't listen to Kwame Brown because he was a bust. So that is a false narrative. So that's wrong. Right? I did not say LeBron James is in front of Kwame. I didn't say LeBron James is in front of Kobe Bryant because of longevity.
There's nothing that you or Clutch Sports is going to do.
When did I say I put him in front?
LeBron James in this GOAT debate. You realize that, right?
LeBron James is not in the GOAT debate.
There's nothing that you or Clutch Sports is going to be able to do to make people think LeBron James is the GOAT, bro. It's not going to happen.
So see, this is why I say this is why I don't pay attention to him. Scat, who did I say is my number 1?
Jordan.
So that means there's no GOAT debate, right?
I understand that. I'm not talking about Jordan.
So no.
You're not going to pass Kobe ever in the GOAT debate.
That's your opinion. There's no debate of who's the GOAT. We all know who the GOAT is. The GOAT is
ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous that we have this so-called GOAT debate.
There's no GOAT debate. Look, Jordan is the GOAT. We're fighting over who's number 2.
I understand what you're saying, but I think it's ridiculous that we have this GOAT debate, period. Because I think it's only GOATs in certain eras. If you're going to talk about GOAT, then why isn't Bill Russell the GOAT? There's so many. Why isn't Wilt Chamberlain the GOAT? There's GOATs of different eras. If you can't just say there's a one GOAT of a basketball, because you can make a legit argument about different eras, about different guys. So it's all about who we like I said in the beginning on my channel, of the guy that you claim you don't want to listen to. But as soon as I put in the chat, it was weak for you to say that they're talking about LeBron James' mama having sex and all this little teeny bopper BS that a GOAT should be able to put to the side to be able to win. And MJ wouldn't give a damn if he walked in on his wife having sex. When he steps out on that court, that's the only thing he's thinking about. And I said in the chat, that Kobe Bryant left court and was kicking ass, dropping 55 every game. And notice what Gilbert Arenas said. I took a screenshot of it. Right after I put that in the chat, Gilbert Arenas mentioned, oh, yeah, it's just like Kobe Bryant left court and this and that. So You're just like the guy from Italian Job. You have no imagination.
The fuck are you talking about?
Here comes the interruption. I get it. You're upset. I'll let you go again. I'll go on mute. You're the guy from Italian Job.
Hey, listen, all you do is project your thoughts on everybody else, right? I say clearly who the GOAT is. There's no debate about the GOAT. Michael Jordan is the GOAT. So when you're talking about
that's your opinion, Gil. Calm down. You're yelling.
That's
Calm
Cap,
down. You're
Gil.
gonna get an aneurysm.
He's
Yo, I want
You
to
don't
say
have to
something,
yell.
man.
We hear
Hey,
you.
Gil,
Calm
I
down,
have
relax.
seen you
You're
in
not making a
videos
point
saying
just 'cause you're
LeBron was
yelling.
the GOAT.
I said LeBron is the GOAT because he drafted Kwame Brown. Like understand
You said
what
LeBron
I'm
is the
saying.
GOAT because of
Okay?
what?
Nah, I said I've seen you on videos.
Because Michael Jordan loses
said LeBron
respect
is the
because he
GOAT because he
drafted you.
drafted Kwame Brown?
It's
Can I,
called
can I ask a question, guys?
It's called a troll.
Jordan
Now,
is Gil's
You
GOAT
need to
because
get
Gil
out of
got no hands.
Trollville. You're an adult. Grow up a little bit. You're gonna hyperventilate.
But
What I'm
it's
saying
called the troll. Now the problem with
Gil,
you,
you're the guy from Italian.
hold
This
on.
is why you don't
The
stop
biggest
talking.
problem
You want
with
to
you,
argue?
Kwame Brown, is you
ahead.
don't talk to the
This is when you
person
lose.
themselves. You talk about situations and you make it seem like that person is saying it. I've never said any of the things that you're saying I said, so you want to pretend that I'm having LeBron James as the GOAT. LeBron James is not the GOAT. He's not my GOAT. We all hear it. I have Michael Jordan as the number one. So stop pretending that I'm trying to put LeBron as number one.
Well,
You
LeBron's
keep
my
bringing
GOAT.
up Michael Jordan, and the whole conversation, I heard y'all trying to put LeBron James over Kobe Bryant. And I keep trying to explain to you, you can yell all you want to and interrupt all you want to. LeBron James is never going to pass Kobe Bryant, sir.
In
And
your
I don't know.
opinion.
Okay, can I
He has
finish what I'm
already.
saying, though? Can I finish what I'm saying? We keep
What
hearing
I'm
you.
saying is,
We keep hearing you jump in. You didn't interrupt.
Hold on. Can
Just
Kwame
once.
do like
Can
everybody
I
else
finish
and
what I'm saying
explain
real quick,
why?
though?
We've
Like
let him
everybody
Finish
else
what
didn't
I'm saying
explain
real quick,
why.
though.
we let him talk. I've let him
I
talk.
didn't get to
Your
say.
opinion.
Let me finish what
You
I'm
know the
saying.
difference
Gil,
between
calm
an
down.
opinion and a
Oh
fact.
man.
You know
Hey,
the
listen.
difference.
I can't wait to go over this video. How
I
nice
don't
you
give a fuck
guys were earlier.
I don't give a fuck what you go over. Your opinion and
Now
fact.
I'm being muted for Gil. Oh man. Let me
Your
go back on mute.
opinion has him number 2. My opinion has him number 3. Both of our opinions don't fucking matter.
You're not
It's your
saying
opinion.
anything. So can I finish saying what I was
But what I'm saying is your opinion at this point don't matter because
Got it.
the
My opinion
stats,
don't matter. Can I finish
because
what
the
I was
stats
saying though?
themselves have
For
ranked Kobe
content
10,
purposes, can I
and it
finish
has
what I was
what?
saying?
Hey, dog, listen, you're not gonna. I let you fucking talk. Don't talk.
Don't talk. So you're just gonna
When I
keep
finish
talking the
when I
entire
finish
time.
the conversation, you can talk.
So
You're
when
not
are you
gonna
gonna
just come up
stop
here and just
talking?
say a whole bunch of drunk shit. Okay?
Oh, I'm
You can do that
drunk?
on your own panel.
Oh, this is emotional.
Your opinion has Kobe 2. My opinion has Kobe 3. The experts have them 10. So by the experts, we're both wrong. Okay? So
Okay,
it
are
don't
you done
matter.
though?
You
Can I
can't be
say
right.
anything?
I can't be right. We're both wrong to the experts. From there, it's just opinion. Your opinion, it comes in play because you don't like where he's at.
Gil, I don't believe. Gil, guess what? I don't believe in experts. There's people that say they're experts in curing cancer and diabetes and all these things, and none of those things are cured, sir. I don't believe in experts. So all I'm saying is,
An
why
opinion.
don't you just let someone else finish a sentence? And opinion is like assholes. We all have one.
Okay.
Why are you getting so upset, sir? Just let me finish.
No, I'm getting upset because you project that I say something that I don't say. I've
not
never
saying you said
discredited
anything. I'm
you
just trying to
because
finish
you're a
my
bust.
sentence.
I just call you that because I want to. But I've never said, do not
you're
listen to
getting
Kwame
emotional.
Brown's
Just let me finish my
sports
sentence.
takes because he was a bust. I've never done that, sir.
We've been off of that. I'm just trying to finish my
So you
point that I
lied.
was making.
So you lied. You went up here with a dumbass narrative and you lied. And another lie is you said out your mouth that I'm trying to push this narrative of LeBron James as the GOAT by Clutch Sports. That's another false narrative because I've already said Michael Jordan's not moving. So that's another lie. And then you lied again when Skap said you were traded in 08. You on your panel said I wasn't. I was traded in 06.
I said I think 07, 06.
Stop
You're talking
thinking.
about.
You know you're fucking fact then. How do
Jesus.
you not
Nobody
know
can
when
say
you were
nothing but
fucking
this
traded
guy.
if you are the player?
Oh my
That
God.
is fucking embarrassing,
Yeah,
sir.
you need some
You
help, bro.
are the player, and you're telling
Bro,
him that he was
Adderall is a hell of
wrong.
a drug, boy.
Right?
Adderall
Like,
is a
do
hell
you
of a
want me to
drug.
pull it up? You said the only thing you was wrong about, sir, was that I wasn't
Can
drafted.
I
I
say what
wasn't
I
traded in
said, or
08.
do you
I was
want to
traded
speak
in
the whole
06.
time?
I think I was traded in 06. I think I was traded in 07. Or I said, bitch, you was traded in 08. Do you not know
Oh,
your
now I'm
fucking
a
legacy?
bitch too. Oh, now I'm a bitch. This is personal.
Do
You
you
okay,
not
Gil?
know your legacy? So when
Oh
I
my
tell
God.
you, stop thinking and fucking
You're
Google.
embarrassing
How do
yourself,
you not
man.
know your
Oh
legacy?
my
Just
God.
Google. Stop thinking. Thinking is not helping you, sir. It
Oh
is not
Jesus.
helping you. Stop
Oh
thinking and just
Jesus.
talking out your ass because you're wrong,
Don't mention my
right?
ass. You went to Diddy parties. Please don't do
Right?
that.
See, that's another narrative. Never
Don't
been to
mention
a
my
Diddy
ass.
party.
I
It's just
saw you in a
that's a
picture
false
with Diddy. Matter
narrative.
of fact, you brought Diddy there.
I brought Diddy to my birthday party. I
Okay,
never been
then.
to
So
his
Diddy
birthday
was at
party.
your party.
See,
Don't mention my ass
I don't know
respectfully.
why you're
You
intrigued with
brought Diddy
fucking
to your
sex all the
party. Do
time,
not
dude.
mention
We're
my ass
talking
respectfully.
basketball. This is a
Respectfully, don't
basketball
mention my
podcast.
ass. That's all I'm saying.
We're not talking
I
about
know
Diddy. I
you're
don't know why
rattled. You
you're
won't
intrigued
let
with Diddy.
nobody talk now. This is the Gilbert Arenas shout show.
Okay,
This is like
Kwame,
an
can you tell us
estrogen
why
shout
you
show
feel?
now.
Can
No,
you
no, no,
tell us why
Gil
you
won't
feel
shut
no,
the
no.
Kobe?
fuck
I
up
want Kwame
ever.
to like Kwame
I can't.
Brown
Nobody can
himself.
say nothing but Gil can
This
just
is
shout. You're
why.
embarrassing
This
yourself.
is why
I
you're
trigger
an
you, boy.
embarrassment
Goodness
to
gracious.
sports itself. You went on your
I'm an
panel
embarrassment to
again.
sports itself. Oh my
You,
goodness,
this,
that's
and I'm
personal.
going to explain why, sir.
Well,
I did a
can
break.
you just be quiet? I don't care
Hold
about
on.
whether
No,
you
can you
think I'm
pause
an
this,
embarrassment.
man?
That's an
If you do everybody else, can you pause them?
bro. Everybody got to get.
Come on,
I'm
Kwame,
gonna go
just
live.
let him
Never
get his
mind.
off. I'm gonna
Good
let you
night,
talk,
y'all. Good
Kwame.
night.
I
He's
did an
triggering.
interview. I did a breakdown on you.
He left, man. He
I
left.
did a breakdown on Kwame Brown about his statement that said that
My bad, man.
averaged 7 and 5 the year he signed his contract, and Tyson averaged 10 and 8 when he signed his contract. I went to the paperwork that showed that he signed in June that year and Tyson signed in September, which I don't know what fucking drugs he's on, but June comes before September. And then with all the proof, he goes back on his page and still says he signed after Tyson. They both signed the same summer. Kwame signed first, signed a 3-year deal, and Tyson signed a 6-year deal after. So when I say I'm not listening to shit Kwame Brown go, I'm not listening to shit Kwame Brown says, because Kwame Brown just talks with no facts. And if you give him facts, he doesn't even check to see if they're right. He just goes back and double down on dumb shit. And then if he doesn't have nothing else to say that has to do with facts, he talks about sex. Either you want his ass or you getting fucked in the ass. I don't know what he's intrigued with, but every time someone's gay, someone is sensitive to being gay, someone has a gay radar, you know what? This is why he don't talk sports. Is because he only wants to talk about who's being gay. The motherfucker just put Tupac gay, right? I've never seen a straight man who puts everyone gay. I didn't know straight men had gay radars. I thought gays had gay radars and women had gay radars. You know, straight men can identify what's gay, but for some reason, every goddamn episode, someone's at the fucking Diddy party. But the
hey guys,
but
I think this is. Does this feel like a good natural stopping point?
I'm just saying he comes the motherfucker comes down here.
Skap Attack fault. I blame Skap.
Hold on, I need a question. I got one question. On that expert list, that Kobe number 10, where is LeBron ranked?
2.
So someone does have LeBron over Kobe. Thank you.
But what I'm saying, listen, listen, I'm not saying they're correct or wrong. They have Green 3. I have Kobe 3, right? So by the expert opinions, I'm wrong too.
Yeah, but that guy that was just up here drunk slurring, he said nobody's gonna ever put LeBron over Kobe. But that list has LeBron over Kobe. That's the only point I was making.
I just want to say real quick, Kwame, if you're still watching, if I inferred that you were trash, I just want to apologize. I was talking
don't
about.
back up, Skap. Don't do that, Skap. No, Skap, because you good for that, Skap. You good for that. Wait, Skap, because you did the same thing. You did the same thing to Gilbert Arenas 07 Wizards, right? Because you praised Antoine Jameson in 2010, but called him a garbage dude in 2007 when he faced LeBron because Gilbert Arenas wasn't out there. So you are backtracking. That's what you Kobe fans are good for. Backtracking because you
I just don't want to insult. I just didn't want to insult. That's all.
Got a point.
That's not an insult. That's not an insult. The real insult was Stephen A. Smith going on national television and telling everybody the Lakers just got a steal because they got rid of Kwame Brown. That's it. They could have got rid of Kwame Brown for a potato chip, and that would have been national news. But they got Pau Gasol, a two-time All-NBA player.
Kwame bash sesh, guys.
It's not a bash him, but he came up here talking about nobody speaking factual while he wants to actually eliminate stats, which are the factual things. Of course, if you want to talk about how you play, nobody played with Kobe. Nobody here played with Kobe. Nobody played here with Kobe. It's not my fault that I went and got Kobe's coffee every morning like Kwame Brown had to and go get his newspapers for me to talk basketball about Kobe Bryant.
I'm just saying,
man, that's not right.
Shaq and Kevin Durant have Kobe Bryant above LeBron James. They're pretty good players.
Shaq said when LeBron breaks the record, you can't argue that he's number one. So stop arguing.
And Allen Iverson has LeBron better than Jordan. But you know what I mean? But that guy didn't play against that. He didn't play against Jordan when Jordan was doing Jordan. So you know what I mean? Like we all have our opinion, but the thing is, everyone's saying the same three names, right? So
that means there's a GOAT debate. That means there's a GOAT debate, Gil. Why are you saying there's no GOAT debate? There's a debate.
Nah, it ain't no debate.
Look, there is a debate.
Everyone's got Jordan number one,
it's
but
easy
you,
for Gil.
James.
I got it. It's easy for. Listen, it's not my fault. Gilbert Arenas got no hands. If Gilbert Arenas had some hands, he would have never lost his Jordans, and we never got to talk about him being a Jordan fan. That has nothing to do with basketball. At the end of the day, LeBron's better than Jordan. Gil knows this, but he doesn't want to get beat up at 40 like he was getting beat up at 14. But that's fine. We all know we talk basketball that LeBron James is the greatest player to ever play that we've all seen. That's facts.
No one thinks that.
That's cat.
If you can hear me.
Or what is wrong?
That's a pretty strong opinion, sir.
Wait, I thought you were talking about Kwame Brown had no hands. I'm over here like, but you were saying my name.
No, but Gil, that was a quick shot because you always joke about how you lost plenty of Jordans, and I get you. Jordan fans are criminals. They'll beat you up for some J's. They'll beat you up for calling LeBron the GOAT. They'll beat you up for.
Only reason that I don't even have this discussion because I know the lumps I took.
I got a long line of list of Zesty Jeffries that's ready to take flights to come see GOAT James Kingdom over LeBron James and Jordan. So trust me, there's a GOAT debate, and we make it every week.
Hey, listen. Hey, I just want to. Hey, listen.
I got one question from the. I got one call-in question for you, Skap. So this is from Bees. He comes on FYF a lot. He says, "How do you judge Kobe for 2007 losing the 3-1 lead?"
It was a 7-2 or an 8-1 series. I mean,
listen, you know what, Skap? That's not your. Listen, I'm gonna say this. Look, there was a point in time which I don't agree with, but I've been there before. I've done it before, and they were up 3-1. Everybody was doing that Kobe needs to pass the ball bullshit, and he proved the point. If he don't shoot, who is going to help me win, right? And that's what he did. Like he proved the point. Like he didn't lose. Like he lost that series, but he didn't lose that series. He let them lose that series to show them that they needed him. He didn't need him. You know what I mean? It's not something that I'm proud to say he did. I've done it where you're like, oh, you can play the game without me. You don't need me. You need me to pass you the ball. Let me see who's going to get it done then. And then you lose the game.
Look, Gil, the other thing is I said 2000. I already named 2007. That series. I named the 2004 Detroit Pistons series. I even named the Boston Celtics 2008 when they lost by like 37 points in the elimination game. Like I said, nobody has a perfect resume, and in my estimation, except for Michael Jordan. That's why Michael Jordan is number one.
I don't know if
easily.
Jordan's perfect.
And then we can then just debate and fight about
more cap.
He didn't beat nobody. Hey, look, I'm gonna be honest. From when I hear players talk, when the rumor is don't look at him in his eyes across the league, that says fear, man. You know what I mean?
Hey, listen, the 75th, when they called out LeBron James and they called out Michael Jordan in the 75th anniversary, that just shows you that. They did, and they was in Cleveland, and we was in Cleveland.
Like, I mean,
they didn't show Bron no love like they showed Jordan.
Facts? No, they said all 74 players was looking at Michael Jordan.
Looking definitely at Michael Jordan. And,
so is it a popularity contest?
Supposed to be there.
100%. Is it a popularity contest or a basketball
That's
player?
crazy.
That's what I
But
want to
if
know.
you're from Cleveland, why do not Cleveland support you more than Jordan?
What do you mean? You're asking about popularity. You're asking about popularity. Michael Jordan is a bigger superstar than LeBron James. That's not a. That's not like a.
No, that's a fact.
That's a fact. Nobody's ever said that. Jordan is a superstar
He's
of
an
all.
iconic GOAT.
And so is LeBron James. LeBron's an icon for the 20th century, but the 1900 icons were in the 1900s. We don't care about those guys no more. We move on. Today's NBA, the players that come up today, today's players that come up today, they're all inspired by LeBron James. That's the facts. They never saw Jordan play, just like none of y'all saw Jordan play, because that was the 1900s. Just like Skap Attack never saw Jordan failure.
1900s.
It is the 1900s, so it's 2025.
It's a lot of players.
You didn't see Jordan's first three losing season three-piece from 88 to 90. That's the three-piece you need to talk about. Talk about that one.
His own peers.
He was playing against the Pistons in the playoffs every year.
The Pistons were not that good. Stop giving them. Stop making excuses.
What are you talking about? The Pistons.
The Pistons. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because in 1988, the Detroit Pistons had no All-NBA player, no All-Defensive player on their roster. They had one All-Star and one 20-point per game scorer. Michael Jordan was the league MVP. He was the fake Defensive Player of the Year. He was All-NBA first team, All-Defensive first team. He was the fake steals leader. He was the scoring title leader, and he went up against it. Don't start there, because at that time, Michael Jordan had 6 top 10 players on his roster from the last 4 drafts, including himself. So the Bulls had a good roster.
Can you tell us the second leading scorer on that team?
Again, Michael Jordan.
If you can take a person that's doing crack cocaine,
even Kobe Bryant. Look what they do. Look what they do. Hey, look, Gil.
Those guys were gone already by then. Those guys were gone already.
Those are all lies. Those are all lies. Those are all lies. Charles Oakley, a top 10 pick. Brad Sellers, a top 10 pick. Horace Grant, a top 10 pick. What's it called? Scottie Pippen, a top 10 pick. You had John Paxson, first round pick.
Is Charles Oakley a top 100?
He's a top 10. He's a top 10 pick, and he's Michael Jordan's best competition in the 90s. So stop calling him a scrub in the 80s. No, Kobe, even Kobe never choked against a team that had no All-NBA player, no All-Defensive player on their roster like Michael Jordan did in 1988 as the league MVP.
Sam Bowie was the number 2 overall pick. Like, what are we talking about here?
No, we're talking about players that are helping Michael Jordan win championships.
Sam Bowie was injured. He had a reason.
All the players I'm mentioning helped Michael Jordan win a championship.
Does not indicate what your performance is.
All the players I'm mentioning helped Michael Jordan win a championship. In fact, if Scottie Pippen's not there, the Bulls don't even get out of the first round because Scottie Pippen was the player of the game in Game 5 while Michael Jordan was choking back-to-back games against Cleveland in 1988.
Tell me about that 1 of 10 performance by Scottie Pippen.
Why y'all talking about everybody? We talking about Michael Jordan. We talking about.
So what are we talking
We're talking about Michael Jordan. That's what we're talking about.
Hey, y'all, we go one mic. Yeah, one mic.
At some point, every number 2, the second option, the second best player turns it on. Like his job is the number 1 player can't be great every game. Like it's a playoff series where if he averaged, he's averaging 35, we have to do something to neutralize him so somebody else can beat us. Those are game plans. Michael Jordan and the Bulls, the team when they got Krause, which I have judgment about. This is my judgment. When we say someone's a winner,
What does that mean? Because Michael Jordan hates Jerry Krause because he traded away all Jordan's friends and he drafted everybody Michael Jordan didn't want, and those pieces won rings. So in theory, who was the one who wanted to win and who wanted their friends around? That's another thing. But
facts.
Do y'all know Kwame Brown came up here?
He's still talking Kwame.
I'm fucking dead. We're talking about Mike now, bro.
I don't even want to hear about
Mike, boy.
He was a better basketball player than everybody in the panel. Last time I checked, Gil was in the panel.
Hey, let him finish. Let him finish.
Yeah, I know.
He was better than Gil because he's gonna say he was drafted.
Let him finish, yo.
He was a better player than everybody on the panel, but when he came up here, he projected stuff that we wasn't on, and he start talking about something that has nothing to do with sports. How do you bring in Diddy parties when we're talking about like, hey,
Kobe's resume is not good enough.
Off the drugs, man. When you get the drugs in your system, don't just hop on this bitch talking, right? No one is here talking about the shit you're on, right? I don't know what freaky shit you're on and what you do during your time, man, but we up here talking about who's better between LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. Nobody here gives a fuck about what Diddy got going. What the fuck is on your brain, man? Like, I'm sitting here just thinking, and then I'm like, did this man just come up here high drunk talking about fucking partying? Like,
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
we got pictures of Kobe at Diddy parties. That's why this is the funniest thing. We got actual footage of Kobe at Diddy parties.
Ain't got nothing to do with you, bro.
I know it got nothing to do with me. That's why
But just perspective. There's the Diddy party that everybody, all of them went to. That is the celebrity party, right? Then there's the after party. That's a select group, and then there's the Diddy party. Those are not the same three parties, okay? Nobody's getting freaked off with 1,000 people in the room, right? No, these are the private baby oil. There ain't no baby oil at the motherfucking big party.
Not everybody on their freaky time, man.
Hey, you know what I mean? So when he said you was at the Diddy party, like, nigga, you was at the Playboy Bunny mansion with people getting fucked in the rooms. You out your own mouth. You say you washed. You had the look. You begged your. You said that.
Oh goddamn. Okay, wait, hold on. Hey, real quick, Big Gil, listen. Let me say something real quick. It will be real fast.
He just irritates my soul with that dumb shit he be talking.
We can see that. Hey, Gil, listen, Mr. Hibachi, I'm probably never gonna get the opportunity to ever speak to you again. So listen, I know we in here debating on who the greatest, who this and who that. I'm gonna keep it a bean with all you niggas right now. That shit really don't matter. We got Gil up here for 4 or 5 fucking hours with some random white dude from middle of America going at it, debating the shit that we love. This here is prime time TV. Hey, listen, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish real quick. Bro. I just want to get my. I'm just being funny, Skap. Skap, listen, I'm a big fan of you, Skap. That's why I love this live stream, bro. I've been watching you way before you feel me start talking about Gil. But listen, I just want to give my flowers to Gil, to Skap, even FYF, even though you did some shit I didn't agree with, but you let me rock up here for 30 plus minutes. I gotta respect that. This was a legendary stream. Kwame came up here. You said some crazy shit. You said some off kilter shit. That's what you did. But we ain't talking about that. I'm just handing out flowers right now. Listen, Gil, I appreciate you. You was up here for 5 hours. Gilbert Arenas podcast. Most basketball heads love it. You know what you're doing for the community, dog. I appreciate you. And I do got a real quick question. So Gilbert, what is better? Please, this is my wording, right? All of y'all. What is better, being the best or the greatest? And I mute my mic. Thank y'all. If I can sit here and just post up, I'd appreciate it. But if not, you can boot me.
Greatest. I'm gonna go with the greatest.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be the best.
The best.
No.
To me, it's a synonym. It means the same. The best and the.
I know. I'm gonna say it.
You can be the best.
Hey, Gil, can I ask you one question, bro?
When you're talking about the best, are you the best in that moment? When you're talking about the greatest, you're talking about everyone. Like even when he said everyone is great in their eras. Correct.
Yep.
But just like anything in this world, we want to see who is the greatest of the greatest, right? That's a thing, right? Like we have the top 10 NBA players, and when they all bind to play on the USA team, we want to see who's the best amongst the best, right? That's where these arguments come in from. So yeah, we can say everybody was great in their own era, but there's the question is who's the greatest of the greatest? When it comes to all the Titans in one room, who stands alone? That's Michael Jordan. That's what this argument is about. The argument is about who was great in their era. Everybody was great in their era, right? Shit, for a little bit of era, in totality, motherfucker, I'm like 2,000-3,000. You know what I mean? That's reality. But when amongst the greatest of the greatest, there's a top 10.
Okay. Can I ask one question, Gil?
Oh, go ahead, man.
I'm a big fan, bro. I'm just trying to see what's your thoughts on John Wall not being in the league, because I feel like he can still ball. You know what I'm saying? And he kind of got the Rockets wanted to get Jalen Green, so that narrative of he lost his step and all this other shit was placed on him. And then when he get to the Clippers, they didn't give him a fair shot against Reggie Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not understanding why it's his second NBA season and why John Wall not in the league. People like that, you know what I'm saying? Or Boogie, you know what I'm saying? Or
Hey,
is it politics?
real quick.
Is it politics, bro? Or is it, you know what I'm saying? He has game, bro. Like
even
the
though.
Gil, real quick. Let me just cut you off real quick, Gil. I'm sorry. Guys, we're approaching the 5-hour mark here. I'm hitting midnight on my time. I got a dip. I can't stay on anymore. I just want to say though,
we love you. Yeah.
Lamont, thank you so much for having me on the platform today. It was a great fun. We mixed it up a little bit. Got a little contentious, but not too bad. Gil, seriously, I respect the hell out of you for being here. I know that I talk some shit on videos. We all do. We all cut up things, whatever, creatively edit. But I have the utmost profound respect for you taking this much amount of time and getting on here and spending the first 3 hours just directly head to head with me. It was great fun. It was a great honor to be able to mix it up with you on this topic.
Hey man, appreciate it, man. I mean, this is what, being athletes, being part of the sports realm is. It's having these debates, right? It's what people want to hear. Like we win some, we lose some, but history is history, and that really determines. And from there, it's our opinion. So I appreciate it. But where do you have LeBron on your list?
Oh, what?
30th. He has LeBron 7th. He came on my show and he has LeBron 7th. Stop, Skap. Stop being scared.
Yeah.
Step up to the plate. No, ask him a real question. Ask him why he don't have Kobe over Mike. That's what he should. That's the real question.
No, you have Kareem 3rd.
Yeah, I got Kareem 3rd. I got Duncan 4. I got Hakeem 5.
Skap.
Okay.
Not a bad list. Skap.
I can't.
Skap. Hey, Skap, where you got Kwame on your list?
Kwame, again, if you're listening, bro, sorry to call you trash. I didn't mean it.
He ain't on no list.
Go ahead and thank Kwame for getting Paul Gasol for Kobe to win them 2 championships. Go ahead and thank him now. Get out of here. Go ahead and do it.
Hey, Gil.
Kwame, thank you for highlighting the video, because that's what created this whole thing for 5 hours. So
hey, getting Paul Gasol in 06, not 08.
If Kobe would have had Paul Gasol in 06, he wouldn't have been choking in 06 as well.
Kobe might have 7 rings if he had Gasol in 06. That's a good point. He might have 7, 8 rings.
He might have had 7 rings.
Why couldn't he get it done with Kwame? Why y'all invalidating Kwame? Why couldn't they get it done with Kwame?
Right.
Validating his
especially with Michael Jordan picking him number 1. He must be good at basketball.
Bro, they have
Michael Jordan is garbage at picking.
No facts. No.
Yeah,
that's
the only thing he garbage at.
No one invalidates his basketball takes. Like no one's because you was a buzz, you can't make takes. First of all, you don't talk about sports, and when you do, you just attack people. So it's not like you're making a real sound take for someone to actually go through the content and say either you're right or you're wrong. You're just projecting that because we call you a buzz that we're not listening to you, right? You're just not making no takes on nothing. Right, you're just attacking basketball players. That's very different.
I think the Bronny James thing made it look really hypocritical. I mean,
is he really a bust?
That's the bad thing.
I thought the question was Kobe being carried by Shaq? I thought that was the question, and I didn't see that being answered because he was never.
I don't think that was a question.
No, it was just about Kobe being the second option.
We just mine was Kobe was second option.
Hey Gil, I got a question for you though.
No one,
who do you think the GOAT point guard is?
High. No one is saying you can't talk sports. You don't talk sports. That's a very different thing. Like you can't. Meaning,
Skap, I know you got to go, man.
All right,
Have a good one, Skap.
Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate it.
Happy
New Year.
Hey, anytime, Skap. Anytime.
Happy New Year, nigga.
Hey Gil, I got a question for you.
Hold on. Before that, let's go to since Kwame has his own page, right? He has two of them, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh shit.
He can go live anytime he wants, right? He can go live anytime he wants. He can talk about anything he wants to talk about. So no one is stopping him from talking about sports. He would just rather talk about dick and booty.
Trying to get the views, man.
That's it. So you can talk whatever sports you want, dog. No one's blocking you from talking about sports, right? Like, I don't know where you projecting this Kwame can't talk sports narrative. You're just making this shit up like you usually make up everything.
Yeah, I ain't never heard you say that.
Sport. Like if we go through your page, I'm pretty sure it's going to be whatever it is.
Let me see. Pull it up, man. Let's see what he's talking about.
Well, that's because he's never been as popular as he's been right now. He got more friends than ever with LeBron haters. That's just it. He's never been as popular.
I mean, hey Gil, I want to ask you a question on who the best point guard.
Ooh, man, to be honest, man, I go back and forth with it because it's like you have pure point guards and then you have the hybrids, right? And it's not fair to either one of them.
Yep.
Right? You can't say Curry and Jay Kidd are on the same playing field. They did two different things, and they're evaluated different. So, what Magic did, I don't know how you can not have him number one. I mean, he had 5 championships before the age of 28, right?
I took this from you though. You said Magic was dunked on a great team.
Mm-hmm.
Ainsworth was the number 1 pick.
After they
didn't have to really build no legacy.
Mm-hmm.
See, I took that from Curry, so I felt like Curry built the Warriors. He got them at 8.8 billion. Like he made the Warriors who they are today. So I got Curry as the number 1 point guard.
Yeah, see, so like if you'd have heard me earlier, I said I have Magic as the number 1 point guard ever. But I have Curry in front of him all time.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So I'm a contradiction to it because I don't have Curry over Magic as point guards because I you know what I mean? I just don't. I'm still stuck on what a point guard was, and I don't think
you wouldn't consider Bron a point guard.
Yeah.
Huh?
You wouldn't consider Bron a point guard?
Who?
LeBron James.
I did.
I do too. I consider him as
he has the play style, you know what I'm saying?
A point. But you know, when we just keep it traditional and we don't want to get into real arguments over there, I just say Magic is number 1 point guard, but I do have Steph in front of him.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, what's your thought on John Wall? Why you think he's not pleased?
John Wall, look, this is what ends up happening, man.
Because I'm hurt, bro.
I never look like see this. Like, see, these are narratives that these are not real. You never won games, especially after I left. Kwame Brown, here. Let me see.
That's what I wanted to ask you, Gilbert.
He's trolling because he want people to come watch him.
He love Gil.
Here, and he gets to review it. So let's go. Let's review here. Kwame Brown. So the year that I won a lot of games. Let's see what you were to us. So when you say we didn't win without you, this is who you was, sir. Hold on. You played, the most games I won was here. You played 42 games, you started 14. Nigga, you wasn't a valuable player on our team. Claim, sir. Right? If you say this was the most games I won, look who you were then. This is the season you quit. Do you want to see you quit? Here.
Damn. He was
Here's sir, right? This is us. You played 3 games in the playoffs, right? Huh? Your great playoff performance, right? You scored 13. 2-0. We could have did without this motherfucking performance, and I'm glad you. Guess what? Here, hey, you know what? Here, I'm gonna take this off.
Hold on.
Glad your bitch ass came up here, boy. I wasn't gonna do this. I was gonna let you live, but since you're gonna live, Eddie Jordan, I have a text from Eddie Jordan, sir, and this is fucking damaging for you, sir, because you went around a narrative making up a something. Hold on, where the fuck is this conversation at?
Stall him out.
Coach Eddie Jordan, I wrote, this was after Kwame Brown made a statement. The statement was, Eddie Jordan said he wanted to bring me off the bench, and I slapped this paper and I said, hell no, you won't, and got out. So I'm because I never heard that before. Now I wrote, yo, what's up, coach? This is Gil. I have a question about the 2004-2005 season with Kwame. Did you ever have a meeting with Kwame about coming off the bench? He wrote, yes. Coming from the West Coast trip on the plane, he came to me and said he would like to come off the bench for home games and start on the road. I said, wait. So he came to you and requested to come off the bench? I said, that bitch told a story about you told him he coming off the bench and he went ham on you. He said, yes, he came to me and requested to come off the bench at home. I was surprised because he won his starting spot back, but I believe we were starting him on road games and he was coming off the bench on whole games. I said, damn, he's such a liar, shaking my damn head. I'm tired of this dude just lying about shit. He keeps telling the story of me coming to you and having him benched. Having him bench game. He said, you guys are still talking about that. You did not have him bench. We were down 0-2 coming back home, and Eton was playing an excellent game. So I decided to go with Eton over Kwame. I never understood why he got so upset after the game when playing less minutes at home was his idea. So Kwame Brown.
Damn.
Now, if we go to the stats,
all of them.
It was still, you started at home. You started on the road and you came off the bench at home. So what you say versus what the coach said, you a motherfucking liar. Move on. You sucked. You was out of shape. You came off the bench. You was getting booed. You quit on the team. You got devalued. You signed a horrible contract. Your agent did you wrong. You signed a 3-year deal instead of a 6-year deal. And Tyson signed after you. So I'm pretty sure after they seen you sign that deal, they went for more money. Stop projecting these dumbass lies about I know niggas like you. That has nothing to do with the person that you're talking. I know niggas like you. You are the type of nigga that do this. You probably go to the strip club. Probably you the type. And I know niggas like you has nothing to do with the person themselves. If you say I don't know you because I wasn't around you in 20 years, how the fuck do you know who I am? If you wasn't around me in 20 years, you goofy bastard. You fucking moron.
God damn. Stall him out, man. Stall him out, man.
I don't want to do this. I talked to him. This was fucking, what day was this? This was 2 weeks ago. So you see, I did not do a live on this because I was letting him live because his own comments, they were saying, Kwame, do you not know how to look at Google? You signed after Tyson, so everything you're saying is wrong. So the chat was smart enough to understand that, so I didn't need to address him anymore. He's a goofy because he's high majority of the time. And I know, like, he smokes every day, right? Every time he goes live, he's flicking on some type of fucking lighter. So that means he's never sober doing his show. So you can't trust shit the motherfucker gotta say. You can't trust shit that coming from a guy who can't show you no progression from when he started this what's the name? He talked about tiny homes, big homes, median homes. He ain't showing you now one of them shits. He talks about land and building. He ain't showed you a brick, mortar, or nothing. He just keeps his camera off, talking about what everybody else can't do. He went on here, talked about my baby mama, and he believes my baby mama, and my son got trained and all this shit. And then he goes in and tells you how his daughter tried to line him up. Maybe you high motherfucker. Maybe your daughter, because she ain't seen you in 52 years. Maybe she was happy to be around you, and she want to document her daddy. Huh? You ever thought about that, you goofball, while you was driving?Maybe she want to film that. Hey, look, I'm with my daddy. I want to take pictures. I'm with my dad because I don't see him because he don't come around. Did that ever go through your? How did her lining? Who the fuck are you to be lined up? You probably don't got $500 in your pocket, so nobody's robbing you. You fucking goofball. Maybe your daughter wanted to be around her father and wanted fucking footage. How the fuck are you trying to line me up? And then you don't even have fucking lunch? That lets you know you a deadbeat, dog. That you let pictures and video ruin the moment.
That sounds like a Michael Jordan.
Get up, Craig. Get up, Craig.
Don't talk about parenting when you can get online and be comfortable talking down on your kids, bro. I don't want to hear shit that got to do with kids. You stay on whatever topics you got to say. Do not talk about parenting and what black people should do with their kids, because you have them and you're not doing nothing you say with yours, sir.
That's what Michael Jordan fans always do.
God damn, Nick.
I blame Michael Jordan for all of this.
The strays to Michael is crazy.
Gil, this is Michael Jordan's fault. This is all Michael Jordan's fault. He didn't teach.
Hey, listen. On that note, hey Gilbert, you doing an amazing job with Elijah. I don't know if I said that right. I'm excited to see his trajectory. I'm watching your daughter hoop. It looked like you know what you're doing right.
Hey, hold on, Gil. Yep. Now, see, all the players are starting to make their announcements, man. Bryce just announced. I just gonna have to. You're gonna have to. Hey, you like this. You don't gotta tell us. You don't gotta tell us. Can you give us a final list?
No. So look, I'm gonna do this is what ended up happening, man. Like, so he's a junior. He got held back in the second grade. So entering high school, we already talked about by your junior year. If it starts to look boring to you, we're gonna move you up as a senior. Now, he's being projected in the 2026 class as a top 5 draft pick. There's no point in playing high school basketball anymore, right? So we moved him up, and right now the because he's a junior still, no one's really talking to him, but his 3 teams are Arizona, USC, and Kentucky.
It's gonna be Arenas and James, man. Go bear down, man.
Like we just so 2 days ago, what's today? Today's Thursday. I think we had a meeting because I'm an alumni. They were allowed to come to my house, so we had a meeting with Arizona 2 days ago. So it was,
That's Lloyd over there. That's Lloyd over there at Arizona, right?
So we can't really have anything official because he still hasn't fully reclassed. So other schools can't come into play. But with me is this. You're number 5. So our conversation is this. I said, I don't care about NIL money. NIL money is irrelevant to me. The collective is irrelevant to me, right? There's nothing you're going to want or need in the 6-7 months you're going to be in college. You already have your fucking Tesla truck, right? So you don't need a vehicle. You don't need money, right? So we're not going to focus on that part of the game, right? The most important money to us for him is his draft pick.
Yep.
Right. So when I'm talking to these schools, I'm saying, what style of play? What is your system for him to be a top 5 pick? Because from 1 to 5, that's about 14 million. So you pay him $2 million to come to your school and he's going 5 to 10, that is not worth it. Right? Because the millions that I'm telling him to look at is the draft millions, not college millions.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Now, do you think that playing scoring 20 points plus per game in college like you did, or is it going to be like just whatever the system offers?
It's when like even when I tell parents, I said your child has a style of play, and the school has to highlight his style of play.
Yeah.
For him to be like, like you see Dylan over there, right?
Yeah.
Right? He looks amazing. Now, when you talk about Wagner, he didn't, as top 2-3 pick coming out of high school, he didn't look very well in that system, right? Because of the style of play versus how he played. So the most important thing is the style of play versus the name of the school and the state of the school.
Hey, Gil, you know, I'm over here at Grand Canyon University, man. Now, I could talk to Bryce Drew, man. We can make sure we can make sure he look like Kobe out there.
Nasty work.
Hey, listen, you motherfucker say, yeah, you can average 40 points. That motherfucker be like, wait a minute, where they at?
We can make him look like Kobe out here. I promise you that much.
You right now.
But Gil, let me ask you this, Gil. The play style, right? Being that college has a different play style from the NBA, do you think the college style of play would be better for your son than if he went overseas and played in a professional atmosphere similar to the NBA?
Yeah, so and that's a worry too, but just like high school. So basically in high school, he's going against triple, quadruple teams. But his talent is different, just like Kobe's. He is a one-on-one assassin. If you have to guard him by yourself, you're in trouble. So you need to load up. So getting through high school, getting through college, right, is like getting through college is one thing. Your game is meant for the NBA. You just have to get through college. Some kids' games is college, not NBA. His game is an NBA game, and he has to figure out the right program that can make him look good in the college setting of zones, boxing ones, and the clog lane.
Hey, make sure you don't go to the Big Ten, then.
I got a quick question to ask. And what's up, fellas? Salute to you, Lamont. What's going on, fellas?
Like somebody said, my son be dodging them high school kids. Here, this is a funny thing. Remember, he's playing one.
Seen him play then.
No. He's playing 1 versus 5.
Yep.
Right? And he's a power forward on defense because he's 6'7.5", right? And on offense, he's like his team, they're all not even 1 stars.
Right.
Right. Most of those guys, probably damn near the whole team, might not get to play college basketball.
Yeah.
Right. This might be it for them. That's the supporting cast. So when we're playing against another high-level guard who's a fucking 5-star, the guards on his team can't compete. He can't guard the other 5-star because they usually got another big man and they can't get rebounds and they just pass it in, right? It's one of those teams. But when he plays on his Compton Magic team and his 5 stars versus 5 stars,
different.
Where you think he got his ranking from?
Yeah,
he's been playing 17 people. He's been playing 17U since he's been 15. When he was playing 17U, Cooper Flagg and the Boozer twins was playing 16U. So he didn't get to play against them because they wasn't playing 17U last year. They were playing 16U. His team is Compton Magic. That's where he plays his team at. Yeah. And during the Olympics, he got cut he was the last cut this year because he was coming off of an ankle injury. So they went with Boozer's brother.
Yeah, I remember you told me that too when he hurt his ankle right before they went out there.
He hurt his ankle and he was out for almost 2.5-3 months. And then we trained a little bit for him to go to USA basketball, but he was the last cut. But but it's still just putting people in their situations and picking schools. I tell them don't focus on the money, focus on where you can fit in the best, who has the best system, who understands what you're doing. Because, let's say like a school like UCLA,
rumor is the coach don't play freshmen. Well, that, if you're trying to be a one and done, that's a bad team to be on.
Yeah, of course.
No matter how great the program is, the coach has a standard. The standard is he likes, and I understand because it's a job and he wants to win so he can keep his job. He doesn't believe in freshmen. So that would be a school that we wouldn't be leaning towards because of that rule if we're trying to be one and done.
Yeah, that's dumb. He did it, but didn't he do that for Lonzo?
No. Was that the same coach?
Hold on. What school you talking about?
UCLA.
UCLA.
Lonzo Ball went there.
Oh no, they have a different coach now. No, they have a different coach.
Okay.
Because it wasn't Ben. Ben wasn't there when was Ben Howland the coach when Lonzo was there?
Whoever was there had their son on the team.
Yeah, they had their son. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah,
it wasn't Alfred. I'm trying to think. Steve.
It was Alfred. It was Alfred. Was it
Alfred?
Yeah, it was Alfred because he had his son.
Is the last still be in the McDonald's All-American game? Or is it going to be? Is that all squared out?
So they said he's on the first ballot.
He definitely better make it if Bronny James made it.
No, okay, with the Bronny James. So this what happened there. He was ranked 34, I think, in the country. McDonald's is top 24. Now, the reason that he made it is because they didn't validate those certain teams. So like Rob Dillingham, he couldn't play in it, right? Because the team he played on, all the kids who played on
like OTE or something.
OTE, they wasn't allowed in it. So what ends up happening is Bronny and whoever was behind Bronny both made it because there was like 10 or 11 kids that couldn't make it because of the school they went to. So that's how he actually made top 24.
Y'all,
So top 24, 10 players in the top 24 wasn't eligible for the game.
I'm glad you told people that because people were saying that they rigged it and the voters cheated to get him. I said it don't work like that, man.
No, it's just like Rob Dillingham was top 10 in the country. He couldn't play in the game, right? It was that's how that went.
So
That's
quick
crazy.
question, Gil. Quick question, Gil. It's kind of on the player comp thing, and it's kind of in relation to what you're talking about in terms of fit, and I'm trying to turn it into the NBA. So I rock with Ant, and it's kind of just in player development, and I'm just watching the way that you have Elijah developing in his style and being very like 1-2, getting to his spots, not really playing around. Even though he's creative, you can see the creativity and getting around, wrapping around, the dexterity, things like that. But I've noticed that you've made it an emphasis on foot placement, especially getting to his jump shot and like being very sharp and precise in that. So I bring that question up in terms of spacing and when it regards to the T-Wolves, right? I've been arguing that the fit with Julius Randle is disgusting on this team. It's nasty work, and you are hampering the development of Anthony Edwards. Now, I understand the concept of allowing him to be creative, shoot threes if you're working on your game, because he decided to emphasize that core. But obviously, in my opinion, Anthony Edwards is a rhythm player. People that they need to slash, they need to get into rhythm, they need to see the ball go in, different arrays of shots. That builds his confidence, and now he's able to attack, right? I think Julius Randle eats up all of that space and that development of the mid-range, getting to certain spots, that 1-2. Now he has to hang dribble, twist, and move around, and I think that kind of hampers his game. What do you think about that in foot placement? You know what I mean? Like just being
you're right. So, and this is what happens with narratives. They didn't value Cat game the way it should have been because they felt he was too soft, but they didn't put the right value on how he played with Edwards, right? Mm-hmm. What he did to make Edwards be who he is. So when you bring in Randle is in the same boat as like young Melo, big dog.
Wait, but closer. All right, hear me out.
No, what I'm saying, they're rhythm players.
Yeah,
that need to stop the ball, stop the movement, right? So what ends up happening is how Anthony Edwards plays the game. He needs everybody moving. So when they added Randle, it actually hurt the one player on the team. You need to be a star. So it does
hurt Anthony Edwards because now we can load up. Now the ball stop. People are not like when Cat's there. It's swing. Everybody's moving so Anthony can attack. When Randall has it, everybody sits.
Exactly.
So it does hurt him. It was a bad trade for them for Anthony Edwards.
They just want to get out their contract.
So let me ask you a question real quick. In regard, I mean, see, I'm removing the money outside from it. We're just talking on the strictly basketball aspect. I just want to add on and compound to that real quick. So I think also the idea that like you said, another narrative that they said is Julius Randle's playmaking and the fact he can drive and kick. Okay, obviously that would work, but you have a left-handed player that's playing with a right-handed center, and they're running 4-5 pick and rolls. And Julius Randle, him throwing an alley-oop to Rudy Gobert is a horror to watch. It's a horror to watch. Rudy Gobert can't catch to save his life. He can't turn over his right shoulder. It's ridiculous. And he eats up so much space. He doesn't even go into the slot and go into the dunker spot to catch it off. You know what I mean? Just the standing dunks. He'll just literally flash in the middle of the paint. What are you doing? Get out and
but that's because Julius Randle knows he's on a contract year, so he's not going to let Minnesota mess up his contract negotiations for offseason. He's going to get his baskets. They're asking him to play a third fiddle role. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to get his 20 and 10 because when he goes into the offseason, he's going to demand his contract. So you're trying to mess with my money, and Minnesota's just a horrible franchise. That's why they're going to lose Anthony Edwards.
And everything you said is exactly the reason why you can't use team success sometimes on everybody's legacy, because you got moves like that has nothing to do with you. They thought that adding Randall was going to help them.
Yep.
And it didn't. He's on a contract year. He wants his money. That means he's out there playing his type of basketball, not team basketball. So that means, but who's going to get the backlash of having a bad year if they don't get it out of the first round? It's going to be Anthony Edwards, and they say you didn't come to perform, you had a bad year. Like, a lot of elements matter in this game, and unfortunately this is one of those years where they didn't have the right piece. But a great general manager, a great thinker, will keep making pieces until they find the right one, and then from there they build. Right now he does not have his second option.
Yeah.
Cat was his second option. Cat was fine being his second option. And from there, you needed to let the team build the chemistry. Like your superstar is only 22.
Yep.
He don't know what takeover is. He don't know that yet. He don't know how to be dominant. So you needed another 3 years before he understood how to put fear in everybody's eyes, right?
I felt like they should have moved Rudy Gobert and moved Nas Reed to that spot and keep Cat. That made more sense to me because
who wants Rudy though? Who wants Rudy's contract?
Yeah, but Rudy Gobert's contract is not tradable. It's not like
it was a big one.
Easy to move.
Yeah, see, like that's what the business of basketball kicks in, and when we talk about like moves and legacies and what people can add, none of us factors in money, right? Right. We're not in that room here, plus minuses and doing all this stuff. But I can tell you this. I trust you guys more than some of those general managers in picking talent.
100%.
Of course.
100%.
Because they see names and dollars, they don't see matchability.
Yeah.
At all.
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Chef.
Am I hearable?
Yeah, go ahead, Cook.
How you doing, Lamont?
I'm good, man. How you been?
All right, so I'm good, man. I'm good. We doing good over here. I just got one question. I've been listening to the show, man. I listen to Gil like every other day. He man, him and Kwame, hilarious. But anyway, I got one question for you, Gilbert. Hey, so I'm a chef, right? And I've been in the industry, and this industry right here, I cook for, but I just got one question, like, so when it comes to like athletes and whatnot, when y'all like having away games like in the party cities and whatnot, what is your best favorite hangover foods prepared by a chef? That'll really help me out.
I would just be honest. You might want.
That was a good one.
You might want to ask Kwame Brown because he's the only one. No, I'm serious. He's the only one that got drunk during the season. I mean, like, I didn't party during the season because that's okay. Because everybody else did. So it's easy to get an advantage over everybody if everybody's going to city to city, hanging out, partying, drinking. But I can tell you as a chef, here's the thing that you gotta take into. Never change your this is a thing, and never change your price for the person that you're cooking for. And what I mean by this is, look, if your price is $100 per meal, right? And then and then the same meal costs $400, I'm gonna look at you different, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Because you're devaluing yourself.
Yeah. So you
don't do that.
You look at me as if I'm different than somebody else. So what you have to do is understand that your price.
I feel like we're doing a Kwame comparison right now.
No, what I'm saying is your price, what you charge.
Are we doing that right now?
No. I'm saying your price, what you charge to cook.
Give me game.
Across the board. Let the person who's like, let's say you're cooking for me and your price is $100 a meal. You charge me $100. Let me give you more.
Yeah.
Don't come to me and say $100 and then you rechange your price because I make a lot more money. Because I don't look at you the same. Just like
I don't do that.
No. I'm just saying
I don't do that.
No, I'm just saying, moving forward, just like barbering. If the price says $25, right? I'm expecting $25. If I pay you $100, I'm giving you a $75 tip for a $25 cut. Don't charge me $100.
And those are big facts. I'm gonna tell you though, when I came up, when I started my private chef and I was in Vegas and I was charging $5 a plate, it don't matter if I was going to the businesses or I was going to the hood. Everybody got that $5, $10 plates. I'm so serious. It didn't even matter. I would just flood in the streets. Like, it don't even matter. I just be trying to feed everybody.
What is a good hangover?
It got me too much.
Food.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I can't eat when I'm that good like that.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, the celebrities I cook for, they be kind of fancy. That's what I'm trying to figure out with the athletes. Like steak and fries. I know. I can
tell you as a Caribbean person. As a Caribbean person,
okay, what's up?
Rice definitely absorbs.
Hey, everybody! I don't want to. I gotta start to shut this one down, y'all.
Okay.
I got one more. Hold on. We get one more point guard question. One more point guard question.
Oh, we can't, bro. Every time we get one more question, they go with another 30 minutes.
No, just a point. Just real quick.
Let's let Jegna in. Jegna just got up. Let's let Jegna get it.
Yeah, let's get Jenga hit that question because he's the only one that really ain't got a real question in since he been up here. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, greetings. I appreciate you letting me up here, man. It's awesome to be able to get a chance to speak with you all, but you in particular, Gil. As a father, I have a basketball player. Real gifted at shooting, handling the ball, super unselfish, very efficient. How can I get him to shoot more, or should I just let him be?
Okay.
Thank you. That's the only question I had.
All right. What position does he play?
Shooting guard.
So he's a shooting guard. How good is his team?
I'm down in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Very dominant. Middle school team. Probably gonna win the state the next couple of years. Middle school through high school.
Okay, so this is the study that I did. When you have a dominant team, everyone sacrifices for themselves, for each other, right? You sacrifice for the betterment of winning. But the problem is those gifted kids accept being role players. right? I did the study on Sierra Canyon. All these 5 stars, like the Bronny James, they go around passing the ball, not being dominant. When they get with a dominant person, their nature is to pass the ball. That person's nature is to shoot the ball. So all he ends up doing is making you the role player. So what you should do is, outside of this dominant team, you put him somewhere where his team sucks and he has to do everything. He has to rebound. He has to shoot the ball. He has to block shots. He has to play D. Like you want him in a situation where he understands that he has the ability to take over when he has to. If he's never put in a situation where he has to take 15, 20 straight shots, he will never do it when it needs to be. Right? So you have to put him on a team where he has to be selfish. If it's a Park League team, if it's another AAU team on certain weekends, put him on a team where he is forced to shoot. Like, think about if he was on another team that was sorry, but he played against his own team. What does he have to do now? Shoot the ball every time to try to compete.
Yeah, you got to do everything. Like you said, shoot the ball, rebound, assist.
Yes. So at this age, you want him to add on all of these attributes to his game. So then when he teams up with the other players, he knows what attributes to use at what time.
Yeah.
Understood. Appreciate that. FYF Sports, I appreciate you letting me up. Hey, y'all need to have something like this for us parents who trying to get some game without being mistreated by the trainers out here. I appreciate y'all, man. Thank you.
These motherfuckers robbing you.
Academy, you need that academy.
Good luck to your son. Good luck to your son.
How old is your fella?
He a young 7th grader. He 12.
Okay, look, if you're gonna put money into training, put money into a soccer trainer. Probably soccer or ballet. What I mean by that is the most important thing for guards is footwork, right? So he needs to understand before his attributes kick in, the 9th grade, the 10th grade, and his athleticism. You want him to understand how his feet move, right? Because him to understand how his feet are individually working, because once he understands foot placement, you can teach the motherfucker any move in America that's going to be created. You know, like Kyrie, no matter what you throw to Kyrie, he understands how to do the move. If you teach someone who can just jump out the gym, he don't know, because once he started jumping, he didn't want to learn the basics of basketball. The basics of basketball is the most important thing. Whoever can perfect basic.
Okay.
The most important thing. Spend your money on your feet work.
The best thing about this. The best thing about this.
I got the one question. I got one question. I promise you, it's related to this. It's just related to this. In regards to,
we got to shut it down, y'all. We just said
it's improvement. No, it's just improvement. It's just game. It's just game. Improvement on that in relation to Tyrese Halliburton. So my thought process was, I think he needed to really work on foot placement and ball handling, especially like in tight spaces. Like, why he hasn't been doing that? What were you doing in the? You know what I'm saying? Like, my thing is like, because in tight spaces he can't really like do anything. He has to be like fast paced, moving around, and I don't think they have enough offense to complement him.
Yes, so, like feet is like you only got a few people who really understand it. You got Luka, you got Kyrie, you have Jokic, you have he's not up here like these guys. You got Steph who understands. You have DeRozan who's very great at it. You got Booker, right? So having great footwork in tight spaces is a skill, but you have to be taught that at a young age. You can't learn that once you get to the NBA. It has to be instilled in you when you're young. That's why I say the first thing from all ages, when you're growing up learning basketball, make sure you're understanding feet first.
Okay.
Over everything.
Can I get some comments on John Wall, bro?
Oh,
Appreciate you, Mark.
No. You're right. Listen, the thing with John Wall is, that's my guy. I talked to him. I was part of the process of trying to get him and Bill to come to understandings. There's a moment in time where you're too good for the team's development, right? Okay. So when John Wall got traded to Houston, if John Wall was on that team, it would have been his team. Yeah. They weren't trying to win at that moment in time for John Wall to do John Wall. They didn't need John Wall to try to average 21 and 11. So they would have rather paid him to sit. I want these young guys to develop. We want to lose. We want to get more draft picks. You might win too many games. That kind of messes us up, right? So that was the situation that he was in. He was too good for bad teams. Yeah. And the teams that would have used him probably didn't want him at that moment in time. So him, Melo, those type of guys who probably don't understand that they're option 2s and 3s and 4s. Yeah. And wasn't accepting it then, it kind of hurt them. The only reason Russell is surviving is because he is really saying, hey, I'm not the Russell that I used to be. I will take whatever fucking role you're going to give me.
So is that, do you think he's just lost in the shuffle right now? Or is it just, you know what I'm saying, the lead don't pass them by? Like
it's passed by. And I told him, I said, look, I asked Wall, I said, what kind of shape are you in? And I said, look, we're in the monkey see, monkey do era. Yeah. You can't look like you're in shape. Yeah. You have to be in shape. You have to trick these people. Like when they see you, you don't supposed to look chunky.
Yeah.
Right? You should be looking like you was a rookie, right? Yeah. Even if you have to put the rim down to fucking 9.5, so it look like you're still jumping, you trick the algorithm to make yourself look like you did, but it comes with the look first, right? So if you look like when at the end of your career you were 225, when you're on film, you want to look 205. It's the visual, and I know that people see you. How do you look? Yeah, because I be watching. He never passed the visual part.
I see his runs, but he still got it, bro.
No, he still got it, but. To them, he does it. You know, when you look at it, like, he looks good, but does he look like he's ready to go today? He needs to look like, if we bring you in, we can play you now, and that comes with being in shape, looking like you 205, cut up and shredded.
Okay. Being a professional as well. You got a lot of young guys. That's why if you're not a veteran that has full potential as far as professionalism, they kick you out of the league. The guys you see lasting, they all professionals. The Chris Pauls, the Westbrooks, they're willing to do whatever it takes to be on the team. That's really it. Yeah. Guys, John Wall and them are not taking that role. They want to still be the man.
Well, I appreciate y'all time, man. I'm looking forward to season.
All right, Ken, Mac.
All right, y'all.
Yeah, I appreciate this too, man. Thanks so much. Hey, Gil, thanks for showing up and doing Skap Attack like that, because these Kobe fans are crazy. Lamont, thanks for bringing me up, man. Shout out to you guys.
Look, he made a great argument, and just like when you're arguing, both people are right because they're arguing two different things, right? But I knew once you say 1B, it don't matter what it is. It's B is behind A, so there is somebody in front, somebody in back, and when you're saying someone's a sidekick, that's what's throwing everybody off. Using certain words.
Yeah, because sidekick, Robin, it only applies to Scottie Pippen, no one else. That's it.
No, but Gil, I think that's why.
When you say Scottie Pippen, like, hell no, he's better than Scottie Pippen. Of course he is. But
they ruined it with Scottie.
But he's the only Robin. They don't call Kareem or Magic a Robin. They don't call Mikhail or Parrish a Robin.
No, they ruined it with Scottie because Scottie wasn't a scoring two, and because they felt like you. So once you ruin it with Scottie, being Scottie now is a negative thing because nobody never. That's why I do so much appreciation for Scottie. I'm like,
but nobody was going to.
If they would have just appreciated, because Scottie was looked at like a superstar in the '90s. They didn't look at Scottie like some afterthought. He was a top 10 player in the '90s. Yet when fans talk about him today, they'll get you to believe he was just a regular Joe role player that was just walking around. But so you ruin what you have in Scottie. So now Kobe can't be that, even if it's for a short period of time. And now you have to fight your way. And that's why when I asked him a very simple question. Who is the best player on the team in 2000, 2001, and 2002? And he really got stuck and he couldn't answer the question because I think he knows the writing on the wall if you answer that honestly. Everybody knows those 3 years, Shaq owned the league. If you don't say any other years, Shaq owned the league those 3 years.
Yeah, no, that's what it was, those 3 years. That's why I narrowed it down to I don't think people when people say my takes are bad, I don't think they're listening to exactly what I'm saying. I narrow everything down for a reason. There was a reason I didn't say the 5 years. There's a reason I said those 3 years. There's a reason I said Jokic in 40 years, didn't say Jokic with 50 years, because most people will say, well, he's better than Moses Malone. And I didn't even want that argument, right? So you have to listen to all of it and how I'm saying it. But I know people don't listen like that.
No, they heard you say LeBron is great. That's all that matters. Once you say that, everything else goes out the window, my friend. You know that. Lamont knows this already. If Gilbert Arenas was trashing LeBron James left and right, they would love Gilbert Arenas. But the fact that he says LeBron is great, although he has Michael as the GOAT, they still feel like his basketball takes are horrible.
Yeah, the Michael Jordan fans. I'm like, Michael Jordan's number one. Oh, you're still horrible because you got LeBron too. It says you're a Michael Jordan fan. Like, what are we arguing here? Right? Something's wrong with you. To be honest, if you're sitting there putting them 7, 8, and 9, come on, you're not even honest with yourself and where you're actually placing them at. If we want to be honest. So if we ask him and say, yeah, so where do you have LeBron? He'd be like 7, 12, 15. Why am I listening to you then? Because you're not even being realistic at this fucking point.
Mm-hmm. That is true, though.
No, that's how they are, though. I deal with them all the time. Lamont will tell you I deal with it. I mean, you've watched my show and you watch what we do here in Goat James Kingdom. Them dudes are the worst.
No, now my thing is this.
Hard talking basketball. We can't even talk normal basketball without them bringing up some kind of zesty Jeffrey logic. It's horrible.
You know what I want to know? Mm-hmm. When LeBron James retires,
oh my God,
who's going to be there? Who are they going to hate? Right now, no one's in position to be hated.
It's going to be Bronny until they can find somebody else.
No, what I'm saying is, remember, the hate only comes when the person's good enough to be compared to Michael Jordan, to LeBron James now, and then Kobe Bryant, right? So who is in position for them in this upcoming, who they like right now today that they're going to have to turn on tomorrow? That's going to be the funny one.
They switch.
You know who it is? It's going to be Jokic to me. I can already see it with Jokic.
They jumped off of Jokic's ship last year. They jumped off of Jokic's ship last year and jumped on Anthony Edwards. Then when Anthony Edwards lost,
why can't it be Jokic?
Because Jokic is older. So by the time what's the name retires, he's going to be falling off. So you're talking about somebody they like today, which is Luka.
And Joker's not winning another championship.
They like Luka. They like Ant-Man, Tatum. It's like whoever the media says, hey, this is the next Michael Jordan or LeBron or Kobe. Whoever they like, they're going to hate this man, which is about to be funny as hell because it's going to happen overnight.
Well, that's why they don't like Boston, because they can't attach anything that Boston did to the GOAT debate. So that's why when you said there's no GOAT debate, that's all basketball is the GOAT debate. If there was no LeBron, there would be no GOAT debate, because there's no GOAT debate between Kobe or Mike. So at the end of the day, everything that they do when they talk basketball, that's why they can't praise Boston or hate Boston, because none of that has to do with LeBron. But if the Stephen Curry Warriors win, or if Joker wins, it's, oh, LeBron lost, LeBron choked, this, that, and the third. They hop around all the time. They don't have no true loyalty to anything. They're just Kobe fans that never saw Michael Jordan play, so they just need to... That's really it. They just need to keep Kobe and Mike in the conversation, and LeBron James is the only way to do that. But Wemby is the next guy. To be honest with you, Wemby's going to be the next one.
And that's funny because they don't hate him right now. They love him right now. But as soon as he starts talking about the GOAT, then, the fans are going to attack. And I say you can't, like if you like greatness, you like greatness. Like you gotta appreciate the greatness. Like, you can't put it against each other. It's great is great. Enjoy it, and that's how it goes. But obviously, you need to debate, and that's how it is. So
the unfortunate reality of Brian. This is the sad reality: is he's not going to get his true flowers until he passes. Brian going, and it's just and it sucked that it had for Kobe. It got accelerated because his was more kind of untimely. Like we didn't see it coming. But Kobe was hated. Like Kobe was hated. Like outside of Cali, I was in Indiana. He was hated, and it's just like you really
hated in Miami as well.
He was Kobe was the bad guy, and it's kind of funny how the media went from Mamba mentality to this great thing when they said we don't like the way he thinks. We don't like his selfish outlook on how he presents the game. So then it becomes, everybody got to have Mamba mentality. Like, yeah, you know what I mean? So, it's going to be interesting in the next couple of years on who they place as the bad guy.
There's really not. Again,
and generally, the funny thing about it is generally whoever they say the bad guy is, if they say he's the bad guy, then he probably has a pretty good case.
No,
whoever that guy is.
Whoever that guy is going to be a guy good enough for them to say he's better than LeBron, but not good enough to be better than Kobe and Mike. Y'all keep playing with these people. Y'all talk to them enough to know that's what they're going to do.
See, you got to remember, before they get irritated, it has to start with the media first. Because, think about it, media is a business itself.
We're the new media, Gil. We're the new media, Gil. Stephen A. Smith is dead. Chris Broussard is dead. Rob Parker is dead. You are the new media. Sadly to say, Kwame Brown's the new media. We are the ones who are providing information about what's going on in the NBA. Those people do a horrible job.
No fact, but they still run their narratives on who's what and what's what, and then from there we're reacting, and then they react to what we're reacting on. So it's a back and forth, but but it's an opinion, right? It's just funny how something is so close, but they argue. Like he's arguing to be about Kobe and LeBron when it's right here, but he wants to argue for Kobe and Shaq being right here.
But wait a minute, who is that? Skap or are you talking about Kwame?
Skap.
Oh, Skap. No, Skap.
Nobody listening to what fucking Kwame. Kwame probably live right now. Because whenever he gets frustrated, he got to go live because he think he can take views from people. Like, don't worry about him, man.
Yeah, I just don't get it because, like I said, Skap was disrespecting Antoine Jameson while at the same time praising him for being LeBron James' teammate. Then if you tell him Shaq helped the Heat win a championship in 06, he's going to say, no, it's Dwayne Wade. But all of a sudden in 2010, Shaq is also the ultimate teammate that can help LeBron James win. It's like they talk out of both sides of their mouths, and they never really realize it until they step up on Go James Kingdom. Then they realize, oh, man, I got to really talk basketball. But that's their problem.
But that's why it's all opinions, and what settles the score is the experts. Right, what settle is the top 75 list that's in order. So from there is just that's the ultimate.
What list got Kobe number 10 though? Who that you said were the expert? Who's that? Because the NBA don't have a list, so it would have to be ESPN, Bleacher Report.
Yeah, well I don't know. Yeah, whoever it is. Like remember when you go to court and there's a defendant, right? He does think he's innocent. Until his peers find him guilty.
I'm a LeBron fan. We don't know nothing about. Listen, I'm a LeBron fan. We know nothing about being criminals in court life. That's not what we do. We fathers. We take care of our kids and we put them to college. That's what we do. We don't know nothing about.
Damn, LeBron just dropped 38 tonight.
No, I'm just saying.
That means he's tied Michael Jordan. That was just a little joke. That was me joking right there, kid. That's just me joking, man. That's not me taking shots at Jordan fans for being bad fathers and not paying their child support. But that's LeBron James tying Michael Jordan at 30 points per game. So when he passes Michael Jordan, it's over for Michael Jordan. All you got is sneakers. Good thing for you, Gil. You admit that it's the sneakers because it's over for Jordan. Jordan fan ain't got nothing no more.
All right, look, we got to shut it down, Gil. I know you got to go. Go, James Kingdom. I appreciate you pulling up.
Nah, I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. It was fun, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like talking sports, like especially for ex-athletes, man, this shit is fun. Like this is what we know. We know talking sports, interacting amongst each other. Like you can see me and Nick best friends. We both like Kobe, but he says something I don't like. I'm arguing against it. Right. Yeah. That's just us. Right. So, I mean, I appreciate it, man. This was thank you.
You know what I wish though? When Kwame came in and I was hoping the conversation was so super focused on Kobe. I mean, it was actually a good conversation, no matter what side you agreed on, right?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking you got a guy that played with Kobe that's coming in, and I'm thinking this would be the perfect opportunity for him to just specifically, for once, stay on topic and specifically just really give his insight, whether it's for your point or against your point or whatever. He can speak from an in the locker room perspective of being Kobe's teammate as to why somebody is right or wrong. And you just come in here and completely miss the beat and miss the ball and just like start talking about stuff that, and it's just like, those be the big L's I think he'd be just bringing consistently, where like you have an opportunity where we could just talk basketball and he comes in here talking to you about why you say this about me. And it's like, bro, it's not about you. This is not a Kwame conversation.
It's frustrating because the people he talked to haven't understood the rouge that he does, right? He comes up there, he comes on the panel, he makes a statement that has nothing to do with you. Yeah, you the type of person that says this. And then when you start talking, then from there it's like, oh, look, he's in his feelings. Oh, peekaboo. Like what the fuck are we talking about here? Like, what? Let's talk about stuff I've done and said. I don't want to hear about you know people like me. I've never said I know people like you because I don't. I've never met a man like you, sir. I've never met a man who comes online every day high, does drugs, forget his legacy. I do not know anyone like you. So you would never hear me say, I know people like you. I say, I know you because I played with you. I know you quit on us. You got drunk. You thought that you did enough in your playoff career, which was 12-2. 12 one game, 2 the next game, and you thought that was going to get you a contract, right? I say you. I don't project my life or what I think on you. You said you went to this party. I don't pretend you did. I don't say, oh, nigga, you went to Diddy parties. Oh, I don't do that. That's irrelevant. That's dumb. You can't invalidate somebody by saying, oh, you at the parties. Oh, you getting paid by LeBron James. You getting paid like, I'm pretty sure LeBron James is not paying me to put him fucking second. That'd be a waste of fucking money. I'm pretty sure if he's going to pay, he's going to pay to put him in front of Michael Jordan. It's, you know what I mean? It's like, dude, like, talk about what's going on in real time. I don't want to hear about the run around of what you think of how it's supposed to be. I was in those situations, so I know how it's supposed to be. You the type of nigga that did this. I know nigga like that. What the fuck does that mean?
Bro, I don't know, man.
I got 8 kids and don't see your kids and do like I don't have 8 kids. So who the fuck you talking about? Are those the conversations that your girls was having with you that you wasn't around and you went to go drink? Like every time he does that, I just assume that it's him that he's talking about because it has nothing to do with me itself. You the type of nigga that tell your agent and you making money behind the scenes. Like, what? Who the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, bro, I was lost when he came up. That's why I was laughing. It's just like,
why can't you talk basketball, Gil, but not me? Don't you talk about LeBron James? What do you mean you talk basketball? I can't help it if you don't do it in a professional way. Why are you blaming me for that? I don't know why you get online all day talking about Trump and CNN. I don't know why you go in there and talk about, the CSC or the CYC sector. I don't know why you do that, but that's how you run your page. Don't say I'm doing something for you. I do my content, right? Only time we have confliction is when you fucking lie on me about me doing something to you. But the rest of your content, the shit you do, I don't even commentate. I don't look at it at all. It's only rely on me saying I did something to you that stopped you from being great. The only thing that stopped you from being great, motherfucker, was the Hennessy bottle. So if you got a problem with somebody, call whoever made Hennessy, right? For you to hit your lips and for you to fall in love with it, right? Whoever made weed, you should be mad at. because you're addicted to it, right? Don't me and try to pretend that I had your bench. Like come on, man. Because I can go to the game film and the game tape. Motherfucker, hold on.
Oh, damn. Hold on, y'all. You muted. Gil, we can't hear you. Gil, you muted. No, I didn't mute him. Y'all. He can't hear. Oh, damn. Gil unplugged his mic, y'all. No, I didn't mute Gil. He unplugged his mic. Something happened with your mic. They said your mic disconnected on my end. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I hear it now.
I said I have this right here is all of our games. Kwame, every game we played in. So if you want me to break this down so we can see what you did on that court, just tell me to do it. Because I can tell you, I've never seen someone play hide and seek on the basketball court more than you. Meaning what you did was this, sir. In this right here, all games, if the ball was on the right side, your ass went to the left side. If the ball came to the left side, your ass went to the right side. You played behind your man. You never posted up wanting to ball. Like, I have it all here. I went through this shit because I wanted to see if you was in my way. Just tell me, I can pop this in, we can go through it. So they can see you in real time. Fake like you want the ball, hide behind the man, pretend that you're trying to post up. When the ball swing, you go the other way. You played cat and mouse, goddammit. You was afraid. You was afraid of the ball. You was afraid to mess up. You was afraid to turn into whatever you were supposed to be. So you were content with just moving around, wasting minutes. 38 minutes, 2 shots. You're telling me in 38 minutes you couldn't find a way to post up? Shut up. That is just, you just sound dumb, dog. So anytime anybody, this is me and Kwame. I had this motherfucking sent to me.
Damn.
Playoff games, everything. So
I'm gonna let you get up out of here, Gil, man. I appreciate you.
All right, y'all. Appreciate it. Peace. Hey, Friday, be on playback in YouTube. So we're about to start, give it in. So Friday we'll be doing, I think who's playing Curry versus shit, I forgot. Well, I think we're doing the Golden State game, and then we're doing Saturday.
So you signed with Playback? You there permanently?
Yeah, so I signed a 2.5 years deal with them.
Ooh.
So yeah,
okay.
so
I seen you on there with Legend of Winning. So yeah.
So that's why you can see that the channel now is No Chill Gil Gaming, and that is going to be part of gaming, and then us playing games too is going to be.
So are you going to do gaming on Playback too, or are you just going to keep gaming?
No. Gaming is going to be in the room that we designed, and me individually. So I'm going to be pushing out a lot of content, positive content. So
all right, man. All right, Gil. Hey, man, good stream, man. I appreciate you, man, as usual.
Hey, Kwame, I'm like Diddy boy. I got them tapes. hey, G Buster, thank you. Hey, I got them tapes, Kwame.
Oh, damn.
All right, y'all.
Yes, sir. All right, Gil. I'm gonna catch up with y'all. Salute y'all. It's FYF Sports, man. We're gonna get up out of here, man. It was a hell of a stream. Salute to Skap Attack. Make sure y'all check out his channel. He drops a lot of content as well. Same with GOAT James Kingdom and Michael Jordan are the best. But also, if you haven't, make sure we are subbed up to No Chill Gil and Arena Sphere, where we drop a lot of content over on Arena Sphere as well. So make sure y'all stay locked in with everything we got going on. Like I say, you probably won't see something like this happen again, where it's a dual live with FYF and No Chill Gil at the same time. But I mean, you never know what the future actually holds. But a salute to everybody that pulled up. Even, I mean, at the end of the day, even salute to Kwame for pulling up. I thought he would have been able to come with a more locked in and focused approach instead of trying to carry on his beef with Gil. And I thought he would just try to stay on the topic, but it went left a little bit. But at the end of the day, I think Skap did a good job of holding his talking points down. Gil did a good job of holding his talking points down. And all the people that came up with questions, man, I appreciate y'all for coming up and then being patient in the backstage, man, as you waited for people to get through their questions, man. So I think it ultimately was still a positive build, man. Great stream. And like I said, we're going to be back live with FYF Sports. Make sure you tune in for our show tomorrow. We got GOAT James Kingdom, right? If you like GOAT James Kingdom was on the panel tonight. If you like his talking points, if you like his show, he is live every Friday, 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, or 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. If you want to see more of him, you can always tune in to FYF Sports on Fridays or Sunday mornings to check him out. Or you can just go straight to his channel, follow him there, man. So again, we got a lot of good content creators that came through today. Like I said, overall positive build, man. And I appreciate the chat. Everybody stay cordial. And then salute to everybody that came through and hit the Cash App to support the channel. But yeah, it was FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. We're going to be back with more sports and news. Y'all, until then, is FYF Sports. And we out.